Hey there, and welcome back to the channel. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most famous stories from Greek mythology, but not in the way you might expect. We're talking about the 12 labors of Hercules, and trust me, by the end of this series, you're going to understand why being the strongest man alive was actually a complete nightmare. Now, before we get started, I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. Drop a comment below. It's always fascinating to see our community spread across the globe, all united by a love for the darker, grittier side of history and mythology. If you enjoy these deep dives into the stories they don't tell you in school, make sure to hit that subscribe button. We've got so much more coming your way. So here's what most people think they know about Hercules. Strong guy, did some impressive tasks, became a hero. The end. But that sanitized version completely misses the point. The 12 labors weren't some heroic journey of self-discovery. They were a punishment, a death sentence disguised as community service. And the man forced to complete them? He was broken, desperate, and quite literally losing his mind. Picture this. You've just committed the most horrific act imaginable. In a fit of madness sent by the gods themselves, you've killed your own wife and children. You wake up from this divine-induced psychosis to find their bodies at your feet, your hands still stained with their blood. The guilt is crushing you. The shame is unbearable. You want to die, but even that escape is denied to you. Instead, you're told there might be a way to cleanse yourself of this unforgivable sin. All you have to do is complete 12 simple tasks, 12 labors that will purify your soul and restore your honor. Sounds reasonable, right? Wrong, because those 12 tasks, they were specifically designed to kill you. Each one was a death trap wrapped in the promise of redemption. The man who assigned them to you, your cousin King Eurystheus, wasn't trying to help you find peace. He was trying to rid himself of a dangerous embarrassment while looking like the reasonable one. And here's what makes this story even more twisted. Hercules knew it. He understood that every labor was meant to be his last. But he had no choice. The oracle at Delphi had spoken. The gods demanded it. And when you're dealing with beings who can drive you insane on a whim, you don't negotiate. You obey, and you hope you're strong enough to survive what comes next. Tonight, I'm going to walk you through why each of these 12 labors was actually a carefully orchestrated attempt at execution. We'll explore the psychological torture embedded in every task, the political manipulation behind the scenes, and the sheer physical impossibility of what Hercules was asked to do. By the time we're finished, you'll never look at this story the same way again. But first, let me set the stage properly, because to understand why the labors sucked so completely, you need to understand the world Hercules was living in. This wasn't some fantasy realm where heroes went on adventures for glory. This was Bronze Age Greece, where life was brutal, short, and dominated by capricious gods who treated humans like playthings. The political landscape was a mess of petty kingdoms constantly at war with each other. Kings ruled through violence and fear, and they were always looking for ways to eliminate potential threats. Hercules, as the son of Zeus, represented the ultimate threat. He had divine blood, incredible strength, and a legitimate claim to power that made every mortal ruler nervous. But here's the thing about being half divine in ancient Greece. It didn't make your life easier. It made it infinitely more complicated. The gods were jealous, vindictive creatures who loved nothing more than tormenting mortals who dared to be special. And Zeus's wife, Hera, she had been planning Hercules' destruction since the day he was born. See, Hercules was living proof of Zeus's infidelity. Every time someone looked at him, they were reminded that the king of the gods couldn't keep his hands off mortal women. Hera had already tried to kill him multiple times as a baby, sending serpents to strangle him in his crib. When that failed, she bided her time, waiting for the perfect moment to destroy him completely. That moment came when Hercules was at his happiest. He had a wife he loved, Megara, and 3 beautiful children. He was living a relatively quiet life, trying to stay out of trouble, maybe hoping that the gods would leave him alone. But happiness, especially the happiness of someone with divine blood, was something Hera simply couldn't tolerate. So she sent madness, not just anger or confusion, but complete, reality-destroying insanity. She twisted his mind until he couldn't tell friend from foe, until his beloved family looked like monsters that needed to be destroyed. And in that state, Hercules did what the madness told him to do. He killed them all. When the madness lifted, when his vision cleared and he saw what he had done, Hercules wanted to die. He begged for death. He tried to take his own life, but even that was denied to him, because this wasn't just about punishment, this was about entertainment. The gods wanted to see how far they could push him before he finally broke. Enter the oracle at Delphi, the god's mouthpiece on earth. Hercules went to her seeking some way to atone for his crimes, some path to redemption that might allow him to join his family in death with a clean conscience. The oracle's answer: serve your cousin King Eurystheus for 12 years. Complete whatever tasks he sets for you. Only then will your sins be forgiven. Now, King Eurystheus was not exactly what you'd call heroic material. He was a coward, a weakling who had only gained his throne through divine intervention. As children, both he and Hercules had been candidates for the throne of Tyrants. Zeus had boasted that his son would rule, but Hera, ever the schemer, delayed Hercules' birth and hastened Eurystheus's, ensuring that her preferred candidate would be born first and thus inherit the crown. So here you have a terrified, incompetent king suddenly given power over the strongest man in the world, a man he knew could crush him with one hand, a man who had every reason to hate him and the divine connections to potentially do something about it. Eurystheus was clever enough to realize that this was his chance to eliminate a threat while appearing to follow divine will. The 12 labors weren't random tasks. They were carefully chosen death traps, each one designed to exploit a different vulnerability or push Hercules into an impossible situation. Eurystheus consulted with scholars, priests, and military advisors to craft challenges that would finally succeed where Hera's previous attempts had failed. And here's the truly diabolical part. By framing these death traps as labors of redemption, Eurystheus and the gods ensured that Hercules would have to attempt them alone. No help from friends, no divine assistance, no backup plan. After all, how could the tasks cleanse him of his sins if other people did the work? The isolation was built into the punishment. Think about the psychological impact of this setup. Hercules had already lost everything that mattered to him: his wife, his children, his peace of mind, his sense of identity as a protector. Now he was being told that his only hope of redemption lay in completing tasks that everyone expected to kill him. And he had to do it while carrying the weight of his crimes, the knowledge that every moment he continued to live was a moment his family remained dead. The first labor seemed almost insultingly simple after everything that had happened. Kill the Nemean lion. Just one lion. How hard could it be for the strongest man alive? But that's exactly what made it so cruel. After destroying his entire world, after losing everything he held dear, Hercules was being asked to start his path to redemption by killing a single animal. Except, of course, it wasn't just any lion. The Nemean lion was a monster, spawned by the same primordial forces that had created the gods themselves. Its hide was impenetrable. Arrows bounced off it like raindrops. Spears shattered against its skin. Swords bent and broke without leaving so much as a scratch. But here's what made this labor truly insidious. Everyone knew the lion was invulnerable. The people of Nemea had been trying to kill it for years with every weapon they could devise. Eurystheus knew, the oracle knew, the gods certainly knew, but nobody told Hercules. So picture our hero, already broken by guilt and grief, arriving in Nemea with his bow and arrows, his sword and spear, confident that his divine strength would be enough to complete this first task. Picture him discovering that every weapon in his arsenal was useless, that all his strength meant nothing if he couldn't actually hurt his target. This wasn't just about killing a monster. This was about crushing hope, about teaching Hercules that even the simplest seeming tasks would require him to suffer in ways he couldn't imagine, about showing him that his journey to redemption would be paved with failure, frustration, and the constant reminder that he was alone. And that was just the first labor. We haven't even gotten to the Hydra yet, with its regenerating heads and poisonous breath. Or the Erymanthian boar that was supposed to be captured alive, not killed. Or the Augean stables, which weren't really about strength at all, but about accepting a humiliation so profound that it would strip away the last vestiges of his heroic identity. Each task built on the psychological damage of the previous ones. Each one found new ways to torment not just his body, but his mind and spirit. Because that's what the 12 labors really were. They weren't tests of strength or courage, they were an extended torture session designed to break the most powerful hero in the world piece by piece. And the most twisted part? Hercules had to pretend to be grateful for the opportunity. He had to approach each labor as if it were a gift, a chance to prove himself worthy of redemption. He couldn't show anger at Eurystheus, couldn't rail against the injustice of it all, couldn't even acknowledge what was really happening. Because the moment he stopped playing along with the charade, the moment he admitted that this was torture rather than penance, the deal was off. His only path to redemption would disappear. So he smiled, he bowed, he said, "Yes, my lord, and thank you for this opportunity," while inside he was screaming. While every fiber of his being wanted to grab Eurystheus by the throat and demand to know why a coward who had never faced real danger in his life got to decide how a grieving father should atone for his sins. The labors were designed to take advantage of every aspect of Hercules' nature. His strength, which became useless when faced with invulnerable opponents or tasks requiring finesse. His straightforward, honest personality, which left him vulnerable to trickery and manipulation. His desperate need for redemption, which made him willing to attempt the impossible rather than accept that some sins might be unforgivable. But, perhaps most cruelly, the labors exploited his love for his dead family. Every task was a reminder of what he had lost. Every success brought him closer to the forgiveness that might let him join them. Every failure threatened to trap him forever in a world where their deaths would remain meaningless. And that's where we'll continue next time. Because as brutal as the setup was, the actual labors themselves were even worse. Each one a masterclass in how to torture a hero, while making it look like you're helping him become better. In our next episode, we'll dive deep into that first labor, the Nemean lion, and I'll show you exactly how this simple task nearly destroyed Hercules before he even got started. We'll explore the psychological warfare embedded in every aspect of the challenge and why this particular monster was chosen specifically to exploit Hercules' greatest weaknesses. Trust me, once you understand what was really happening here, you'll never see heroic myths the same way again. The thing about the Nemean lion that nobody talks about is how perfectly it was designed to break Hercules psychologically before it even tried to kill him physically. See, when you're dealing with someone who's just murdered his own family in a fit of divine madness, you don't need to destroy their body first. You start with their mind. Picture Hercules arriving in the valley of Nemea. He's probably spent weeks walking there, carrying his weapons, rehearsing in his head how this first labor will go. Maybe he's even feeling a tiny spark of hope. After all, he's killed lions before. He's the strongest man alive. How hard could this possibly be? The first thing he would have noticed is the silence. No birds singing, no insects buzzing, no small animals scurrying through the underbrush. Just an oppressive, unnatural quiet that makes your skin crawl and your heart beat faster. Because nothing lives in the territory of a monster like this. Everything with sense has fled or been devoured. Then he would have seen the bones, scattered everywhere like a carpet of death. Not just animal bones, mind you. Human skulls mixed in with the remains of sheep and cattle. The skeletons of warriors who had come before him, thinking they could succeed where others had failed. Men who had died screaming as the lion's claws tore through their armor like it was made of paper. But here's the truly insidious part. Hercules would have recognized some of those weapons lying among the bones. The best craftsmanship available. Bronze spearheads that had been forged by master smiths. Swords that had cost small fortunes. Arrows fletched with the finest feathers and tipped with the sharpest points money could buy. All of them bent, broken, completely useless. And Hercules is standing there, looking at this graveyard of failed heroes, holding essentially the same equipment they had. The same bronze weapons that had proven utterly worthless against his target. The psychological impact would have been crushing, because here's what the storytellers never mention. Before he ever laid eyes on the actual lion, Hercules had to confront the reality that he was probably going to die. That all his divine strength, all his legendary skill with weapons, all his determination to atone for his sins might not be enough. That he might become just another skeleton in this valley of bones. His quest for redemption ending before it truly began. Now imagine the weight of that realization when you're already carrying the guilt of infanticide. When you're already questioning whether you deserve to live at all. The lion hadn't even shown up yet, and it was already winning the psychological war. But it gets worse, because when the Nemean lion finally did appear, it wasn't some mindless beast driven by hunger. This creature was intelligent, cunning. It understood exactly who Hercules was and why he was there. And it took its time. The lion didn't rush into battle. It didn't roar and charge like a normal predator. Instead, it sat at the mouth of its cave and watched Hercules with those golden eyes, studying him, learning his movements, letting the tension build until our hero's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Think about how that must have felt. You're standing in a valley of bones, holding weapons you now suspect are worthless, being analyzed by a creature that has killed dozens of men stronger and better equipped than you, and it's in no hurry. It's savoring your fear. When Hercules finally shot his first arrow, the lion didn't even flinch. The bronze arrowhead struck its flank and bounced off like it had hit a stone wall. The lion looked down at the fallen arrow, then back at Hercules, and if lions could smile, this one definitely would have. That's when the real torture began. Hercules tried everything. He shot arrow after arrow, each one clattering uselessly to the ground. He hurled his spear with enough force to punch through a tree trunk, only to watch it snap in half against the lion's hide. He drew his sword and charged, putting all his divine strength behind the blow, and the blade shattered like glass. And through it all, the lion just watched. Occasionally it would yawn, showing off teeth the size of daggers. Sometimes it would stretch, displaying claws that could disembowel a man with a casual swipe. But it didn't attack, not yet. It was enjoying the show. This wasn't combat, this was humiliation. The lion was demonstrating that everything Hercules thought he knew about fighting, about strength, about being a hero, was completely meaningless here. It was reducing the strongest man in the world to a frightened child throwing pebbles at a mountain. And here's the psychological masterpiece of it all. The longer this went on, the more Hercules would have started to think about his family, about how he had failed to protect them when it mattered, about how his strength had been turned against them by Hera's madness. And now, when he needed that strength to begin making amends, it was failing him again. The guilt must have been overwhelming, not just the original guilt of their deaths, but fresh guilt about his inability to even start the journey toward redemption. He was letting them down all over again. Their deaths would remain meaningless because he couldn't even complete the first task that might give those deaths some purpose. But the lion wasn't finished with its psychological warfare. When it finally decided to attack, it didn't go for the kill immediately. It played with him, knocked him down, and then backed off. Slashed at him just deeply enough to draw blood, but not deeply enough to end the fight. It was a cat toying with a mouse, and it wanted Hercules to understand his new position in the food chain. Every swipe of those claws was a reminder that he was no longer the apex predator. Every casual display of the lion's invulnerability was the proof that his legendary status meant nothing here. The creature was systematically dismantling not just his weapons and his tactics, but his entire identity as a hero. And then came the moment when Hercules realized the horrible truth. The only way to win was to get close enough to strangle the beast with his bare hands, to abandon every weapon, every technique, every strategy he'd ever learned, and rely solely on his raw strength in a contest where one mistake meant death. Think about what that meant psychologically. He had to choose to give up every advantage he thought he had. He had to voluntarily make himself more vulnerable, not less. He had to bet everything on the one asset that had already betrayed him when Hera's madness turned it against his family. The strangling of the Nemean lion wasn't a triumphant victory. It was a desperate, terrifying gamble by a broken man who had run out of options. Hercules didn't defeat the lion through skill or strategy or divine favor. He survived through pure, stubborn refusal to die, and even then, it nearly killed him. The ancient sources don't dwell on this, but the fight must have lasted hours. Hercules wrapped his arms around the lion's throat and squeezed while the creature thrashed and clawed and tried to shake him off. His hands would have been torn to shreds. His arms would have felt like they were being ripped from their sockets. His lungs would have burned as he struggled to maintain his grip while being slammed against rocks and trees. And all the while, he would have been thinking about his children, about how they had struggled in his arms when the madness took hold, about how their small hands had clawed at him just like the lion's paws were clawing at him now. The parallel would have been inescapable and absolutely devastating. When the lion finally went limp, when Hercules finally felt its heartbeat stop beneath his blood-soaked hands, there was no joy, no sense of accomplishment, just exhaustion and the horrible realization that this was only the beginning, that he had 11 more of these nightmare scenarios waiting for him. But here's the cruelest twist of all. When Hercules returned to King Eurystheus, wearing the lion's impenetrable hide as a cloak, the cowardly king wasn't disappointed that the first labor had failed to kill him. He was terrified, because now Hercules was not only still alive, he was stronger than before, more dangerous, and definitely more desperate. So Eurystheus did what any rational coward would do when faced with an increasingly powerful enemy. He doubled down. The second labor wouldn't just be difficult, it would be impossible. And unlike the Nemean lion, which at least had the decency to be a single opponent, the Lernaean Hydra was specifically designed to get stronger every time you hurt it. That's right. The second labor was a creature that literally became more dangerous the more damage you dealt to it. Cut off one head, and 2 more would grow back in its place. And just to make things extra fun, the thing's blood was so poisonous that even breathing near it could kill you. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, because before we dive into that particular nightmare, we need to talk about what happened to Hercules between the first and second labors. The psychological impact of surviving something that should have killed you, only to be told that you now get to do it 11 more times. See, the thing about trauma is that it's cumulative. Each horrible experience doesn't just add to the pile, it multiplies the impact of everything that came before. And Hercules was building up psychological damage faster than he could process it. He'd gone from being a man tormented by guilt over his family's death to being a man who was systematically being forced to relive variations of that trauma over and over again. Every labor was another reminder that his strength could be turned into a weapon of destruction. Every victory was tainted by the knowledge that it brought him closer to tasks that might finally break him completely. And that's exactly what the gods wanted. They weren't trying to redeem Hercules. They were trying to create the perfect tragic hero, someone who would suffer beautifully and completely while providing entertainment for beings who had never known real consequence for their actions. The 12 labors weren't a path to redemption. They were a slow-motion execution disguised as a heroic journey, and everyone involved knew it except the man doing the dying. But here's what makes Hercules' story truly heartbreaking. Despite everything, despite the obvious manipulation and the impossible odds and the psychological torture, he kept going. Not because he was brave, but because he was broken, because the alternative to attempting these labors was accepting that his family had died for nothing. So he picked up his weapons, such as they were, and headed toward his second appointment with death. The Lernaean Hydra was waiting in its swamp, and unlike the Nemean lion, this monster wouldn't be content to toy with its food. This creature was hungry, and it had been specifically bred to make sure that the strongest man in the world would finally learn what it felt like to be completely, utterly powerless. Which brings us to the question that nobody in the ancient world wanted to ask. If the gods were supposedly trying to help Hercules atone for his sins, why did every single task seem designed to traumatize him further? Why was each labor more psychologically devastating than the last? The answer is simple, and it's the same reason why people slow down to look at car accidents. The gods were bored, and nothing entertains immortal beings quite like watching mortals suffer in elaborate and creative ways. The 12 labors weren't justice, they weren't redemption, they were the ancient world's version of a snuff film, with Hercules as the unwilling star of a show that was always supposed to end with his death. And the most tragic part, he knew it. Deep down, Hercules understood that he was being used, that his pain was someone else's entertainment, that his desperate quest for redemption was really just an elaborate form of suicide that let everyone involved pretend they were being merciful. But he couldn't stop, because stopping meant admitting that his children had died for no reason at all. And that was the one truth that would have destroyed him faster than any monster ever could. So he kept walking toward the swamp where the Hydra waited, kept pretending that maybe, just maybe, if he suffered enough, if he endured enough, if he bled enough, the gods might actually let him earn the forgiveness that would allow him to join his family in death. The second labor was about to begin, and this time the monster wouldn't just try to kill him, it would make sure he understood exactly how much worse things could get before the end finally came. The swamp where the Hydra lived wasn't just a geographical location, it was a psychological landscape designed to strip away every last shred of confidence Hercules might have gained from surviving the Nemean lion. because if the first labor was about proving that his weapons were useless, the second labor was about proving that his victories were meaningless. Think about the symbolism here. Hercules had just accomplished the impossible. He'd killed an invulnerable monster with his bare hands. He was wearing its hide as proof of his triumph. For maybe the first time since murdering his family, he might have felt like he was actually making progress toward redemption. And where does Eurystheus send him next? Into a festering swamp where the very air could kill you, where the ground sucked at your feet with every step, where the smell of decay and poison was so overwhelming that even breathing became a conscious effort to avoid death. The message was crystal clear. Your victory means nothing. Your strength means nothing. You're still going to die screaming, and we're going to make sure you suffer every step of the way. But here's what makes the Hydra truly diabolical as an opponent. It wasn't just dangerous, it was specifically designed to punish success. Every time you thought you were winning, every time you managed to cut off one of its heads, the creature literally became stronger, more dangerous, more likely to kill you. Imagine the psychological impact of that mechanic on someone who was already questioning whether he deserved to live. Hercules would strike what should have been a killing blow, watch the severed head fall to the ground, and then see two new heads sprouting from the wound, each one angrier than the last, each one more venomous. It was like the universe itself was telling him that his efforts to atone for his sins were making everything worse, that every step toward redemption was actually dragging him deeper into damnation, that maybe, just maybe, some crimes were so heinous that even the gods couldn't forgive them. And that's when the real torture began, because the Hydra didn't just fight with teeth and claws, it fought with poison. Venom so potent that it could kill you just by getting on your skin. Toxic breath that burned your lungs with every inhalation. A creature that could murder you slowly, agonizingly, while you were still trying to figure out how to hurt it. Picture Hercules, already exhausted from his journey through the swamp, facing a monster that got stronger every time he attacked it. His eyes are streaming from the poisonous fumes. His skin is blistering where drops of venom have splashed on him. And with every swing of his sword, with every head he manages to sever, the situation gets worse. This wasn't combat. This was systematic psychological destruction. The Hydra was teaching Hercules that hope itself was his enemy, that the very act of trying to succeed was guaranteed to make him fail more spectacularly. And here's the detail that the sanitized versions always leave out. Hercules didn't figure out how to defeat the Hydra on his own. He was losing badly. The creature was about to kill him when his nephew Iolaus showed up and started cauterizing the neck stumps with burning brands, preventing new heads from growing. But even that moment of hope, that brief respite where victory seemed possible, was poisoned by the rules of the labors, because accepting help meant the task didn't count. Eurystheus could declare the labor invalid and force Hercules to start over with something even worse. So our hero had to make an impossible choice: die fighting the Hydra alone or survive with help and face the political consequences. Either way, he was being set up to lose. The system was rigged from the beginning, and everyone knew it except the man whose life was on the line. When Hercules finally did manage to defeat the Hydra, when the last head lay severed and cauterized at his feet, there was no celebration, because he knew what was coming. He knew that Eurystheus would find some excuse to invalidate the labor, some technicality that would turn his hard-won victory into another failure. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. The cowardly king declared that since Iolaus had helped with the cauterizing, the second labor didn't count. Hercules would have to complete an additional task to make up for this failure. The psychological cruelty of it was breathtaking. Think about what that did to a man who was already hanging on by a thread. He'd just survived something that should have killed him twice over. He'd outsmarted a creature specifically designed to be unbeatable. He'd proven that even when the odds were impossible, even when the very act of fighting made things worse, he could still find a way to win. And his reward? Being told it didn't matter. That all his suffering, all his ingenuity, all his desperate courage was worthless because of a technicality that everyone knew was manufactured specifically to hurt him. This is where the 12 labors revealed their true purpose. They weren't tests of strength or heroism. They were a masterclass in learned helplessness. A systematic program designed to teach the strongest man in the world that no matter what he did, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how much he sacrificed, it would never be enough. But it gets worse. Because the third labor, the Serene hind, was specifically designed to exploit the psychological damage from the first two. Where the Nemean lion had taught Hercules that his weapons were useless and the Hydra had taught him that his victories were meaningless, the Serene hind was going to teach him that his very nature as a hero was fundamentally wrong. See, this wasn't just any deer. This was a sacred animal, beloved by the goddess Artemis. It had golden horns and bronze hooves, and it could run faster than an arrow in flight. But here's the crucial detail that makes this labor so insidious. Hercules wasn't supposed to kill it. He was supposed to capture it alive. For a man whose entire identity was built around his strength, whose every instinct was to solve problems through force, this was psychological warfare at its most sophisticated. The task seemed simple on the surface. Just catch a deer. How hard could it be? But it was designed to be impossible for someone with Hercules' skill set. You can't strong-arm something that's faster than you. You can't intimidate something that's under divine protection. You can't muscle your way through a problem that requires patience, cunning, and delicacy. The Serene hind was going to force Hercules to confront the fact that everything he thought made him special, everything he relied on to define himself as a hero, was actually holding him back. That maybe the very traits that had once made him great were the same traits that had led to his family's death. Think about the symbolism of hunting something you're not allowed to harm, of pursuing something that stays forever just out of reach, of having to be gentle with something when your hands are still stained with the blood of your children. This wasn't just a labor, it was therapy designed by sadists, a forced confrontation with every aspect of Hercules' personality that had ever caused harm. And the worst part, it was going to take an entire year to complete. One full year of chasing something he couldn't catch, pursuing something he couldn't kill, trying to solve a problem that his greatest strengths only made worse. 12 months of being reminded daily that maybe, just maybe, the world would be better off if he simply didn't exist. But even that psychological torture paled in comparison to what was waiting for him after the Serene hind. Because the fourth labor, the Erymanthian boar, was going to force him to confront something even worse than his own inadequacy. It was going to force him to face the fact that the people he was trying to protect were terrified of him, that his very presence in their lives was a source of terror rather than comfort, that maybe the real monster in all these stories wasn't the creatures he was fighting, but the man who was strong enough to fight them. The Erymanthian boar lived on a mountain, and it was known for its incredible ferocity and size. But the truly insidious part of this labor wasn't the boar itself. It was what happened when Hercules brought it back alive, as instructed. King Eurystheus took one look at the massive, furious creature that Hercules had somehow managed to capture, and he literally hid in a bronze jar. A grown man, a king, reduced to cowering like a child because he was so terrified of what Hercules might do to him. And that's when our hero realized the horrible truth. It didn't matter that he was trying to atone for his sins. It didn't matter that he was following the gods' instructions to the letter. It didn't matter that he was doing everything possible to prove he was worthy of redemption. People would always see him as a monster. His strength, his divine heritage, his very existence was a source of fear for everyone around him. He wasn't becoming a hero through these labors. He was becoming more isolated, more alien, more fundamentally separated from the humanity he was trying to rejoin. The psychological impact of this realization would have been devastating. Here was a man who had already lost his family, who was desperately trying to find some way to make their deaths meaningful, discovering that his very efforts to become worthy of them were making him less human, not more. And that's when the true genius of the 12 labors became clear. They weren't just designed to kill Hercules physically, they were designed to kill him spiritually, to strip away every aspect of his identity until nothing was left but a weapon in human form, carrying out tasks for people who feared and despised him. The fifth labor was going to make this even worse, because the Augean stables weren't about fighting monsters or capturing magical creatures. They were about the most degrading, humiliating work imaginable for someone of Hercules' status. King Augeas owned 3,000 cattle, and their stables hadn't been cleaned in 30 years. The task was simple: shovel manure for months until every last bit of filth was gone. Imagine being the strongest man in the world, the son of Zeus, a hero whose name was known across the Mediterranean, and being told that your path to redemption runs through literal shit. that if you want to cleanse your soul, you first need to clean out cattle pens with your bare hands. The symbolism was as brutal as it was obvious. You think you're a hero? Prove it by doing the work of the lowest slave. You think your divine blood makes you special? Get on your knees and scrape cow dung off stable floors. But here's what made it even worse. This wasn't just about humiliation, it was about time. The other labors had been dangerous, but they'd been relatively quick. A few days, maybe a few weeks of intense suffering, and then it was over. The Augean stables were going to take months of backbreaking labor. Months of waking up every morning knowing that your day would be spent in filth. Months of going to bed reeking of manure and cow piss. Months of being reminded that this was what your life had become. And the whole time, while he was shoveling shit in a stable, Hercules would have been thinking about his children, about how they used to run to greet him when he came home, about how they'd wrinkle their noses if he came back from training smelling like sweat. What would they think of their father now? Would they even recognize the man who had once lifted them onto his shoulders, who had told them stories and sung them to sleep? Or would they see what everyone else saw, a broken creature, more beast than man, whose only value was his ability to complete tasks that no one else could survive? The psychological warfare embedded in the Augean stables was perhaps the most sophisticated yet, because it wasn't trying to kill Hercules quickly. It was trying to grind him down slowly, day by day, until he forgot what it felt like to have dignity. But even that wasn't the end of it, because when Hercules finally did complete the task, when he managed to clean 30 years worth of filth from those stables by redirecting 2 rivers to wash everything clean, King Augeas refused to pay him the promised reward. That's right, after months of degrading labor, after finding a solution so clever it should have been celebrated as a triumph of ingenuity over brute force, Hercules was cheated out of his payment and told that the labor didn't count because he'd used the rivers instead of doing it all by hand. Another technicality, another excuse to invalidate his suffering, another reminder that no matter what he did, no matter how creatively he solved the problems put in front of him, it would never be enough to satisfy the people judging him. By this point, 5 labors in, the pattern was becoming clear. The tasks themselves were just the surface layer of the torture. The real cruelty lay in the systematic destruction of hope, in the gradual erosion of any belief that redemption was actually possible. Each labor taught Hercules a new lesson in powerlessness. His weapons were useless, his victories were meaningless, his strength was feared rather than admired. His efforts were dismissed through manufactured technicalities, and his dignity could be stripped away through months of degrading labor that served no purpose except to break his spirit. And there were still 7 more labors to go, 7 more opportunities for the gods and their mortal servants to find new and creative ways to torture a man who had already lost everything that mattered to him. 7 more chances to prove that some sins were simply too great to be forgiven, no matter how much the sinner was willing to suffer. The 6th labor was waiting, and this time the cruelty would be even more refined, even more precisely targeted at the specific vulnerabilities that the previous 5 tasks had exposed and amplified. But that's a story for next time, because if you think the first 5 labors were brutal, you haven't seen anything yet. The Stymphalian birds were going to teach Hercules that sometimes the most dangerous enemies are the ones you can't even reach. And after that, well, let's just say that the remaining labors were designed by minds that had spent considerable time thinking about exactly how to break a hero's spirit while keeping his body functional enough to continue suffering. The 12 labors of Hercules weren't just difficult. They were a masterpiece of psychological torture disguised as a heroic journey, and we're only halfway through the nightmare. The 6th labor was the Stymphalian birds, and if you think the previous tasks were exercises in psychological warfare, this one was going to introduce a whole new level of sophisticated cruelty. Because up until now, at least Hercules could get close enough to his enemies to fight them. He could grapple with the Nemean lion. He could hack at the Hydra's heads. He could chase the Serene hind across mountains and valleys. But the Stymphalian birds, they lived in a swamp so poisonous that even approaching it meant death, and they could fly. Think about what that meant for someone whose entire identity was built around physical strength. Hercules could bench press a mountain, but what good is that when your enemies are circling overhead, raining down bronze-tipped feathers like arrows? What use is divine muscle when the battlefield is 3-dimensional and you're stuck on the ground? This wasn't just another impossible task. This was a systematic dismantling of everything that made Hercules feel like he had any control over his situation. The birds weren't just dangerous, they were untouchable, literally beyond his reach, and they knew it. The Stymphalian birds weren't ordinary creatures. They were monsters with beaks of bronze and metallic feathers sharp enough to pierce armor. They could launch those feathers like projectiles, turning the sky itself into a weapon. But here's what made them truly diabolical as opponents for Hercules specifically. They were intelligent enough to stay just out of range. Picture our hero standing at the edge of that toxic marsh, looking up at hundreds of these creatures circling overhead like vultures. They're close enough that he can see the malice in their eyes, close enough that their shadows pass over him as they wheel and turn, but far enough away that every weapon in his arsenal might as well be a child's toy. He could throw his spear with enough force to punch through a castle wall, but the birds would simply fly higher. He could shoot arrows until his quiver was empty, but they'd dance away from every shot like they were playing a game. And all the while, they'd be dropping their metallic feathers down on him, each one capable of killing a normal man. The psychological torture of this situation would have been exquisite. Hercules was being forced to confront his own helplessness while dodging death from above. Every missed shot was a reminder that his legendary skill meant nothing here. Every feather that whistled past his head was proof that he was no longer the hunter. He was the prey. And here's the cruelest part. The birds weren't trying to kill him quickly. They were playing with him, dropping just enough feathers to keep him moving, to keep him afraid, but not enough to end the torment. They wanted him to understand his new position in the natural order. They wanted him to feel small. For a man who had spent his entire life being the strongest person in any room, the most dangerous fighter on any battlefield, this was a special kind of hell. The birds were teaching him that there were forms of power he would never possess, that no amount of muscle could overcome the simple advantage of flight. But it gets worse. Because the swamp where the birds nested was so poisonous that Hercules couldn't even enter it to try a different approach. The very ground would kill him if he stepped on it. The air would burn his lungs if he breathed it. He was trapped on solid ground, looking up at enemies he couldn't reach, in a place he couldn't enter. The symbolism was devastating. Here was a man trying to cleanse himself of sin, trying to purify his soul, and he was being kept away from his goal by literal poison. The very air around his target was toxic. It was like the universe itself was telling him that some people are too contaminated to ever be clean. And that's when Athena showed up with her bronze castanets. Now you might think this was a moment of divine mercy. The goddess of wisdom taking pity on a suffering hero and giving him the tools he needed to succeed. But think about it from Hercules' perspective. Here was another reminder that he couldn't succeed on his own, that even his divine heritage wasn't enough, that he needed help from beings who could have ended his suffering at any time but chose not to. The castanets made a sound so terrible that it frightened the birds into flight, but even this apparent gift was poisoned with humiliation. Hercules, the mighty hero, the strongest man alive, was reduced to standing in a swamp, making noise with bronze clappers like some kind of demented street performer. The birds did flee when he rattled those castanets, rising in a great cloud from their poisonous marsh. And yes, some of them flew close enough for Hercules to shoot down with his arrows, but even in this moment of apparent victory, the message was clear. You are not a hero. You are a tool. You succeed only when the gods allow it, and only by methods that strip away your dignity. When Hercules returned to King Eurystheus with proof that the Stymphalian birds had been driven away, the coward was so terrified that he refused to come out of his bronze jar, because by now, the king was starting to realize what the gods had created. Each labor wasn't just making Hercules stronger, it was making him more desperate, more unpredictable, more alien to normal human society. The man who had once been a beloved hero was becoming something else entirely, something that even cowards like Eurystheus could sense was fundamentally wrong. The labors weren't redeeming Hercules, they were transforming him into a weapon of divine will, powered by grief and sustained by the increasingly faint hope that suffering might somehow lead to forgiveness. And that transformation was about to accelerate dramatically. Because the seventh labor would take Hercules away from Greece entirely, sending him to the island of Crete to face the Cretan bull. This wasn't just another monster to defeat. This was exile disguised as a quest. Think about the psychological impact of being sent away from your homeland to complete a task. Every other labor had at least taken place in familiar territory, among people who spoke your language and worshipped your gods. But Crete? That was foreign soil, a place where Hercules would be even more isolated, even more cut off from anything that might remind him of who he used to be. The Cretan bull was no ordinary creature. It was the same bull that had fathered the Minotaur, a beast so powerful and wild that it was terrorizing the entire island. King Minos had asked Poseidon for a sign of divine favor, and the god had sent this magnificent white bull from the sea. But when Minos refused to sacrifice it as promised, Poseidon cursed the animal with uncontrollable rage. So here was Hercules, already psychologically shattered by 6 previous labors, being sent to capture a creature that was literally divinely cursed with fury. A bull that was probably feeling exactly the same rage and betrayal that Hercules himself felt toward the gods. The parallels would not have been lost on our hero. Here was another being that had been used by the gods for their own purposes, then abandoned when it was no longer convenient. Another creature whose strength had been turned into a curse rather than a blessing. Another victim of divine manipulation, lashing out at a world that had betrayed it. Fighting the Cretan bull wasn't just about physical combat. It was about confronting a mirror image of his own rage and despair, about wrestling with a creature that represented everything he was trying not to become. Because that bull, magnificent and terrible in its fury, was what happened when divine favor turned into divine abandonment. The fight itself must have been brutal beyond description. Hercules had learned by now that brute strength alone wasn't enough for these labors. But with the bull, there was no clever trick to discover, no divine assistance to hope for. It was just 2 incredibly powerful beings, both touched by divine curse, trying to destroy each other in the dust of a foreign land. And when Hercules finally managed to subdue the creature, when he wrestled it into submission with his bare hands and bound it with chains, what did he feel? Victory? Relief? Or just the hollow recognition that he had defeated another victim of the same gods who were tormenting him? The journey back to Greece with the captured bull would have been its own form of torture. Days or weeks of travel, constantly guarding a creature that wanted nothing more than to kill him, reminded every moment of the rage and betrayal that he was carrying inside himself. The bull's fury was a constant mirror of his own inner state. And when he finally delivered the beast to Eurystheus, when he completed the 7th labor and stood waiting for the next impossible task, Hercules would have realized something truly horrifying. He was becoming like the bull, a creature of immense power, driven by forces beyond his control, dangerous to everyone around him. The 8th labor was waiting, and it would force him to confront that realization head-on, because the mares of Diomedes weren't just wild horses. They were carnivorous monsters that had been fed human flesh until they were utterly mad with bloodlust. And capturing them would require Hercules to become exactly the kind of monster he was trying to atone for being. King Diomedes of Thrace had turned his horses into weapons of terror, feeding them the flesh of his enemies until they developed a taste for human blood. They were kept chained with bronze chains because iron wasn't strong enough to hold them. Their breath was said to be flame, and their hooves could shatter stone. But here's what made this labor truly insidious. Hercules couldn't just defeat these creatures. He had to capture them alive and bring them back, which meant he had to become their master. He had to take control of beasts that had been trained to kill and devour human beings. Think about the psychological implications of that task for a man who had killed his own children in a fit of madness. Hercules was being forced to take command of creatures that embodied his worst fears about himself. Monsters that had been created through systematic exposure to violence and death. The only way to control the mares was to feed them. And what did they eat? Human flesh. So in order to complete this labor, Hercules would have to either kill someone to feed them or sacrifice himself as their meal. Either way, the task was designed to force him to confront the fundamental question that had been haunting him since the beginning. Was he a hero trying to redeem himself? Or was he just another monster that the world would be better off without? The ancient sources suggest that Hercules solved this problem by feeding King Diomedes himself to the mares. The man who had created these monsters became their final meal, and once they had devoured their former master, they became calm enough to be captured. But think about what that means. In order to complete his 8th labor, Hercules had to commit murder. Cold-blooded, calculated murder. He had to take a human life not in the heat of battle or in a moment of divine madness, but as a deliberate choice to accomplish his goal. The eighth labor didn't just require him to capture monsters, it required him to become one. And that's when the true purpose of the 12 labors finally became clear. They weren't designed to redeem Hercules. They were designed to corrupt him so thoroughly that redemption would become impossible. Each task was carefully crafted to force him to compromise his principles, to abandon his humanity, to become exactly the kind of creature that deserved to be punished. The gods weren't offering him a path to forgiveness. They were creating evidence that he was beyond forgiveness. Every labor was another step away from the man he used to be and toward the monster they wanted him to become. By the time Hercules returned from Thrace with the man-eating mares, he was no longer the same person who had started this journey. The guilt over his family's death had been joined by guilt over all the violence he had committed in the name of redemption. The man who had once been driven by love for his children was now motivated by nothing more than stubborn refusal to give the gods the satisfaction of seeing him break. But he was breaking anyway, just more slowly than they had hoped, and the ninth labor would push him even further toward the edge. Because the belt of Hippolyta wasn't just another impossible task. It was a trap specifically designed to destroy the last vestiges of honor and nobility that Hercules still carried. It would force him to confront what he had become and what he was willing to do to achieve his goals. The Amazon queen Hippolyta was a warrior, a leader, a woman who commanded respect through strength and skill. She was, in many ways, what Hercules used to be before the labors began transforming him into something else, and the gods were about to use that similarity to destroy them both. But that's where we'll continue next time, because the story of how a hero's quest for redemption became a systematic program of corruption is far from over. We're about to enter the final phase of the 12 labors, where the psychological torture would reach its peak and Hercules would be forced to choose between his humanity and his desperate need for forgiveness. The 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th labors weren't just tasks. They were the final examination in what it meant to fall from grace. And by the time they were finished, the man who completed them would bear no resemblance to the hero who had started the journey. The transformation was almost complete, and the gods were very pleased with their work. The 9th labor was supposed to be different. For the first time since this nightmare began, Hercules wasn't being sent to fight a monster or capture some impossible creature. He was being sent to retrieve a belt, a simple piece of leather and gold worn by Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. On the surface, it seemed almost insultingly easy after everything he'd endured. No venomous breath to dodge, no regenerating heads to cauterize, no swamp full of poison to navigate. Just sail to the land of the Amazons, ask a warrior queen for her belt, and sail home. What could possibly go wrong? Everything. Because this wasn't really about the belt at all. This was about forcing Hercules to destroy the one person he'd met in years who might actually understand what he was going through. See, Queen Hippolyta wasn't just another ruler sitting on a throne, surrounded by luxury and protected by others. She was a warrior. She'd earned her position through strength, skill, and the kind of hard-won respect that can't be bought or inherited. She knew what it meant to carry the weight of other people's lives on her shoulders. When Hercules arrived in the land of the Amazons, something unprecedented happened. Hippolyta listened to his story. Not the sanitized version that people whispered in taverns, but the real story. The guilt, the madness, the impossible tasks, the systematic humiliation. She heard about the technicalities and the manufactured failures and the way each labor had been designed to chip away another piece of his soul. And she understood, because she'd faced her own impossible choices, her own moments where doing the right thing required sacrificing everything she held dear. She recognized the look in his eyes, the particular kind of exhaustion that comes from carrying burdens that no one else can even comprehend. For the first time since his family died, Hercules found himself talking to someone who didn't flinch when he approached, someone who wasn't afraid of his strength or intimidated by his reputation, someone who looked at him and saw a person instead of a weapon or a monster or a cautionary tale. Hippolyta could have simply given him the belt. The ancient sources suggest that she was actually willing to do exactly that. She understood that he was trapped in a system designed to destroy him, and she had no desire to be part of that destruction. But the gods couldn't allow that to happen. Because if Hercules completed a labor through compassion and understanding, if he succeeded because someone showed him kindness instead of fear, it would undermine the entire psychological program they'd constructed. It would suggest that redemption might actually be possible through human connection rather than divine punishment. So Hera intervened. She whispered to the Amazon warriors that Hercules was there to kidnap their queen, that his story about needing the belt was just a cover for a more sinister purpose, that this legendary hero was really just another man who saw powerful women as prizes to be claimed. Think about the cruel genius of this manipulation. Hera didn't lie exactly. She just twisted the truth in a way that made it impossible for anyone to act with compassion. The Amazons, protective of their queen and naturally suspicious of strange men claiming to need something from them, prepared for battle. And Hercules, seeing armed warriors surrounding him, assumed he was facing another impossible combat scenario, another test where he'd have to fight his way to victory against overwhelming odds. The battle that followed wasn't glorious, it wasn't heroic, it was a tragedy orchestrated by divine manipulation, where two groups of essentially good people slaughtered each other based on manufactured mistrust and carefully planted fears. Hippolyta died in that battle, the one person who might have shown Hercules that redemption was possible, who might have offered him a different path forward, was killed by the very system that was supposed to be helping him atone for his sins. And here's the most devastating part. Hercules had to take her belt from her corpse. This symbol of authority and strength, this piece of her identity that she'd earned through years of leadership and sacrifice, became just another trophy in his collection of completed labors. The ninth task wasn't just about retrieving an object, it was about teaching Hercules that human connection was a luxury he could no longer afford, that anyone who showed him kindness would be destroyed by the forces that controlled his fate. That isolation wasn't just a consequence of his situation, it was a requirement. When he returned to Eurystheus with Hippolyta's belt, the cowardly king didn't even acknowledge the tragedy that had unfolded. He didn't ask about the battle or the deaths or the waste of a brilliant leader's life. He just checked the belt off his list and moved on to the 10th labor, because by now the pattern was so established that no one even pretended this was about justice anymore. Hercules was a weapon being aimed at targets, and the collateral damage was just part of the cost of doing business with the gods. The 10th labor would make this even more explicit, because the cattle of Geryon would take Hercules to the literal edge of the world, as far from home and humanity as it was possible to go. And the creature he'd face there wouldn't just be another monster to defeat. Geryon was a giant with 3 bodies, 6 arms, and 3 heads, but more importantly, he was a king, a ruler who had done nothing wrong except possess something that Eurystheus wanted. The cattle weren't monsters that needed to be stopped or threats that needed to be neutralized. They were just valuable animals owned by someone who had the misfortune of being weaker than Hercules. This wasn't even pretending to be about heroism anymore. This was theft, armed robbery on a cosmic scale, and everyone involved knew it. The journey to Geryon's island took Hercules across the Mediterranean and beyond, to the very pillars of the world where the ocean met the sky. He traveled alone as always, carrying the weight of 9 completed labors and the growing certainty that he was no longer the man he used to be. Along the way, he had to fight his way through tribes and monsters and natural disasters. Not because these were part of his assigned task, but because the world had learned to fear him. His reputation preceded him now, and people attacked him on sight rather than risk what he might do to them. Every battle was another reminder of what he'd become. Every death was another weight on his conscience. Every mile traveled was another step away from any possibility of returning to a normal life. When he finally reached Geryon's island, when he faced the 3-bodied giant and his monstrous 2-headed dog Orthrus, Hercules wasn't fighting to protect anyone. He wasn't saving innocence or stopping evil. He was committing murder for the sake of livestock theft. The battle was brutal and one-sided. Geryon was strong, but he was fighting alone against a man who had been systematically trained by divine torture to kill anything that stood between him and his goals. The giant's 3 bodies meant nothing against arrows that could punch through bronze, and his kingdom fell in a single afternoon. Hercules drove the stolen cattle back across the known world, fighting off everyone who tried to stop him or reclaim what he'd taken. Because by now, that's what he'd become, a thief who killed anyone who tried to interfere with his theft. The psychological impact of this realization must have been crushing. Here was a man who had started this journey desperate to atone for killing his family, and now he was murdering innocent people to steal their property. The labors weren't redeeming him. They were turning him into exactly the kind of monster that heroes were supposed to stop. But he couldn't quit. Because quitting meant admitting that his children had died for nothing. That all the suffering he'd endured, all the people he'd killed, all the bridges he'd burned had been pointless. The sunk cost fallacy had become a psychological prison, and the gods held the only key. The 11th labor would make this even worse, because the golden apples of the Hesperides weren't just guarded by a dragon. They belonged to the gods themselves. Stealing them would require Hercules to commit the ultimate act of rebellion against the very beings who controlled his fate. But here's the truly diabolical part. The gods wanted him to steal from them. They were setting up a scenario where Hercules would be forced to betray his divine heritage, to attack the cosmic order that he was supposedly trying to rejoin through his labors. It was the perfect trap. If he refused to steal the apples, he'd fail the labor and remain trapped in his cycle of punishment. But if he succeeded, he'd be a thief who had robbed the gods themselves. Either way, he'd be proving that he was unworthy of redemption. The garden where the apples grew was at the edge of the world, guarded by Atlas's daughters and a dragon that never slept. But reaching it would require Hercules to torture information out of Nereus, the old man of the sea. Another act of violence against an innocent, another step away from anything resembling heroism. And when he finally did reach the garden, when he stood before the tree that bore golden fruit in defiance of all natural law, Hercules faced a choice that would define the rest of his existence. He could take the apples himself, accepting full responsibility for the theft and the betrayal it represented. Or he could trick Atlas into doing it for him, making the Titan complicit in his own cosmic crime. The ancient sources tell us he chose trickery, that he convinced Atlas to retrieve the apples while he temporarily held up the heavens, then tricked the Titan into taking the burden back. It was clever, it was effective. It was also the act of a man who had completely abandoned any pretense of honor or nobility. Hercules wasn't just stealing from the gods, he was manipulating another victim of divine punishment into helping him do it. By the time he returned with the golden apples, Hercules had traveled to the literal edge of existence and back. He'd tortured innocents, murdered a king, stolen sacred objects, and betrayed the trust of another being who was trapped in divine punishment. And his reward, being told that there was one more labor waiting, one final task that would supposedly complete his journey and grant him the redemption he'd been seeking for over a decade. The 12th labor was going to be special. Because this time, Eurystheus wasn't just trying to kill Hercules, he was trying to damn him. The task would require our hero to descend into the underworld itself and steal death's own guardian. Cerberus, the three-headed dog that guarded the gates of Hades, wasn't just another monster. It was the boundary between life and death, between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Stealing it would require Hercules to violate the most fundamental law of existence. But here's what makes this labor the most psychologically devastating of all. In order to enter the underworld, Hercules would have to face his family. The wife and children he'd killed in his divine madness would be there, in the realm of the dead, and he'd have to walk past them to reach his target. Imagine that moment. After 12 years of torture disguised as redemption, after becoming everything he'd once fought against, Hercules would finally see Megara and their children again. They'd be right there, close enough to touch, and he wouldn't be able to stay with them because he still had a job to finish, a dog to steal from the god of death himself. The 12th labor wasn't just about proving that Hercules could go anywhere and take anything. It was about forcing him to choose between his love for his family and his desperate need to complete the system that was supposedly going to reunite them. It was the ultimate test of how thoroughly the labors had corrupted him. Would he stop when he saw his children's faces? Would he abandon his quest and accept whatever punishment the gods chose to inflict? Or would he walk past them, ignore their presence, and complete his mission like the weapon he'd been trained to become? The answer to that question would determine not just whether Hercules completed his 12 labors, but whether there was anything left of the man who had started this journey. Whether the person who emerged from the underworld would be a redeemed hero or just another monster wearing a hero's name. And that's where we'll pick up next time. Because the descent into Hades wasn't just the final labor. It was the final examination in what it meant to fall from grace. And the man who returned from that journey would bear no resemblance to the loving father who had once sung lullabies to his children. The 12 labors were almost complete, and Hercules was almost gone. The descent into the underworld wasn't just a journey to another place, it was a journey to another state of being entirely. Because when you're already dead inside, when you've systematically murdered every aspect of your former self through 11 labors of increasing brutality, physically crossing into the realm of the dead becomes almost anticlimactic. But the gods weren't done with their psychological masterpiece yet. They had saved the cruelest twist for last. See, most heroes who descended into Hades had guides. Orpheus had his lyre to charm the guardians. Aeneas had the Sibyl to show him the way. Even Odysseus had specific rituals and sacrifices that would protect him from the worst horrors of the underworld. Hercules, he was sent alone. No guide, no protection, no divine assistance. Just a man so broken by guilt and violence that the gods figured he'd fit right in among the damned. The entrance to the underworld wasn't some grand gateway or mystical portal. It was a cave, a dark, unremarkable hole in the ground that breathed out the cold air of eternity. Standing at its mouth, Hercules would have felt that chill seeping into his bones, carrying with it the whispers of every soul that had ever died. And among those whispers, if he listened carefully, he might have heard familiar voices. The laughter of children who would never grow up, the voice of a wife who had trusted him to protect her. The psychological impact of that moment would have been staggering. Here was a man who had spent 12 years trying to earn the right to join his family in death, and now he was voluntarily entering the realm where they waited. But he wasn't going there to stay with them. He was going there to commit one final act of theft and violence. The irony was so perfect it could only have been designed by divine minds. Hercules' quest to atone for his family's death was going to require him to ignore them one more time. As he descended through the layers of the underworld, past the rivers of fire and sorrow, past the fields where the ordinary dead wandered in confusion, Hercules would have been surrounded by the consequences of violence. Every soul there had died somehow, and many of them had died violently. Some had been murdered by bandits, others had fallen in wars they didn't understand for causes they didn't believe in. Still others had been killed by heroes seeking glory, fame, or redemption. Heroes like him. The deeper he went, the more familiar the dead would have become, not because he recognized individual faces, but because he recognized the types. Warriors who had died for other people's ambitions. Kings who had been assassinated for political convenience. Innocent bystanders who had simply been in the wrong place when powerful people decided to solve their problems with violence. And at the very bottom, in the deepest part of Hades, where the worst sinners were punished for eternity, Hercules would have found his peers. Other people who had committed unforgivable acts and spent their afterlives paying for them. Tantalus, forever reaching for fruit that disappeared when he tried to grasp it, punished for killing his own son and serving the child's flesh to the gods. Sisyphus, eternally pushing a boulder up a mountain only to watch it roll back down, condemned for his arrogance and cruelty toward visitors. These weren't monsters. They were people who had made choices, terrible choices, and now spent eternity confronting the consequences. They were what Hercules would become if his quest for redemption failed, but they were also what he had already become through his quest for redemption. Think about the parallel between Tantalus and Hercules. Both had killed their children. Both were being tortured by the gods as punishment. The only difference was that Tantalus had accepted his fate, while Hercules was still pretending that more violence might somehow balance the scales. The encounter with Cerberus should have been the climax of the entire 12-labor sequence. This wasn't some random monster terrorizing a village. This was one of the fundamental forces that kept the universe functioning properly. Cerberus didn't guard the underworld because it was evil or chaotic. It guarded the underworld because the boundary between life and death needed to be maintained. By stealing Cerberus, Hercules would be attacking the cosmic order itself. He'd be declaring that his personal need for redemption was more important than the fundamental laws that governed existence. And here's what makes this even more psychologically devastating. Hades, the god of the underworld, didn't try to stop him. According to the ancient sources, Hades actually gave Hercules permission to borrow Cerberus, with one condition. He had to subdue the beast without using any weapons. Think about what that meant. The god of death was basically saying, sure, you can steal my guardian dog and potentially collapse the boundary between life and death. Just prove that you can do it with your bare hands. It wasn't a test of strength. It was a test of how far Hercules had fallen, how completely he'd been transformed from a protector into a destroyer, because a real hero, a person who still had some connection to their moral compass, would have refused. They would have said, "You know what? I've done enough damage. I'm not going to risk the fundamental structure of reality just because I can't live with my guilt." But Hercules didn't refuse. He grabbed that three-headed dog and wrestled it into submission, just like he'd done with the Nemean lion 12 years earlier. Except this time, he wasn't fighting to protect anyone. He was fighting to complete a collection of stolen trophies that would supposedly prove he was worthy of forgiveness. The struggle with Cerberus wasn't just physical, it was existential. Here was a creature whose entire purpose was to maintain the boundary between life and death, being overpowered by a man who had spent over a decade refusing to accept that some boundaries can't be crossed. When Hercules finally emerged from the underworld, dragging the three-headed dog behind him like some grotesque prize, he had completed the impossible. He had finished all 12 labors. He had done everything the oracle at Delphi had demanded of him. And his reward? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because here's the final, crushing truth about the 12 labors of Hercules. They were never designed to lead to redemption. They were designed to prove that redemption was impossible. Every task had been carefully crafted to force Hercules to become more violent, more isolated, more divorced from human morality. The labors hadn't cleansed him of his sins. They had multiplied them exponentially. By the time he stood before King Eurystheus with Cerberus at his side, Hercules had become exactly what the gods wanted him to be, a weapon of mass destruction that could be pointed at any target, no matter how innocent or sacred, and trusted to complete the job without question. The cowardly king took one look at the three-headed dog and immediately ordered Hercules to return it to the underworld. Because even Eurystheus, for all his petty cruelty, understood that some lines shouldn't be crossed, that some boundaries existed for the protection of everyone. But Hercules had already crossed those lines. He'd proven that he was willing to steal from the gods themselves, to violate the fundamental laws of existence, to ignore his own family in pursuit of a redemption that had never been real. When he returned Cerberus to Hades and emerged from the underworld for the second time, Hercules was technically free. His sentence was complete. His labors were finished. The oracle's conditions had been met, but freedom meant nothing to a man who no longer existed. The person who had started this journey, the loving father who had wanted nothing more than to atone for his family's death, was gone. In his place was something else entirely, something that wore his name and carried his memories but bore no resemblance to the man he used to be. The 12 labors had been a success. Not because they had redeemed Hercules, but because they had destroyed him so completely that redemption was no longer possible. And that's the real tragedy of this story. Not that a hero fell from grace, but that his fall was orchestrated by the very beings who were supposed to represent justice and mercy. The gods didn't want Hercules to atone for his sins. They wanted to use those sins as an excuse to create the perfect weapon. Someone strong enough to do anything, broken enough to never question orders, and isolated enough to never develop loyalties that might interfere with his usefulness. The man who emerged from the 12 labors wasn't a hero, he was a monster wearing a hero's reputation. And the most horrifying part? He was exactly what the world had always secretly wanted him to be. Because deep down, in the darkest parts of human nature, people don't really want their heroes to be moral or just or kind. They want them to be effective. They want someone who can solve their problems through violence while allowing them to maintain the comfortable fiction that they're still the good guys. Hercules had become that solution, a man who could commit any atrocity, cross any line, violate any principle, all while carrying the label of hero, the perfect weapon for imperfect people who needed terrible things done but didn't want to dirty their own hands. The 12 labors weren't just the story of one man's fall from grace. They were a blueprint for how to systematically destroy someone's humanity, while convincing them that they're on a path to redemption. They were a masterclass in psychological manipulation, designed by minds that understood exactly how to exploit guilt, hope, and desperation to transform a protector into a predator. And they worked perfectly. By the time Hercules completed his 12th labor, he was no longer capable of the kind of moral reasoning that might have led him to question his orders. He'd been trained, through years of carefully escalating trauma, to see violence as the solution to every problem and obedience as the highest virtue. The gods had created their perfect servant, someone who would never say no, never ask uncomfortable questions, and never develop inconvenient scruples about collateral damage. And the most tragic part? Hercules probably still believed he was the hero of his own story. After everything he'd been through, after all the innocent blood on his hands, he likely still thought that somewhere, somehow, his suffering had meaning, that his family's death had been given purpose through his pain, that the 12 labors had transformed him into something worthy of redemption rather than something that needed to be stopped. But the truth was simpler and more terrible than that. The 12 labors had succeeded beyond the gods' wildest dreams. They had taken a man capable of love and mercy and twisted him into something that knew only duty and violence. They had created a hero who would never hesitate to destroy whatever stood between him and his goals, no matter how innocent or sacred. They had built the perfect monster and convinced him that he was saving the world. And that's why the 12 labors of Hercules sucked, not because they were difficult or dangerous or unfair, though they were all of those things. They sucked because they worked exactly as intended, because they took everything good and noble and human about their victim and systematically destroyed it, while convincing him that the destruction was necessary for his salvation. The 12 labors were the perfect crime, a murder disguised as a mercy, the systematic destruction of a human soul packaged as a heroic journey. And the man who completed them was both the victim and the weapon, both the sacrifice and the monster created by that sacrifice. Hercules survived the 12 labors, but the person he used to be did not. And that's the real horror of this story. Not that a hero could fall so far, but that his fall could be orchestrated so completely that he never even realized he was falling. The 12 labors weren't just cruel, they were perfect, and their perfection was the most terrifying thing of all. The aftermath of the 12 labors should have been Hercules' moment of triumph. He'd done the impossible not once, but 12 times. He'd faced every nightmare the gods could conjure and emerged victorious. By any reasonable measure, he should have been celebrated, honored, finally granted the peace he'd been seeking for over a decade. Instead, he found himself standing in an empty courtyard, holding the chains that had bound Cerberus, staring at King Eurystheus, who was still cowering in his bronze jar like a frightened child. The coward who had sent him on this journey of systematic destruction couldn't even look him in the eye now that it was over. "The labors are complete," Hercules said, and his voice was different now, flatter, emptied of everything that had once made it human. "I've done everything you demanded, everything the oracle commanded. I'm free." But even as he said the words, Hercules knew they were a lie, because freedom implies having somewhere to go, someone to be, some purpose beyond the next impossible task, and he had none of those things. The man who had started this journey had been driven by love, even in his grief. Love for his family, desperate hope that their deaths might somehow be given meaning. But love requires the capacity to connect with other people, and that capacity had been systematically stripped away, labor by labor, until nothing remained but the mechanical ability to identify problems and solve them through violence. Where do you go when you've spent 12 years learning that every human interaction is either a threat to be neutralized or a resource to be exploited? How do you rebuild connections with people when your very presence terrifies them, when your reputation precedes you like a plague wind? Eurystheus finally found the courage to peek over the rim of his bronze jar, and what he saw there made him duck back down immediately. Because the thing standing in his courtyard wasn't the broken, guilt-ridden man who had accepted the first labor 12 years ago. This was something else entirely, something that had learned to solve problems by breaking them into smaller pieces until they stopped being problems. "Go," the king whispered from inside his hiding place. "You're free, just go." And Hercules went, not because he knew where he was going, but because standing still would have required him to think about what he'd become. Movement was easier. Movement was familiar. He'd been moving from task to task for so long that it had become his natural state. But here's what the ancient storytellers never really explored. What happens to a weapon when it's no longer needed? What becomes of a perfect killer when there are no more sanctioned targets? Hercules wandered through Greece like a plague looking for somewhere to settle. Every city he approached had heard the stories. They knew what he was capable of, what he'd done in the name of redemption. Some places tried to honor him, to celebrate his legendary achievements. Others simply closed their gates and hoped he'd move on. Both responses had the same effect. They reminded him that he was no longer part of the world he'd supposedly been trying to rejoin. He existed in a space between monster and hero, too dangerous for normal society, but too useful to be destroyed. The psychological impact of this isolation would have been crushing for anyone who still retained the capacity for normal human emotion. But Hercules had been trained out of that capacity. He'd learned to interpret loneliness as tactical advantage, fear as respect, isolation as independence. It was a perfect defense mechanism for someone who could no longer afford to feel the full weight of what he'd lost. Because if he'd allowed himself to truly comprehend the magnitude of his transformation, if he'd faced the reality of what the labors had done to him, the knowledge would have destroyed what little remained of his sanity. So instead, he did what he'd been trained to do. He looked for problems to solve. And in the ancient world, there were always problems that required the kind of solution only Hercules could provide. Wars that needed ending through strategic application of overwhelming force. Monsters that needed killing because no one else was strong enough to kill them. Tyrants who needed removing because their crimes had finally outweighed their political usefulness. Each new task was easier than the last, not because the challenges were simpler, but because Hercules had been perfected as an instrument of destruction. He no longer wasted time on moral calculations or emotional hesitation. He simply identified the target, developed an approach, and executed with mechanical precision. The people who hired him called him a hero. The people who feared him called him a monster. But neither label meant anything to him anymore because both required the kind of self-awareness that the labors had systematically eliminated. He was neither hero nor monster. He was a function, a force of nature in human form, as inevitable and impersonal as an earthquake or a flood. And that's perhaps the most disturbing aspect of what the 12 labors had accomplished. They hadn't just destroyed Hercules' capacity for moral reasoning. They'd made that destruction feel natural, even necessary, because a weapon that stops to consider the ethics of its use is a weapon that might hesitate at the crucial moment. The gods had created something perfect in its imperfection. A being powerful enough to reshape the world according to divine will, but empty enough to never question whether that will was just or wise. But perfection, even twisted perfection, comes with its own problems, because a weapon that never questions orders is also a weapon that never refuses them. And in the hands of beings as capricious and petty as the Greek gods, that kind of absolute obedience was bound to create new disasters. The post-labor period of Hercules' life reads like a catalog of increasingly senseless violence. Wars started over perceived slights, cities destroyed because their kings had offended the wrong immortal. Innocent people caught in divine crossfire and eliminated with the same mechanical efficiency he'd once reserved for genuine monsters. Each new atrocity was justified by the same logic that had driven the original 12 labors: service to the gods, obedience to divine will. The greater good as defined by beings who had never experienced genuine consequence for their actions. And through it all, Hercules continued to be celebrated as a hero, because the alternative, acknowledging what he'd actually become, would have required confronting some very uncomfortable truths about the nature of power, justice, and the price of creating perfect weapons. It's easier to maintain the fiction that violence in service of the right cause is inherently noble. That strength wielded by the proper authorities is automatically just, that someone who has suffered enough has earned the right to make others suffer in return. These comfortable lies allowed society to continue using Hercules, while pretending that they weren't complicit in what he'd become. They could point to his legendary status, his divine parentage, his tragic backstory, and convince themselves that the monster in their midst was actually their protector. But monsters don't stop being monsters just because you call them heroes. And weapons don't become less dangerous just because you convince yourself that you're pointing them at acceptable targets. The 12 labors had created a perfect storm of psychological damage, social enablement, and divine manipulation. The result was a being capable of unlimited destruction, convinced of his own righteousness, and surrounded by people too frightened or too invested in his usefulness to challenge his actions. It was a formula for catastrophe, and catastrophe was exactly what the ancient world got. Because the story of Hercules doesn't end with the completion of his labors. It continues through decades of increasingly unhinged violence, justified by an ever-expanding definition of divine justice, and enabled by a society that had forgotten how to say no to its own weapons. The man who had once sung lullabies to his children became something that children were taught to fear in their bedtime stories. The protector became the thing that needed to be protected against. The hero became the monster that future heroes would have to stop. And the most tragic part? He never saw it coming. The psychological conditioning of the 12 labors had been so thorough, so perfectly calibrated, that Hercules genuinely believed he was still the same person who had accepted that first impossible task. He carried the same name, the same memories, the same desperate hope that somewhere, somehow, his suffering had meaning. But the person those things had once belonged to was gone, replaced by something that could wear his identity without ever understanding what it had lost. The 12 labors of Hercules weren't just cruel, they were a masterpiece of psychological warfare, disguised as a redemption arc and packaged as heroic legend. They took a man who was capable of love, mercy, and genuine moral reasoning and transformed him into something that knew only duty, violence, and the mechanical pursuit of ever more distant goals. They succeeded so completely that their victim never even realized he'd been destroyed. He spent the rest of his life believing he was becoming a better person, while actually becoming something that would have horrified the man he used to be. And perhaps that's the most disturbing lesson of all, that the most effective way to destroy someone isn't to break them quickly and obviously. It's to convince them that their destruction is actually their salvation, to make them complicit in their own annihilation by framing it as a journey toward something better. The 12 labors didn't just suck because they were impossible, dangerous, or unfair. They sucked because they worked, because they took everything human about their victim and convinced him to throw it away, piece by piece, in pursuit of a redemption that was never real, because they created the perfect monster and made him believe he was becoming the perfect hero, and because they did it so skillfully, so completely, that even today, thousands of years later, we still tell the story as if it were inspirational rather than horrific. The 12 labors of Hercules weren't a heroic journey. They were a murder disguised as a makeover, and their success was the most terrifying thing of all. That's the story they don't want you to hear, the real story behind one of mythology's most celebrated heroes. Because when you strip away the sanitized retellings and Hollywood heroics, when you look past the marble statues and inspirational quotes, what you find is something far darker and more disturbing than anyone wants to admit. The 12 labors weren't a triumph of the human spirit. They were a systematic program of psychological destruction, carried out with surgical precision by beings who understood exactly how to break a person while convincing them they were being healed. And here's what makes this story so relevant today. We live in a world that still celebrates this kind of transformation. We still tell stories about broken people who find redemption through violence. We still believe that suffering enough, enduring enough, sacrificing enough will somehow balance the scales of justice. We still create systems that promise salvation through systematic dehumanization, that tell people their pain has purpose, their trauma has meaning, their destruction is actually reconstruction. The 12 labors are everywhere around us, wearing different names and different costumes, but operating on the same fundamental principle, that the right kind of suffering, applied in the right doses, can transform monsters into heroes. But Hercules' story teaches us something different. It shows us what actually happens when you try to build redemption on a foundation of escalating violence. When you convince someone that their humanity is a weakness to be overcome rather than a strength to be preserved. The man who completed those 12 labors wasn't redeemed. He was weaponized. He wasn't healed. He was hollowed out and refilled with purpose that served everyone except himself. And the most tragic part, he was grateful for it. Right up until the end, Hercules believed that his transformation was a gift rather than a curse. That losing his capacity for love and mercy and moral reasoning had made him stronger rather than emptier. He died as he had lived after the labors, serving purposes that weren't his own, fighting battles that weren't his to fight, convinced that his suffering had meaning when in reality it had simply been profitable for the beings who orchestrated it. The poison that killed him, derived from the blood of the Hydra he'd defeated in his second labor, was perhaps the perfect metaphor for his entire post-labor existence. Even in death, he was being destroyed by the consequences of tasks he'd completed in the name of redemption. The circular nature of it would have been beautiful if it weren't so horrible. The weapon he'd used to defeat the Hydra eventually became the weapon that defeated him. The violence he'd committed in service of purification became the agent of his final corruption. But even then, even as the poison burned through his veins and he built his own funeral pyre, Hercules maintained the fiction that his suffering had purpose, that his pain was payment for some cosmic debt that would eventually be settled in his favor. The gods, of course, had one final manipulation waiting. As Hercules burned on Mount Weda, they lifted him up to Olympus and granted him immortality, not as a reward, but as the ultimate proof that their program had worked perfectly. Because what did they give him immortality as? Not as the loving father he'd once been, not as the person who might have grown and changed and found genuine redemption through human connection and moral development. They made him immortal as the weapon he'd become, as the perfect servant who would never question orders, never refuse tasks, never develop inconvenient loyalties or moral qualms. They gave him eternal life as the thing that had replaced the man they'd systematically destroyed, and they called it a happy ending. That's the real horror of the 12 labors of Hercules. Not that they were cruel or unfair or impossible, though they were all those things. The horror lies in how completely they succeeded at their actual purpose. They created the perfect weapon and convinced everyone, including the weapon itself, that this was actually a rescue operation. They committed the perfect murder and got their victim to thank them for it. They destroyed everything human about a man who was capable of genuine love and growth and replaced it with something that could only function as an instrument of divine will. And they did it so skillfully that we're still telling the story as if it were inspirational. The 12 labors of Hercules didn't just suck for the man who endured them, they suck for all of us because they represent the blueprint for how power transforms people into tools. How systems convince individuals that their dehumanization is actually their elevation. How societies create monsters and call them heroes. Every time we celebrate someone who has been broken by their service to causes larger than themselves, we're perpetuating the same lie that killed Hercules long before the poison touched his skin. Every time we tell stories about redemption through violence, about healing through harm, about salvation through systematic destruction of the self, we're spreading the same psychological virus that turned a loving father into a perfect weapon. The 12 labors aren't ancient history. They're a contemporary manual for how to destroy people while convincing them they're being saved. And until we learn to recognize them for what they actually are, until we stop celebrating the transformation of humans into tools, we'll keep creating our own versions of Hercules. People who have been so thoroughly convinced that their humanity is expendable that they'll sacrifice it gladly in service of purposes that were never their own. People who mistake their destruction for their development, their emptying for their filling, their weaponization for their redemption. The 12 labors of Hercules sucked because they worked exactly as intended, and they're still working today. Thanks for joining me on this journey through one of mythology's darkest stories. If this kind of deep dive into the hidden horrors of ancient tales resonates with you, make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell. We've got so many more stories to uncover, so many more comfortable lies to examine. And remember, the next time someone tells you that suffering builds character, that pain has purpose, that breaking yourself in service of something greater will somehow make you whole. Think about Hercules. Think about what he became and what he lost. Think about the man who strangled the Nemean lion with his bare hands, and ask yourself, was that really a victory? Or was that the moment when the last piece of the loving father died and something else took his place? Because that's the question we should be asking about every story that promises transformation through trauma. Not whether the hero succeeded, but what they had to become in order to succeed. Not whether they completed their journey, but whether the person who finished it was anyone you'd actually want to meet. The Greeks understood something we've forgotten. They knew that the most dangerous people aren't the ones who were born evil. They're the ones who were systematically trained out of their humanity by systems that convinced them it was for their own good. Hercules wasn't a cautionary tale about the dangers of divine punishment. He was a cautionary tale about the dangers of divine salvation, about what happens when redemption becomes indistinguishable from destruction, when healing becomes indistinguishable from harm. And here's the part that should terrify us. The system that created Hercules didn't disappear when the Greek god stopped being worshipped. It just changed its name and put on different clothes. It became every institution that promises to fix broken people by breaking them further. Every program that claims suffering is the price of becoming worthy. We see it in military training that strips away individual identity to create perfect soldiers, in corporate cultures that demand total loyalty in exchange for the promise of eventual reward, in social movements that require members to sacrifice their personal relationships for the greater good. We see it in therapy programs that convince people their pain is their fault, their trauma is their responsibility. Their healing requires them to become someone completely different. In educational systems that teach children that their natural instincts are wrong and need to be corrected through discipline. The 12 labors are alive and well in our modern world. They're just wearing business suits and medical degrees and motivational speaker badges instead of ancient Greek robes. And the most insidious part? They still work because the fundamental psychology hasn't changed. People who are drowning in guilt will accept any lifeline, even if it's actually a chain. People who are desperate for redemption will endure any program that promises salvation, even if it's actually systematic annihilation. The story of Hercules is the story of every person who has ever been convinced that they need to destroy themselves in order to save themselves. Every individual who has been taught that their natural capacity for love and connection and moral reasoning is actually weakness that needs to be overcome. Every human being who has been transformed into a tool and taught to be grateful for the privilege. But here's what gives me hope. You're here. You're listening. You're asking questions about stories that most people accept without examination. You're willing to look behind the comfortable myths and see the uncomfortable truths they're hiding. That means the system isn't perfect. That means there are still people who can recognize manipulation even when it's wrapped in the language of salvation. That means the story of Hercules doesn't have to be our story. We can learn to spot the 12 labors before they destroy us. We can learn to recognize when someone is offering to fix us by breaking us further. We can learn to value our humanity instead of treating it as something to be overcome. Most importantly, we can learn to tell different stories. Stories about people who find redemption, not through systematic dehumanization, but through genuine growth. Not through learning to accept pain as payment, but through learning that they were never in debt to begin with. Stories about heroes who remain human even after they become powerful, who use their strength to protect rather than destroy, who understand that the greatest victory isn't conquering your enemies, but refusing to become one yourself. The 12 labors of Hercules sucked because they convinced a good man that becoming a weapon was the same thing as becoming worthy. They sucked because they worked so perfectly that we're still falling for variations of the same trick thousands of years later. But they don't have to keep working, not if we learn to see them for what they are. Not if we choose different stories, different heroes, different definitions of strength and redemption and worth. The labors of Hercules are over. His story is finished, but ours is still being written, and we get to choose whether it's a tragedy disguised as a triumph or something genuinely worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Your humanity depends on it. That's it for tonight's journey into the darkness behind the legend. If you made it this far, you're exactly the kind of person I make these videos for. Someone who isn't satisfied with surface-level stories, who wants to dig deeper into the uncomfortable truths that shape our world. Drop a comment and let me know what you think. Have you seen modern versions of the 12 labors in your own life? Share your location and time zone. I love seeing our global community of truth seekers come together in the comments. And if this deep dive resonated with you, if it changed how you look at heroic myths or modern systems of transformation, do me a favor and share it with someone who might need to hear it. Because the best way to fight against psychological manipulation is to teach people how to recognize it. Until next time, stay skeptical, stay human, and remember that the greatest heroes are the ones who refuse to let their heroism cost them their soul. Now, when you think of Hercules, what comes to mind? The Disney version with the perfectly sculpted muscles and the happy ending? Maybe the Hollywood action hero who can bench press a mountain? Well, forget everything you think you know about the most famous hero in Greek mythology. Because today we're peeling back the layers of propaganda and revealing the brutal, horrifying reality of what it actually meant to be the son of Zeus. Picture this. You're the strongest man who ever lived. You've got divine blood flowing through your veins. You should be living the dream, right? Wrong, because when you're Hercules, your life isn't an adventure, it's a nightmare wrapped in heroic legend. And nowhere is that more apparent than in his encounter with a creature so vicious, so cunning, that it would ultimately lead to one of the most agonizing deaths ever recorded in ancient literature. I'm talking about Nessus the centaur, half man, half horse, all monster. This wasn't some noble beast from a fantasy novel. This was a predator who had been terrorizing travelers for decades. And when Hercules crossed paths with him, it set in motion a chain of events so twisted, so psychologically devastating, that it makes modern horror movies look like children's bedtime stories. But here's what's really going to blow your mind. This wasn't just bad luck. This wasn't some random encounter that went wrong. This was the universe itself conspiring to destroy the greatest hero who ever lived. Because when you're born the son of Zeus, you don't just inherit strength, you inherit enemies. Divine enemies, immortal enemies who have all the time in the world to plot your downfall. See, what most people don't realize is that Hercules wasn't just fighting monsters and completing impossible tasks for glory. He was trapped, cursed by Hera, Zeus's jealous wife, to live a life of perpetual torment. Every victory was temporary, every moment of peace was just the calm before the next storm. And Nessus, this centaur we're about to meet, he was just another weapon in Hera's endless arsenal of revenge. Now, I know what you're thinking. Come on, how bad could it really be? He's Hercules. He's got superhuman strength. He's got divine protection. He's literally half God. But that's exactly the trap that ancient audiences fell into. They saw the legend, not the man. They celebrated the victories, not the cost. And the cost, my friends, was absolutely staggering. By the time Hercules encountered Nessus, he had already been driven temporarily insane by Hera's influence, killing his own wife and children in a fit of madness. He had been enslaved for a year to Queen Omphale, forced to dress as a woman and spin wool while she wore his lion skin. He had completed 12 labors that would have killed any normal man a dozen times over. His body was a roadmap of scars, his mind fractured by trauma, and his soul was hanging by a thread. And this is the state Hercules was in when he faced Nessus. Not the confident hero of legend, but a broken man desperately trying to rebuild his life. He had just married Deianira, a beautiful princess who represented hope for a normal future. For the first time in years, maybe decades, Hercules thought he might actually find peace. But in Greek mythology, hope is the cruelest joke of all. The encounter with Nessus wasn't just about a fight between a hero and a monster. It was about manipulation on a level so sophisticated, so psychologically brutal, that it turned Hercules' greatest strength, his love for his new wife, into the instrument of his own destruction. Nessus didn't just want to hurt Hercules, he wanted to break him completely, irreversibly, and the most terrifying part? He succeeded. What I'm about to tell you isn't just a story about ancient Greece, it's a masterclass in how evil truly works. Not through brute force or obvious threats, but through deception, through patience, through turning your own virtues against you. Nessus understood something that most villains never figure out. The best way to destroy a hero isn't to be stronger than them, it's to be smarter. Now, before we dive into the horrific details of this encounter, we need to understand exactly what a centaur was in ancient Greek culture, because these weren't the wise, noble creatures you might see in modern fantasy. In the original myths, centaurs were symbols of humanity's worst impulses. They represented the constant war between our civilized nature and our animal instincts. Think about it. Half human, half horse, the top half could think, reason, create art, and philosophy. But the bottom half? Pure animal, driven by hunger, lust, and violence. And in most centaurs, the animal half won. They were known for being drunk, aggressive, and completely lacking in self-control. They were what happened when you gave a wild animal human intelligence, but none of human morality. Nessus was all of this and worse. He had been alive for centuries, perfecting his cruelty. He had learned to use his human intelligence not to overcome his animal nature, but to amplify it, to make it more calculating, more patient, more devastating. He wasn't just a monster, he was a monster with a plan, and that plan was about to unfold in the most spectacular way possible. The setting for this encounter was the river Evenus, a rushing waterway that marked the boundary between different territories in ancient Greece. Rivers in mythology weren't just geographical features, they were symbolic barriers. Crossing a river meant entering a new phase of life, often a dangerous one. And for Hercules and his new bride Deianira, crossing this particular river was supposed to be a simple part of their journey to their new home. But nothing in Hercules' life was ever simple. The river was in flood, swollen with winter rains and spring snowmelt from the mountains. The current was treacherous, filled with rocks and debris that could easily kill anyone who fell in. For most travelers, crossing would have meant waiting for the waters to recede, possibly for weeks or months. But Hercules wasn't most travelers. His divine strength meant he could probably make it across, even in these conditions. But what about Deianira? She was mortal, fragile compared to her superhuman husband. One slip, one moment of weakness, and she would be swept away and drowned. This is where Nessus made his entrance, and from the very beginning, he positioned himself as the solution to their problem. Nessus operated a ferry service across the river, not out of kindness, mind you. In ancient Greece, controlling river crossings was a profitable business. Travelers had no choice but to pay whatever the ferrymen demanded, or risk their lives in the water. It was legalized extortion, and creatures like Nessus had turned it into an art form. But here's where it gets interesting. Nessus didn't just offer to ferry them across. He specifically offered to carry Deianira on his back, while Hercules swam alongside. On the surface, this seemed reasonable. Centaurs were strong swimmers, and Nessus claimed he knew the river's currents better than anyone. Hercules could focus on his own crossing without worrying about his wife's safety. It was the perfect trap. Reasonable, logical, and absolutely devastating. Because what Hercules didn't know was that Nessus had been planning this encounter for years. The centaur had heard the stories of Hercules' marriage, had tracked their likely route, and had positioned himself at this river crossing specifically to intercept them. This wasn't a chance meeting. This was an ambush disguised as a business transaction. And the bait? Hercules' own love for his wife. You see, Hercules had already lost one family to his curse. The guilt and trauma of killing his first wife and children while under Hera's influence had nearly destroyed him. Deianira represented redemption, a second chance at happiness. The thought of losing her, of failing to protect her, was his greatest fear. Nessus had done his homework. He knew exactly which buttons to push. As they negotiated the river crossing, Nessus played his part perfectly. He was respectful, professional, even slightly deferential to the great hero. He quoted reasonable prices for his services. He demonstrated his knowledge of the river's dangers. He even offered testimonials from previous satisfied customers. Everything about the interaction was designed to make Hercules lower his guard. And it worked. Looking back, knowing what we know now, it's easy to criticize Hercules for falling for such an obvious trap. But put yourself in his position. You're trying to start a new life with the woman you love. You've been traveling for days, you're tired, and you encounter what seems like a legitimate solution to a real problem. The alternative is risking your wife's life in a dangerous river crossing. What would you do? Hercules made the choice that any loving husband would make. He accepted Nessus's offer. He watched as his new wife climbed onto the centaur's back, trusting in the creature's promise to deliver her safely to the other side. Then he dove into the raging waters himself, fighting the current with every ounce of his superhuman strength. And that's when Nessus showed his true nature. The moment Hercules was committed to the water, struggling against the fierce current and unable to change course, Nessus began to veer off the agreed-upon path. Instead of heading directly across the river, he started angling downstream toward a secluded bend where thick trees provided cover from prying eyes. Deianira, riding on the centaur's back, was the first to realize something was wrong. She called out to Nessus, asking why they weren't heading straight across. His response chilled her blood. He wasn't planning to deliver her safely to her husband, he was planning to keep her for himself. The psychological cruelty of this moment cannot be overstated. Deianira was trapped on the back of a creature that was half-wild animal, miles from any help, watching her husband grow smaller and smaller in the distance as he fought the river's current. She was completely at Nessus's mercy, and they both knew he had none to give. This wasn't just attempted kidnapping. In ancient Greek culture, what Nessus was planning was considered one of the most heinous crimes possible. The violation of guest friendship, the betrayal of trust, the assault on a married woman, all combined into a single act of monstrous evil. But Nessus had miscalculated. Badly. Because while Hercules might have been in the middle of a raging river, he wasn't helpless. His divine heritage included more than just superhuman strength. It also included supernatural senses and reflexes that allowed him to perceive threats from impossible distances. He heard his wife's cries for help. He saw the centaur changing course, and in that moment, all the rage and frustration of his cursed life focused into a single point of white-hot fury. Hercules had spent years being manipulated by the gods, tormented by Hera, forced to complete impossible tasks, and driven to commit unspeakable acts against his own family. He had endured slavery, humiliation, and endless suffering. But this attack on his wife, on his chance at redemption, this was the final straw. What happened next would become the stuff of legend. But it would also seal Hercules' fate in ways that no one, not even the gods themselves, could have predicted. Because Nessus, for all his cunning, had made one critical error. He assumed that distance would protect him from Hercules' wrath. He thought that being in the middle of a river would give him time to complete his crime before the hero could respond. He was catastrophically wrong. The moment Hercules realized what was happening, something primal awakened within him. This wasn't the controlled strength he used to complete his labors or the measured force he applied in combat. This was pure, undiluted rage channeled through divine muscle and bone. Still fighting the river's current, Hercules reached for his bow. Now you might think this is impossible. How do you draw a bow while swimming in a raging river? How do you aim while being tossed around by rapids? For any mortal man, it would be laughably absurd to even attempt. But Hercules wasn't mortal. Not entirely. His father, Zeus, had gifted him with abilities that transcended normal human limitations. His hands could maintain perfect steadiness even while his body was being battered by the current. His eyes could track a target with supernatural precision even through spray and chaos. And his strength, his incredible strength, could drive an arrow with enough force to punch through solid stone. The bow itself was no ordinary weapon. Crafted by Apollo, the god of archery, it was strung with sinew from the Nemean lion, the first monster Hercules had killed during his labors. The arrows were tipped with bronze forged in the fires of Hephaestus and had been dipped in the venomous blood of the Hydra, another of his conquered foes. Every piece of his equipment was a trophy, a reminder of victories won through blood and suffering. And now, all of that accumulated power was about to be unleashed on a single target. Nessus, meanwhile, was growing more confident by the second. He had covered significant distance from the original crossing point, and Hercules seemed to be struggling more and more with the treacherous current. The centaur's animal instincts were taking over completely now. He could smell his victim's fear, could feel her trembling on his back, and it only excited him more. This is what separated Nessus from the typical monster. Most creatures of his type were driven by simple hunger or territorial instinct. They killed because they needed food or because something had invaded their domain. But Nessus was different. He derived genuine pleasure from the terror of his victims. The psychological torture was as important to him as the physical violation that would follow. He began describing to Deianira exactly what he planned to do with her once they reached his hidden lair. The details were so graphic, so utterly depraved that ancient writers could barely bring themselves to record them. This wasn't just about satisfying his animal urges. This was about completely destroying another person's humanity, reducing them to nothing more than a plaything for his twisted amusement. Deianira, to her credit, didn't collapse into helpless panic. She had been raised in a warrior culture where both men and women were expected to face death with dignity. Instead of begging or pleading, she began planning her own resistance. She knew that once they reached shore, she would have only moments to act before Nessus overpowered her completely. But she also knew it probably wouldn't matter. Centaurs were incredibly strong, and Nessus had the added advantage of size and experience. He had done this before, many times. The bones of his previous victims littered his lair like trophies, each one representing a life destroyed for nothing more than his momentary pleasure. This was the reality that Deianira faced as she rode on the back of a monster toward her own destruction. And this was the sight that greeted Hercules as he finally managed to angle himself for a clear shot. What he saw would have broken a lesser man's sanity. His wife, the symbol of his hope for redemption, being carried away by a creature that embodied everything evil about the world. The parallels to his first family were impossible to ignore. Once again, the people he loved most were being threatened by forces beyond their control. Once again, he was faced with the possibility of losing everything that mattered to him. But this time was different. This time, he wasn't under Hera's influence. This time, his mind was clear and his purpose was pure. He wasn't being driven by madness or manipulation. He was being driven by love, and that made him infinitely more dangerous. The arrow that Hercules nocked was special even among his supernatural arsenal. It had been forged specifically for killing immortal creatures, its bronze tip alloyed with metals from the depths of Tartarus itself. The Hydra's venom coating the point was so potent that even the gods feared its touch. A single scratch from this weapon could kill a titan, but Hercules faced a problem that would have paralyzed any normal archer. The shot was impossible by every rational measure. He was still partially submerged in churning water, being pushed around by currents that could snap a normal man's spine. His target was moving rapidly and erratically, dodging between trees and rocks as Nessus sought cover. The distance was extreme, well beyond the effective range of most bows, and he had exactly one chance. Miss and his wife would disappear forever into the wilderness, subjected to torments that would make death seem like mercy. Hit, but fail to kill instantly, and Nessus might have time to snap Deianira's neck in retaliation. There was no room for error, no possibility of a second attempt. This was the moment that would define not just the encounter, but Hercules' entire legacy. Everything he had endured, every trial he had overcome, every skill he had developed, all of it had been leading to this single arrow shot. He drew the bowstring back to his ear, feeling the familiar tension of the divine weapon. The Nemean lion sinew stretched taut, storing enough energy to drive the arrow through a mountain if necessary. His divine senses expanded outward, calculating wind speed, distance, trajectory, the motion of his target, the sway of the trees, even the subtle gravitational pull of the moon overhead. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Hercules could see individual droplets of water flying through the air around him. He could hear his own heartbeat, steady and strong despite the chaos surrounding him. He could feel the arrow's weight, perfectly balanced and eager to fly. Most importantly, he could see Nessus's face. The centaur had turned slightly, perhaps sensing the danger behind him, and for just a moment their eyes met across the distance. In that instant, Nessus understood that he had made a terrible mistake. The fear that flashed across his features was almost satisfying. Almost, because what Hercules felt in that moment wasn't satisfaction. It was the cold, calculating focus of a predator about to eliminate a threat. There was no anger now, no rage, no emotion at all, just pure, crystalline purpose. He released the arrow. The shot was perfect. More than perfect, it was supernatural. The arrow flew in a straight line that defied physics, cutting through air and space as if reality itself was bending to accommodate its passage. It struck Nessus exactly where Hercules had intended, punching through the centaur's back and emerging from his chest in a spray of dark blood. But this wasn't just any arrow wound. The Hydra's venom began working immediately, spreading through Nessus's immortal bloodstream like liquid fire. The centaur's scream of agony echoed across the valley, a sound so terrible that birds fell dead from the trees and fish floated belly up in the river. Nessus collapsed instantly, his legs giving out beneath him as the poison attacked his nervous system. Deianira was thrown clear, landing hard on the rocky shore but miraculously uninjured. She scrambled to her feet and began running back toward her husband, desperate to put as much distance as possible between herself and the dying monster. But Nessus wasn't finished. Even as the venom coursed through his veins, even as his immortal body began to shut down, his mind remained sharp. And in those final moments, as death approached for the first time in his centuries of existence, he conceived a plan so diabolically clever that it would make even the gods pause in admiration. You see, Nessus understood something that Hercules, in his moment of triumph, had forgotten. The centaur had lived for hundreds of years. He had studied human nature with the patience and focus of a true predator. He knew that heroes, especially heroes like Hercules, had predictable weaknesses. And the greatest weakness of all was love. As Deianira ran past his dying form, Nessus called out to her in a voice made weak by approaching death. He told her that he was sorry, that he had been overcome by her beauty and had acted shamefully. He begged her forgiveness and claimed that he wanted to make amends for his terrible crime. It was a performance worthy of the greatest actors in Athens. Every word was calculated to appeal to Deianira's compassionate nature. Every pause was timed to suggest genuine remorse. Even his physical posture, collapsed and broken, reinforced the image of a repentant sinner seeking absolution. And then came the masterstroke. Nessus told Deianira that he possessed a love potion, created from his own blood, mixed with the Hydra's venom from Hercules' arrow. He claimed that this mixture had magical properties that could ensure her husband's eternal faithfulness. If she ever suspected Hercules of straying, if she ever worried about losing his love, she need only apply this potion to his clothing, and his devotion would be renewed forever. It was a lie built on a foundation of truth, which made it infinitely more dangerous. Centaur blood did have magical properties in Greek mythology. The Hydra's venom was indeed supernaturally potent, and Hercules, given his divine nature and his history of multiple marriages, might indeed be susceptible to wandering affections. More importantly, Deianira had grown up hearing stories of heroes who abandoned their wives for younger, more beautiful women. She knew that Hercules' first marriage had ended in tragedy, and she had no guarantee that their relationship would be any different. The offer of a magical insurance policy against abandonment was almost irresistible. But the real genius of Nessus's deception lay in its psychological sophistication. He wasn't asking Deianira to use the potion immediately. He wasn't suggesting that Hercules was currently unfaithful. Instead, he was planting a seed of doubt that would grow over time, watered by every moment of uncertainty, every glance her husband gave to another woman, every day he spent away from home. The potion itself was actually pure poison, concentrated Hydra venom mixed with Nessus's own toxic blood. It would kill anyone who came into contact with it, slowly and agonizingly. But Deianira didn't know that. All she knew was that a dying centaur was offering her a way to guarantee her husband's love forever. In her defense, Deianira wasn't stupid or gullible. She was a princess, educated and intelligent, raised in a culture that valued strategic thinking. But she was also a woman in love, a woman who had just experienced the terror of being kidnapped and nearly violated. Her emotional state was fragile, her judgment compromised by trauma and relief. And Nessus, even dying, was still a master manipulator. As Hercules finally reached the shore, having fought his way through the treacherous current, he found his wife kneeling beside the centaur's body. Nessus was barely alive, his breathing shallow and labored, his eyes already beginning to glaze over. The Hydra's venom had done its work efficiently, shutting down his immortal systems one by one. But he managed one final whisper to Deianira, just loud enough for her to hear, but too quiet for Hercules to make out the words. He pressed a small vial into her hands, his blood mixed with the venom from the arrow that had killed him. Then he smiled, an expression of such pure malevolence that it should have warned her of the trap she was walking into. Instead, she slipped the vial into her robes and said nothing to her husband about the centaur's final gift. Nessus died with that smile on his lips, secure in the knowledge that his revenge would outlive him by years. He had turned Hercules' greatest strength, his capacity for love, into a weapon that would eventually destroy him. The hero's perfect shot, the arrow that had saved his wife and eliminated a terrible threat, had also delivered the instrument of his own doom directly into the hands of the person he trusted most. It was a plan so elegant, so perfectly crafted, that even Hera herself couldn't have conceived it. And the most beautiful part, from Nessus's perspective, was that Hercules would never see it coming. The great hero, the slayer of monsters, the son of Zeus himself, would be brought low not by superior strength or divine intervention, but by the simple, human emotion of jealousy. The vial of poison now rested against Deianira's heart, waiting for the moment when doubt would overcome love, when fear would triumph over trust. And when that moment came, the real tragedy would begin. But all of that lay in the future. For now, Hercules held his wife close, grateful beyond words that he had been able to save her. He thought the crisis was over, the monster defeated, the threat eliminated. He had no idea that the real danger had just begun. As they resumed their journey, leaving Nessus's body to be consumed by scavengers, neither of them spoke about what had just happened. Hercules was lost in his own thoughts, replaying the impossible shot that had saved his wife's life. Deianira walked beside him in silence, one hand unconsciously touching the hidden vial that pressed against her ribs with each step. The river crossing that was supposed to mark the beginning of their new life together had instead set in motion the events that would end it. The encounter with Nessus was over, but its consequences would echo through the years to come, growing stronger with each passing day until they finally erupted in a crescendo of agony that would make the centaur's death seem merciful by comparison. Because in the end, that's what made Nessus truly terrifying. He wasn't just a monster who threatened people's bodies. He was a monster who could corrupt their souls, who could turn love into hatred, trust into suspicion, and hope into despair. His real weapon wasn't his physical strength or his animal cunning. His real weapon was time, and time, as Hercules and Deianira would soon discover, was the most patient predator of all. The months that followed their encounter with Nessus should have been the happiest of Hercules' cursed existence. He had found love again, built a home far from the political machinations of the gods, and for the first time in decades he could sleep without nightmares of his past. Sins haunting his dreams, Deianira proved to be everything he had hoped for in a wife. She was intelligent, compassionate, and strong enough to handle the reality of being married to a man whose very existence attracted divine attention and mortal enemies. But beneath this surface of domestic bliss, something was rotting. The vial that Nessus had given Deianira remained hidden in her jewelry box, wrapped in silk and tucked away behind necklaces and earrings. She told herself she would never need to use it, that her husband's love was genuine and eternal. But late at night, when Hercules was away on one of his adventures or helping distant kingdoms with their monster problems, she would take out the vial and hold it up to the lamplight. The liquid inside was dark, almost black, with an oily consistency that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Sometimes she thought she could see shapes moving within it, writhing and twisting like tiny serpents. But when she looked closer, there was nothing there. Just her imagination, surely, just the flickering shadows cast by the flame. What Deianira didn't understand was that the vial contained more than just poison. The Hydra's venom that had killed Nessus was legendary for its potency, but when mixed with centaur blood and concentrated by magical processes, it became something far more sinister. It became a substance that could corrupt not just flesh, but spirit, and even sealed away in its container, it was already beginning to work on her mind. The corruption was subtle at first, a stray thought here, a moment of uncertainty there. When Hercules returned from helping a neighboring kingdom deal with a plague of harpies, Deianira found herself studying his face for signs of deception. Had he really been fighting monsters, or had he been visiting the beautiful queen who had requested his aid? When he spoke of his adventures, was there something he wasn't telling her? These doubts were completely unfounded. Hercules, scarred by the tragedy of his first family, was obsessively faithful to his new wife. He turned down invitations to royal banquets where attractive women might be present. He avoided situations that could even appear compromising. His love for Deianira had become the one pure thing in his life, the single source of happiness in an existence defined by suffering and loss. But poisoned thoughts, like poisoned arrows, don't need to be based in reality to find their mark. As the seasons turned and their marriage entered its second year, Deianira's suspicions began to crystallize around a specific target. Her name was Iole, a princess from the island kingdom of Ochalia. She was young, beautiful, and according to the stories that reached Deianira's ears, she had captured the attention of many heroes throughout Greece. The truth about Iole was far more complex and tragic than the rumors suggested. She was indeed beautiful, but she was also a prisoner of war, captured when Hercules had been forced to sack her father's city over a matter of honor and betrayal that had nothing to do with romance. Her entire family had been killed in the siege, her homeland had been reduced to ash and rubble. She had lost everything and everyone she had ever loved. Hercules, recognizing her noble birth and tragic circumstances, had taken her into his household as a protected guest rather than a slave. It was an act of mercy, a way of honoring the brave resistance her family had shown during the siege. He treated her with the respect due to fallen royalty, ensuring she had proper quarters, appropriate clothing, and the freedom to come and go as she pleased within his estates. But to Deianira, increasingly influenced by the dark magic seeping from that hidden vial, these acts of kindness looked like something else entirely. Every courtesy Hercules showed to Iole was evidence of secret affection. Every conversation between them was proof of a developing romance. Every moment he spent in the young woman's presence was a betrayal of their marriage vows. The psychological torture that Nessus had designed was working exactly as he had planned. The centaur had understood that jealousy was like a slow-acting poison, building in strength over time until it overwhelmed all rational thought. He had counted on Deianira's love for her husband to become the very weapon that would destroy him. And the most insidious part of the trap was that Deianira's fears weren't entirely without foundation. Not because Hercules was actually unfaithful, but because the pattern she feared had played out countless times throughout Greek mythology. Heroes routinely abandoned their wives for younger women. Gods and mortals alike treated marriage as a temporary convenience rather than a sacred bond. In a culture where powerful men could take multiple wives and countless concubines without social censure, Deianira's anxieties reflected genuine vulnerabilities that every woman of her era faced. Nessus had weaponized her very real fears about her place in a patriarchal society where women could be discarded at will. The breaking point came during the Festival of Zeus, when delegations from across Greece gathered at Hercules' estate to honor his divine father. Among the visitors were several young princesses and noblewomen, all eager to meet the famous hero and perhaps catch his eye. They flirted shamelessly, offering gifts and praise, competing for his attention with the ruthless efficiency of seasoned courtiers. Hercules, uncomfortable with such displays, tried to deflect their advances by praising his wife's beauty and virtue. But to Deianira, watching from the shadows of the great hall, his polite responses looked like encouragement. When he smiled at a joke told by a particularly persistent princess, Deianira saw romantic interest. When he accepted a gift of wine from a young queen, she interpreted it as a token of affection, but it was his interaction with Iole that finally shattered her composure. The young woman had been standing alone near the edge of the celebration, clearly uncomfortable with the revelry that surrounded her. As a prisoner of war, she had no allies among the gathered nobles, no family to protect her interests, no resources beyond Hercules' continued mercy. When a group of drunk young nobles began making crude comments about her beauty and speculating about her relationship with their host, she had nowhere to turn for protection. Hercules noticed her distress and immediately intervened. He publicly rebuked the men who had been harassing her, reminded the entire gathering that she was under his protection, and personally escorted her to a quieter part of the estate where she could avoid unwanted attention. It was exactly what any honorable host should have done for a vulnerable guest. But Deianira saw something different. She saw her husband rushing to defend another woman's honor while barely acknowledging her own presence at the feast. She saw him taking Iole's arm with gentle care, speaking to her in low, reassuring tones, treating her with a tenderness that seemed more intimate than protective. In that moment, watching her husband comfort another woman while she stood ignored among the crowd, something snapped inside Deianira's mind. The slow poison of jealousy that had been building for months suddenly reached critical mass. All rational thought evaporated, replaced by a burning need to reclaim her husband's affection before it was too late. She slipped away from the celebration and made her way to her private chambers. Her hands shook as she opened her jewelry box and retrieved the vial that Nessus had given her. The liquid inside seemed darker than before, more viscous, as if it had been growing stronger during its long concealment. When she held it up to the light, she could swear she saw faces in its depths, screaming faces, twisted in agony. But those were just shadows, she told herself, just tricks of the flickering flame. The centaur's instructions had been simple. Apply the mixture to something Hercules would wear close to his skin, and his love for her would be renewed and strengthened forever. It seemed like such a small thing, such a harmless bit of insurance. What could it hurt to try? She chose a shirt that she had woven for him herself, a garment of fine white linen decorated with gold thread in patterns that told the story of their courtship. It was one of his favorites, something he wore for special occasions and important ceremonies. The symbolism seemed perfect. She would restore their love using a gift that represented the best moments of their marriage. Working by candlelight, Deianira carefully opened the vial and began applying its contents to the shirt. The liquid was cold to the touch, colder than ice, and it seemed to eat into the fabric rather than merely staining it. Where it touched the linen, the material took on a strange, oily sheen that shifted and moved in the flickering light. As she worked, Deianira began to feel dizzy. The room seemed to spin around her, and strange whispers echoed in her ears. For a moment, she thought she could hear Nessus laughing, his voice carrying impossible distance across the years that separated his death from this moment. She shook her head, attributing the sensation to nerves and excitement. She was so focused on her task that she didn't notice what was happening to her hands. The Hydra's venom, even in its diluted form, was beginning to eat through her skin. Tiny blisters formed on her fingertips where she had touched the poisoned fabric. The pain was sharp and immediate, like touching a red-hot coal, but she ignored it in her eagerness to complete her work. Only when she was finished did she look down and see the damage. Her hands were covered in angry red welts that seemed to pulse with their own malevolent life. The skin was already beginning to blacken and peel away, revealing raw flesh underneath. She tried to wash the poison off, but water only seemed to spread it further up her arms. For the first time since Nessus's death, Deianira began to suspect that she had made a terrible mistake, but it was too late. The shirt was ready, soaked with enough concentrated venom to kill a dozen men, and tomorrow, Hercules was scheduled to perform a public sacrifice to Zeus, and ceremony where tradition demanded he wear his finest clothes. He would put on the poisoned garment in front of hundreds of witnesses, and then Nessus's revenge would finally be complete. As Deianira sat in her chamber, watching the flesh slowly dissolve from her hands, she finally understood the true nature of the gift the centaur had given her. It wasn't a love potion, it was a weapon, and she had just used it to murder the man she loved more than life itself. The realization hit her like a physical blow. She collapsed to the floor, screaming in anguish that had nothing to do with the poison eating through her skin. She had been played, manipulated, used as an instrument of revenge by a creature whose hatred transcended death itself. Her love, her fears, her very humanity had all been twisted into tools for destruction. But there was no way to take it back. The shirt lay folded on her table, innocent-looking and perfectly prepared. In a few hours, servants would come to collect it for the ceremony. They would present it to Hercules as a gift from his loving wife. He would put it on without suspicion, trusting in her devotion just as she had trusted in Nessus's lies. And then the real horror would begin, because the Hydra's venom didn't just kill. It killed slowly, agonizingly, eating through flesh and bone while keeping its victim conscious and aware throughout the entire process. Hercules would have time to understand what was happening to him, time to realize that his own wife had become the instrument of his destruction, time to experience betrayal and physical agony in equal measure. It would be the perfect revenge, not just death, but the complete destruction of everything good in Hercules' life. His faith in love, his trust in others, his hope for redemption, all of it would be consumed along with his flesh. Nessus had planned this moment with the patience of a master strategist and the cruelty of a true monster. Even in death, he was still the predator, still the hunter of human weakness and vulnerability. The encounter at the river had never been about kidnapping Deianira or satisfying animal lust. It had been about setting in motion a chain of events that would destroy Hercules more completely than any monster or labor ever could. As dawn approached and servants began stirring in the lower levels of the estate, Deianira faced a choice that would define the rest of her brief life. She could confess what she had done, warn Hercules about the poisoned shirt, and face his rage and disappointment, or she could remain silent, let events unfold as Nessus had planned, and watch the man she loved die in the most horrible way imaginable. But there was a third option, one that the centaur had probably never considered, one that would deny him his final victory and spare Hercules at least some of the agony that awaited him. Deianira looked at her ruined hands, at the flesh that continued to bubble and dissolve despite her attempts to wash away the poison. The venom was spreading up her arms now, eating its way toward her heart. She had perhaps an hour before it reached vital organs and finished its work, an hour to make amends for the greatest mistake of her life. She picked up her writing materials with fingers that could barely hold a pen and began composing what she knew would be her final letter. Every word was agony to write, not just because of the physical pain, but because of the emotional devastation of admitting what she had done. She explained everything: Nessus's deception, the supposed love potion, her own jealousy and fear, the terrible truth about the shirt that even now awaited her husband. When the letter was complete, she sealed it with wax and her personal signet, then placed it prominently on the table where it could not be missed. Then she walked to the window and looked out over the estate that had been her home, the place where she had experienced the only real happiness of her adult life. The sun was rising, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that reminded her of the fire she had once thought burned eternal in her husband's eyes. Soon, servants would discover her body and the letter that would save his life. He would hate her for what she had almost done, but he would live. He would survive to love again, to find the happiness that her jealousy had nearly destroyed. It wasn't redemption, not really. Nothing could undo the betrayal she had committed or the trust she had shattered. But it was something, a final act of love to balance the scales against her moment of ultimate failure. Deianira pressed her lips to the window glass in a final farewell kiss to the world she was leaving behind. Then she turned away from the sunrise and walked deliberately toward the balcony that overlooked the courtyard far below. The impact, when it came, was mercifully brief, but her death would echo through the ages as a reminder of how even the purest love could be corrupted, how the greatest heroes could be brought low not by superior enemies, but by the simple human frailties of those they trusted most. Nessus had won after all, not completely, not in the way he had originally planned, but decisively enough. He had destroyed a marriage, driven a woman to suicide, and robbed Hercules of yet another chance at happiness. The great hero would live, but he would carry the scars of this betrayal for the rest of his immortal existence. And somewhere in whatever dark realm contained the spirits of the damned, a centaur's laughter echoed through eternity, celebrating a victory that had taken years to achieve but would last forever. The encounter at the river Evenus was over. The real tragedy had only just begun. But that's a story for another day, because what happened next would make everything we've discussed so far look like a gentle bedtime story. The poisoned shirt, the attempted murder, the suicide of a desperate wife, all of it was just the opening act in a drama so brutal, so psychologically devastating, that it would redefine what it meant to suffer in the ancient world. Because Hercules didn't just lose his wife that day, he lost his faith in love itself. And a man with divine strength and no reason left to live, that's not a hero anymore. That's something much more dangerous. The discovery of Deianira's broken body in the courtyard sent shockwaves through Hercules' household that would reverberate for generations. Her letter, found beside the bloodstains on her chamber floor, revealed the full scope of Nessus's posthumous revenge in words so filled with anguish that the servants who first read it wept openly. But it was Hercules' reaction that truly demonstrated the psychological devastation the centaur had achieved. When they brought him the news, the great hero didn't rage or weep or display any of the dramatic emotions you might expect. Instead, he went completely silent. For 3 full days, he sat beside his wife's body without speaking, without eating, without acknowledging the world around him. Those who dared to approach said his eyes looked like empty windows in a house where everyone had died. You see, this wasn't just grief. This was the complete collapse of a man who had finally allowed himself to believe in happiness, only to have it torn away by the very person he trusted most. The cruel irony wasn't lost on him. He had survived the wrath of gods, the fury of monsters, the impossible labors that should have killed him a dozen times over. But he had been brought to his knees by something as simple and human as jealousy. The poisoned shirt still hung in his wardrobe, waiting. The servants had found it exactly where Deianira had left it, looking perfectly innocent except for the strange, oily sheen that seemed to move in the light. Even the bravest among them refused to touch it directly, using tongs and thick gloves to move it to a secure location. They could smell the death radiating from the fabric, a sweet, cloying odor that reminded them of flowers blooming in a graveyard. But here's where the story takes an even darker turn, because as Hercules sat in his silent vigil, something fundamental changed inside him. The man who had once been motivated by honor, by duty, by love for his fellow humans, began to transform into something else entirely. The divine blood that flowed through his veins, the same blood that had given him superhuman strength, now began to carry something far more dangerous, pure, undiluted hatred, not just for Nessus, though the centaur's memory burned in his mind like acid, not just for the gods who had cursed him to this existence of perpetual loss, but for the entire world that had conspired to make his life a masterpiece of suffering, every person who had ever asked for his help, every city he had saved, every monster he had slain in service to ungrateful mortals who would never understand the cost of their salvation. What was the point of being a hero in a world where love itself was a weapon that could be turned against you? The transformation wasn't immediate. For weeks after Deianira's funeral, Hercules maintained the facade of his former self. He received visitors who came to pay their respects. He listened to requests for aid from distant kingdoms facing their own monster problems. He even agreed to several new labors, though those who knew him well noticed that something essential had gone out of his eyes. But beneath the surface, a new philosophy was taking root. If the world was determined to make him suffer, then perhaps it was time to return the favor. If love was a liability that would always be used against him, then maybe it was time to embrace something more reliable, like fear. The first sign of this change came when a delegation from the kingdom of Lycia arrived seeking help with a fire-breathing monster called the Chimera. Normally, Hercules would have accepted such a quest immediately, driven by his natural desire to protect the innocent. This time, he listened to their pleas with the cold calculation of a merchant evaluating a business proposition. What could they offer him in return? Gold was meaningless to someone with divine strength. Fame meant nothing to a man who had already achieved legendary status. Political power? He had turned down kingdoms before. But there was something they possessed that interested him greatly: information. You see, Hercules had begun to understand that his greatest weakness wasn't physical vulnerability or even emotional attachment. It was ignorance. He had spent his entire life reacting to threats, responding to crises, cleaning up messes created by forces beyond his control. He had never been the one making the plans, setting the traps, manipulating events from behind the scenes. That was about to change. The Lycians possessed ancient records, scrolls that contained detailed information about every monster in their region of the world. Not just their locations and capabilities, but their histories, their weaknesses, their connections to other creatures and supernatural forces. It was intelligence that could be weaponized, turned into a tool for proactive rather than reactive heroism. Hercules agreed to kill their chimera, but his terms were unprecedented. He wanted complete access to their archives. He wanted copies of every scroll, every map, every genealogical chart that traced the bloodlines of monsters back to their divine origins. And he wanted it all delivered to his estate before he would even consider beginning the quest. The Lycians, desperate for his aid, agreed without understanding what they were unleashing. They saw a grieving hero making unusual demands and assumed it was part of his mourning process. They had no idea they were helping to arm the most dangerous man in the world with the information that would make him unstoppable. Because that's what Hercules was becoming. Not unstoppable in the sense of raw power, though he certainly possessed that. Unstoppable in the sense of strategic thinking, of long-term planning, of the kind of patient, methodical approach to problem solving that had been Nessus's greatest strength. He was learning from his enemies. The hunt for the chimera should have been straightforward. The creature was powerful but predictable, following patterns of behavior that hadn't changed in centuries. Previous heroes who had faced similar monsters had relied on courage, skill, and divine favor to achieve victory through direct confrontation. Hercules took a different approach. He spent weeks studying the creature's habits, mapping its territory, identifying its food sources, and nesting sites. He interviewed survivors of its attacks, not just to understand its capabilities, but to identify the psychological factors that made it choose certain victims over others. He analyzed the creature's divine parentage, tracing its lineage back through generations of mythological beings to understand what motivated it on a fundamental level. What he discovered was fascinating and horrifying in equal measure. The chimera wasn't just a mindless destroyer, it was intelligent, perhaps more intelligent than most humans. Its attacks weren't random acts of bestial fury, but calculated strikes designed to maximize terror and despair. It chose its victims based on their emotional significance to their communities. It killed beloved leaders, talented artisans, promising young people whose deaths would leave the deepest psychological wounds. In other words, the chimera was doing exactly what Nessus had done, using psychological warfare to inflict damage that went far beyond the physical. The realization hit Hercules like a lightning bolt. He had been thinking about monsters all wrong his entire life. He had assumed they were simple predators driven by hunger or territorial instinct. But the truth was far more complex. Many of them were sophisticated psychological operators who understood human nature better than humans understood themselves. They weren't just threats to be eliminated. They were teachers to be studied. Instead of charging in with sword and bow, Hercules began a campaign of psychological warfare against the chimera that would have impressed Sun Tzu himself. He started by disrupting the creature's food supply, systematically hunting down and eliminating the large game animals it preferred, not to starve it, but to force it to change its hunting patterns, to make it predictable in new ways. Then he began manipulating its territory, using controlled fires and strategic rock slides to channel its movements along specific paths. He planted false evidence of his presence in areas where he wanted the creature to search for him, while actually preparing his real ambush site miles away. Most importantly, he studied the chimera's psychological profile until he understood exactly what would enrage it beyond all rational thought. The creature took pride in being feared, in being the apex predator of its region. So Hercules began a campaign of humiliation that struck at that pride like arrows aimed at the heart. He started small, stealing kills from the chimera, taking down prey animals just moments before the monster could claim them. Then he escalated, leaving taunting messages carved into trees and rocks throughout the creature's territory. Not threats or challenges, but mockery, jokes about its appearance, its hunting skills, its intelligence. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The chimera abandoned its careful, methodical approach to hunting and began searching frantically for the source of these insults. It grew careless, taking risks it would never have contemplated before, driven by a fury that clouded its judgment. And that's when Hercules struck. But this wasn't the straightforward battle that legends would later describe. This was an execution, carried out with the cold efficiency of a professional assassin. The chimera never had a chance to fight back, never got the opportunity to display its legendary ferocity. It died confused and helpless, brought low not by superior strength, but by superior strategy. As Hercules stood over the creature's cooling corpse, he felt something he hadn't experienced since Deianira's death. Not satisfaction exactly, but a sense of completeness. This was what he had been meant to do all along, not react to threats, but eliminate them before they could become threats. Not wait for monsters to terrorize innocents, but hunt them down with the same methodical precision they used against their victims. He was no longer just a hero, he was becoming something new, something the world had never seen before and wasn't prepared to handle. A monster hunter who thought like a monster. The transformation accelerated from there. Each new quest became an opportunity to refine his methods, to experiment with new approaches to the ancient problem of evil in the world. He began seeking out information about creatures that hadn't yet become active threats, studying them, mapping their territories, preparing contingency plans for their eventual elimination. But it wasn't enough to simply kill monsters. He needed to understand the system that created them, the divine politics and supernatural forces that allowed such creatures to exist in the first place. And that meant going after bigger targets than individual beasts. He started investigating the genealogies of monster families, tracing bloodlines back to their divine origins. What he found was a network of immortal beings who treated mortal suffering as entertainment, who created new horrors for their own amusement or as weapons in their eternal conflicts with one another. The gods themselves were the real monsters. Everything else was just their handiwork. This realization should have been devastating to someone raised to honor the divine. But Hercules had moved beyond such simple concepts as respect for authority or fear of retribution. His own father Zeus had already demonstrated that divine love was conditional at best, abandoning his half-mortal son to face Hera's wrath alone. The other gods had shown their true nature through centuries of cruelty and indifference. If they wanted to play games with mortal lives, then perhaps it was time someone changed the rules. The first target he selected was carefully chosen for maximum psychological impact. Echidna, the mother of monsters, had been spawning new horrors for millennia from her lair deep in the earth. She was ancient, powerful, and protected by layers of divine law that made her theoretically untouchable. Theoretically. But Hercules had learned something that the gods had forgotten in their arrogance. Rules could be broken if you understood them well enough. Treaties could be voided if you found the right loopholes. Even divine law had weaknesses if you were patient enough to find them. It took him 3 years to plan the assault on Echidna's lair. 3 years of careful research, strategic positioning, and psychological preparation. He studied every monster she had ever created, mapping their weaknesses back to flaws in her own divine essence. He traced the legal precedents that protected her, looking for contradictions and exceptions that could be exploited. Most importantly, he prepared himself mentally for what he was about to become. Because killing Echidna wouldn't just be regicide, it would be a declaration of war against the entire cosmic order. Once he crossed that line, there would be no going back to the simple life of a traveling hero. He would become something unprecedented in the history of the world, a mortal who dared to hunt gods. The assault itself was a masterpiece of tactical planning. Echidna had surrounded herself with layers of protection, both physical and magical. Her lair was defended by an army of her offspring, creatures of every size and description imaginable. The approaches were trapped with snares that had been perfected over millennia. The very air around her domain was poisonous to mortal lungs, but Hercules had prepared for all of it. He had studied each defending monster individually, developing specific strategies for their elimination. He had mapped every trap, found ways to turn them against their creators. He had even found ways to purify the poisoned atmosphere, using techniques learned from his encounters with creatures like the Hydra. When he finally reached Echidna's inner sanctum, she was waiting for him, not with fear or anger, but with something approaching respect. She had watched his approach through the senses of her children, had observed his methodical dismantling of her defenses. She understood, perhaps better than he did himself, what he had become. "You're not here for justice," she said, her voice carrying the weight of eons. "You're not even here for revenge. You're here because you finally understood the truth about this world." Hercules nodded, his hand steady on his weapon. "The truth that you and your kind create suffering for sport. The truth that mortals are nothing more than toys to you." "The truth," Echidna replied, "that the only way to stop a monster is to become something worse." She was right, and they both knew it. The hero who had once wept over the necessity of violence had died in Deianira's chambers. What stood before the mother of monsters now was something new, something that the world would soon learn to fear more than any creature she had ever spawned, because monsters, at least, were predictable. They followed their nature, acted according to their programming, could be understood and countered by those brave enough to study them. But what do you do when the monster hunter becomes the monster? What do you do when the greatest hero in history decides that salvation requires damnation, that the only way to save the world is to terrify it into submission? The old Hercules would have hesitated, would have looked for another way, would have tried to find a solution that didn't require him to become the very thing he had spent his life fighting. The new Hercules simply smiled and raised his weapon. What happened in that subterranean chamber would never be fully recorded in any official history. The screams that echoed up from the depths of the earth were heard for miles around, but no witness survived to describe their source. When Hercules finally emerged from Echidna's lair 3 days later, he was alone, and something fundamental about the world had changed. The age of heroes, with all its noble sacrifices and glorious victories, had ended. The age of the hunter had begun, and somewhere in the depths of the underworld, Nessus's laughter grew louder, because he had achieved something even more magnificent than he had originally planned. He hadn't just destroyed Hercules, he had transformed him into something that would make the centaur's own cruelties look like children's games. The encounter at the river had been just the beginning. The real masterpiece was still unfolding. One calculated move at a time, in a game where the stakes were nothing less than the future of civilization itself. But that transformation, that final evolution from hero to something far more dangerous, would prove to be just another chapter in a story that was growing darker and more complex with each passing year. Because even the best laid plans can have unintended consequences, and even the most carefully crafted revenge can spiral beyond its creator's control. The monster that Hercules was becoming would soon discover that there were forces in the world even more patient, even more cunning, even more ruthless than a dying centaur's hatred. And when those forces finally revealed themselves, the real war would begin, a war that would make everything we've discussed so far look like a gentle disagreement between friends. But before we dive into that cosmic conflict, we need to understand something crucial about what Hercules had become. This wasn't just a man who had snapped under pressure. This wasn't some temporary madness that would fade with time and healing. What emerged from Echidna's lair was a fundamental reimagining of what power could accomplish when it was no longer constrained by mercy. You see, the old Hercules had always been reactive. Monster appears, hero responds. City in danger, hero arrives to save the day. It was a pattern as predictable as the sunrise, and it had one fatal flaw. It allowed evil to set the terms of engagement. It meant that innocent people had to suffer first before help would arrive. The new Hercules had learned to be proactive. Within weeks of Echidna's death, reports began filtering in from across the Mediterranean. Ancient threats that had lurked in the shadows for centuries were suddenly being eliminated with surgical precision. Creatures that had terrorized entire regions for generations were found dead in their lairs, killed with such efficiency that they never had a chance to call for help or warn their kin. But here's what made it truly terrifying. Hercules wasn't just hunting the monsters that were actively causing problems, he was hunting the ones that might cause problems in the future. Creatures that had been content to remain hidden, beings that had lived peacefully in remote areas for millennia, suddenly found themselves face to face with a predator who had decided that their very existence was unacceptable. It was genocide disguised as heroism, and the worst part, it was working. For the first time in recorded history, ordinary people could travel the roads without fear. Merchants no longer needed armed escorts to transport their goods. Children could play in forests that had been death traps for generations. The monster population of the known world was being systematically exterminated by a single individual who had decided that coexistence was no longer an option. The gods watched this development with growing alarm, not because they cared about the monsters, mind you. Most of those creatures had been created as pawns in divine games, disposable tools to be used and discarded at will. What worried the immortals was the precedent being set. If a half-mortal could decide that entire categories of beings had no right to exist, what was to stop him from expanding that philosophy? If monsters today, why not minor gods tomorrow? Why not major ones the day after that? But their attempts to intervene only made things worse. When Zeus sent a delegation of lesser deities to reason with his son, Hercules listened politely to their concerns, nodded thoughtfully, and then asked them a simple question that cut to the heart of everything. In all the centuries you've ruled this world, how many innocent mortals have died because you chose entertainment over protection? The silence that followed was answer enough, because that's what Hercules had finally understood about the cosmic order. It wasn't designed to protect the innocent or punish the guilty. It was designed to provide amusement for beings so powerful and long-lived that ordinary mortal concerns had become meaningless to them. Wars, plagues, monster attacks, all of it was just theater performed for an audience of immortals who had forgotten what it meant to suffer. Well, he was about to remind them. The campaign that followed would later be known as the Divine Reckoning, though no official histories would record it accurately. Too many powerful interests had reasons to suppress the truth about what really happened during those dark months when the son of Zeus declared war on heaven itself. It started with the minor deities, the ones responsible for specific types of disasters. The god of earthquakes, who had been carelessly destroying cities for millennia, found his divine essence scattered to the winds. The goddess of plague, who had treated mortal suffering as artistic expression, discovered that even immortals could be made to beg for mercy. One by one, Hercules worked his way up the divine hierarchy, each elimination more shocking than the last. He didn't kill them in combat, didn't challenge them to honorable duels or tests of strength. He hunted them like the monsters they had created, using their own tactics against them, turning their arrogance into vulnerability. The goddess Ate, who specialized in driving mortals to destructive madness, was trapped in a maze of her own making, forced to experience every moment of insanity she had ever inflicted on others. The god Lemos, who had caused famines for sport, was bound in chains that slowly drained his divine essence, while he experienced the agony of eternal starvation. But it was his treatment of Eris, the goddess of discord, that truly demonstrated how far Hercules had fallen into darkness. Eris had been responsible for countless wars, manipulating mortals into conflicts that served no purpose beyond her own amusement. She had torn apart families, destroyed kingdoms, orchestrated betrayals that had shaped the course of history. When Hercules finally cornered her, she expected the quick death that her fellow deities had received. Instead, he gave her something far worse. He trapped her in a prison of perfect harmony. Using magic learned from the very monsters he had slain, Hercules created a pocket dimension where discord was impossible. Every thought was perfectly balanced, every emotion in complete equilibrium. For a being whose very existence depended on conflict and chaos, it was a torture more exquisite than any physical pain. And he left her there, conscious and aware, to experience an eternity of the peace she had spent millennia destroying. The message was clear. Hercules wasn't just eliminating threats. He was crafting punishments that fit the crimes, demonstrating a level of psychological sophistication that made even the Furies pause in admiration. This was justice, but justice without mercy, without forgiveness, without any of the compassion that had once defined heroism. The major gods finally began to take notice when Ares, the god of war himself, disappeared without a trace. Here was a deity who should have been able to match Hercules in combat, a immortal warrior with eons of experience and unlimited divine power. Yet somehow, the half-mortal son of Zeus had managed to eliminate him so completely that even his divine essence couldn't be detected. That's when they realized they were dealing with something unprecedented. Not just a rogue hero, but a being who had learned to fight on their level using weapons they didn't understand. Because Hercules had discovered something that the gods had forgotten in their arrogance. Immortality was not invincibility. Divine power was not unlimited. And every supernatural being, no matter how ancient or mighty, had weaknesses that could be exploited by someone patient enough to find them. The knowledge he had gained from studying monster genealogies had revealed the hidden connections between all supernatural entities. He understood now how divine power flowed, where it originated, how it could be interrupted or redirected. Most importantly, he had learned that the gods' greatest strength, their emotional detachment from mortal concerns, was also their greatest vulnerability. They had become so removed from human experience that they couldn't understand human desperation. They couldn't comprehend the lengths to which a mortal would go when pushed beyond all reasonable limits. They still thought in terms of rules and traditions and cosmic balance. Hercules thought in terms of total war. The first direct confrontation came when Hera herself finally descended from Olympus to face her stepson. The goddess who had tormented him since birth, who had driven him to kill his first family, who had orchestrated the curse that had defined his entire existence, finally decided to end their conflict personally. She found him waiting in the ruins of Ares' temple, standing amid the scattered remnants of what had once been considered indestructible divine architecture. He didn't seem surprised to see her. If anything, he looked like he had been expecting her arrival. "You've become everything I always said you were," she told him, her voice carrying the weight of centuries of hatred. "A monster, a threat to the natural order, a mistake that should never have been allowed to exist." Hercules nodded thoughtfully, as if considering her words with genuine interest. "You know what's funny about that?" he replied. "You're absolutely right. I am a monster now, but I'm a monster you created." He gestured to the destruction around them, the evidence of his systematic dismantling of the divine hierarchy. "Every act of cruelty you inflicted, every moment of suffering you orchestrated, every innocent life you destroyed in your petty jealousy over my father's infidelity, all of it led to this moment." His smile was cold enough to freeze the blood of mortals. "You wanted to turn me into a weapon. Congratulations. Mission accomplished." The battle that followed shook the foundations of reality itself. Hera unleashed power that had been accumulating for millennia, divine fury that could have reduced entire continents to ash. She struck with the force of cosmic justice, with the authority of the natural order itself, with magic that predated the creation of the world. Hercules met her attack with something far more dangerous. He fought with the calculated precision of a being who had nothing left to lose and everything to gain. Every move was designed not just to cause damage, but to demonstrate that even the Queen of Heaven was not beyond his reach. The fight raged across dimensions, through layers of reality that mortals couldn't even perceive. It carved scars into the fabric of existence that would take eons to heal. It redefined what was possible when unlimited power met unlimited determination. And when it was over, when the echoes of their conflict finally faded into silence, only one figure remained standing amid the wreckage. Hera lay broken at his feet, her immortal essence flickering like a candle in a hurricane. She wasn't dead exactly. Gods couldn't die in any conventional sense. But she had been reduced to something barely above a mortal, stripped of most of her power, her divine authority scattered to the winds. "This is what you taught me," Hercules said, looking down at the being who had shaped his entire existence through hatred and manipulation. "That power is the only truth that matters. That mercy is weakness. That the strong have not just the right, but the responsibility to dominate the weak." He knelt beside her, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried more menace than any shout. "Thank you for the lesson. I've learned it well." What he did next would have horrified the old Hercules, the hero who had once wept over the necessity of violence. But that man was gone, replaced by something that understood the universe in terms that gods found terrifyingly familiar. He didn't kill Hera. Death would have been mercy, and mercy was a luxury he could no longer afford. Instead, he bound her with chains forged from her own divine essence, trapping her in a prison of crystallized time where she would experience every moment of suffering she had ever inflicted on others. Not just the pain she had caused him, but every act of cruelty she had committed throughout her eternal existence. Every mortal driven to madness by her jealousy, every family destroyed by her petty vengeances, every innocent life lost to her games of divine politics. She would feel it all, simultaneously and eternally, until she truly understood the weight of what she had done. It was justice. It was also the most exquisite torture ever conceived by mortal or immortal mind. And as Hercules walked away from the ruins of what had once been the most powerful goddess in the pantheon, leaving her to her eternal education in empathy, he realized something that should have terrified him. He felt nothing, no satisfaction, no remorse, no sense of completion or victory. Just the cold, mechanical recognition that another task had been completed successfully. Nessus had done his work well. The centaur's poison had destroyed more than just Deianira's trust or Hercules' capacity for love. It had eliminated his ability to feel human emotions at all. What remained was pure intellect, divine strength, and an understanding of power that made him more dangerous than any force the world had ever known. The age of heroes was truly dead. What had replaced it was something that would make the gods themselves pray for the return of the monsters they had once created for entertainment, because at least monsters were predictable. At least they followed their nature, acted according to comprehensible motivations, could be reasoned with, or bargained with, or defeated through conventional means. But what do you call a being with the power of a god, the knowledge of the ages, and the absolute certainty that the universe is fundamentally unjust? What do you do when that being decides that the only solution is to remake reality according to his own vision of order? You pray that someone somewhere has a plan to stop him before he succeeds. But as Hercules stood in the smoking ruins of Olympus, looking out over a world that no longer held any mysteries for him, no longer offered any challenges worth his attention, he realized that there might not be anyone left with the power to oppose him. He had won, completely, utterly, finally. And victory, he discovered, was the loneliest feeling in the universe. Somewhere in the distance, carried on winds that smelled of sulfur and burnt offerings, he could swear he heard the echo of Centaur's laughter. Nessus had achieved something beyond his wildest dreams of revenge. He hadn't just destroyed Hercules, he had turned him into something that would destroy everything else. The encounter at the river of Venus had been the first domino to fall. Everything that followed, every act of calculated violence, every systematic elimination of divine authority, every step toward absolute power, all of it could be traced back to that moment when a dying monster had smiled and pressed a vial into the hands of a trusting wife. It was the perfect revenge, not just because it had worked, but because it would never end. As long as Hercules existed, as long as his transformed nature drove him to impose his will on an imperfect universe, Nessus's victory would continue to echo through eternity. The centaur had done more than kill a hero. He had created a force of nature that would reshape the cosmos according to the logic of absolute power. And the most beautiful part from his perspective was that Hercules would never understand what had really happened to him. He would spend forever believing that his transformation was a choice, that his embrace of darkness was a rational response to an irrational world. He would never realize that every decision, every justification, every step toward ultimate power had been choreographed by a creature whose hatred had transcended death itself. The monster hunter had become the monster, just as planned. The only question now was whether the universe could survive what he was about to become. But here's the thing about absolute power that even Hercules, in all his divine intelligence, couldn't see coming. When you eliminate every external threat, when you've systematically destroyed every force that once challenged you, you don't achieve peace. You achieve something far more dangerous. Boredom, and a bored god with unlimited power and no remaining capacity for human emotion, that's not a ruler. That's a cosmic disaster waiting to happen. The first sign of what was coming appeared in the mortal world about 6 months after Hera's imprisonment. Cities that had once struggled with crime, disease, and natural disasters suddenly found themselves dealing with problems that defied all logic. In Athens, every citizen woke up one morning speaking only in perfect iambic pentameter. In Sparta, all the warriors discovered they could only move in elaborate dance formations. These weren't natural phenomena. They weren't even magical accidents. They were experiments. You see, Hercules had solved the problem of suffering by eliminating its sources. No more monsters, no more malevolent gods, no more cosmic forces playing games with mortal lives. The world was finally safe, finally ordered, finally perfect. And perfection, he was discovering, was absolutely unbearable, so he began to tinker. Small changes at first, minor adjustments to the natural order just to see what would happen. He altered the flow of rivers, rearranged mountain ranges, experimented with the fundamental laws of physics like a child playing with toys. The mortals below adapted as best they could, assuming these strange phenomena were just another aspect of life in a world ruled by incomprehensible forces. They had no idea that their former savior was slowly descending into a madness that would make his original curse seem like a gentle blessing. The transformation accelerated when Hercules realized that even reshaping reality couldn't fill the emptiness inside him. Physical changes to the world were interesting for a while, but they lacked something essential. They lacked stakes. They lacked the possibility of failure that had once made his labors meaningful. That's when he began his greatest and most terrible experiment. If the world lacked sufficient challenges for someone of his power, then perhaps it was time to create some new ones. Not monsters in the traditional sense, but something far more sophisticated, something that could actually threaten him. He started by studying the deepest mysteries of existence, delving into secrets that even the oldest gods had never dared to explore. The fundamental forces that held reality together, the delicate balance between creation and destruction, the thin barriers that separated one universe from another. What he found there, in the spaces between worlds, would have driven a normal mind instantly insane. Entities that existed outside of time and space, being so alien that their very presence could unravel the fabric of existence. They were the things that gods had nightmares about, the ultimate predators that fed on reality itself. And Hercules looked at them and saw exactly what he needed. Worthy opponents. The summoning ritual he devised was a masterpiece of magical engineering, drawing on knowledge stolen from every divine source he had eliminated. It required sacrifices on a scale that would have been unthinkable to his former self. Entire cities' worth of life force, channeled through crystallized time and concentrated divine essence. He chose his sacrifices carefully. Not innocence, never innocence. That would have violated the twisted moral code he still maintained. Instead, he selected the corrupt, the cruel, the ones who had caused suffering through their own choices. Tyrants, slavers, those who had grown fat on others' misery. In his mind, he was still a hero. He was eliminating evil while simultaneously powering a ritual that would bring meaning back to his existence. It was elegant, efficient, perfectly justified. It was also completely insane. The first entity that answered his call was something that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously. A being of pure malevolence that had been devouring universes since before the concept of time had meaning. It looked at the reality Hercules had created, at the ordered world where suffering had been minimized and justice had been perfected, and it laughed. Not with voice or sound, but with a vibration that shook the foundations of existence itself. Because it understood something that Hercules, for all his intelligence, had missed completely. Order was just another form of chaos. Control was just another type of destruction. And the being that thought it had transcended its nature had actually embraced it more completely than ever before. The entity didn't attack Hercules directly. That would have been too simple, too straightforward. Instead, it began to corrupt the very concept of heroism itself. Every act of protection became an act of oppression. Every moment of peace became a prelude to violence. Every gesture of love became a seed of betrayal. It was doing to the entire universe what Nessus had done to Hercules personally, using the very thing that people valued most against them, turning their greatest strengths into instruments of their own destruction. And Hercules, watching this cosmic corruption unfold, felt something he hadn't experienced in years. Not horror, not regret, but excitement. Finally, he was facing a challenge worthy of his abilities. An opponent that could match him in cunning, in patience, in the willingness to sacrifice everything for ultimate victory. The war that followed would reshape not just their universe, but the fundamental nature of reality across multiple dimensions. It was a conflict fought with weapons forged from collapsed stars and strategies that spanned millennia. Entire galaxies became casualties. billions of lives snuffed out as collateral damage in a game that only 2 players truly understood. But here's what makes this story so perfectly, horribly complete. The entity that Hercules was fighting wasn't really his enemy, it was his reflection. Everything he had become, every choice he had made, every justification he had crafted for his actions, it was all mirrored in this cosmic predator that fed on suffering and called it order. He was fighting himself. And winning was impossible because victory would mean acknowledging what he had become. Losing was unthinkable because that would mean everything he had sacrificed, everyone he had killed, all of it had been for nothing. So the war continued, and continues still, according to some who claim to have glimpsed the spaces between realities. 2 godlike beings, locked in eternal combat, each convinced of their righteousness, each blind to the fact that they had become indistinguishable from the forces they originally sought to oppose. Meanwhile, in the mortal world far below, new heroes began to emerge. Men and women who had grown up in the shadow of Hercules' reign, who had seen what happened when power was concentrated in the hands of someone who believed they knew what was best for everyone else. These new champions were different from the heroes of old. They didn't seek glory or divine favor or the adoration of crowds. They had learned the hardest lesson that mythology had to teach, that the greatest enemy of justice isn't evil, it's the certainty that you're doing good. They worked in shadows, formed networks of mutual support, shared power instead of hoarding it. They had seen what happened when someone tried to save the world single-handedly, and they were determined never to repeat that mistake. And sometimes, when the cosmic battle between Hercules and his dark reflection created cracks in reality, when fragments of their war spilled over into the mortal realm, these new heroes would stand against forces that dwarfed anything their predecessors had ever faced. They would fail more often than they succeeded, they would make mistakes, suffer losses, watch innocent people die because they weren't strong enough or smart enough or fast enough to save everyone. But they would try, and they would try together. And in trying, in accepting their limitations, while still fighting against injustice, they would prove something that Hercules had forgotten in his transformation, from hero to monster to god to cosmic force of nature. That the measure of a hero isn't their power, it's their humanity. The story of Nessus and Hercules, the tale of revenge that transcended death itself, had become something larger than either of its original participants could have imagined. It had become a lesson written across the stars, a warning carved into the fundamental structure of reality. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. And the most dangerous corruption of all is the kind that convinces you it isn't corruption at all, but enlightenment. Somewhere in the spaces between dimensions, the laughter of a long-dead centaur still echoes, because Nessus achieved something even greater than perfect revenge. He created perfect irony. The hero became the villain, the savior became the destroyer, and the man who sought to eliminate suffering became the source of suffering on a cosmic scale. And the most beautiful part of all, Hercules still thinks he's the good guy. That's the real poison that Nessus injected into the world. Not just the venom that killed Deianira, not just the jealousy that drove her to attempt murder, but the certainty that followed. The unshakable conviction that whatever you do in service of your cause is justified, no matter how many innocents suffer, no matter how much you have to sacrifice of your own humanity. It's a poison that doesn't just kill the body, it kills the soul while leaving the mind intact to rationalize every atrocity as necessary, every cruelty as kindness, every step toward damnation as progress toward salvation. The encounter at the River Evenus wasn't just about one hero's fall from grace. It was about the fundamental question that every person with power must answer. Do you serve justice, or do you force justice to serve you? Hercules chose wrong, and the universe is still paying the price. But that's not the end of the story, because even now, in the mortal world below, children are being born who will grow up to face their own moments of choice, their own rivers to cross, their own monsters to fight, their own temptations to embrace the darkness in service of the light. Some of them will remember the cautionary tale of the greatest hero who ever lived. Some of them will learn from his mistakes, will choose differently, will find ways to fight evil without becoming it. And some of them won't. The cycle continues, as it always has, as it always will. Heroes rise, heroes fall, and the universe watches to see which way the scales will tip this time. Because in the end, that's all any of us can do. face our choices, accept the consequences, and hope that when the final accounting is made, we'll be remembered for what we tried to save rather than what we destroyed along the way. The story of Hercules and Nessus is a tragedy, but it's also a warning, a reminder that the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones with claws and fangs and obvious malice. They're the ones who look like heroes, who speak of justice and protection and the greater good, who convince themselves that their noble ends justify any means necessary. They're the ones who smile as they destroy the world, secure in the knowledge that they're saving it. And somewhere, in the dark spaces between the stars, Nessus laughs and laughs and laughs, because that's the truth that ancient audiences never wanted to face, and it's the truth we still struggle with today. The monsters in our stories aren't just warnings about external threats, they're mirrors, reflecting back the darkness that lives inside all of us, waiting for the right moment to emerge. Nessus understood this better than anyone. He knew that the real battle wasn't between good and evil, but between the person you are and the person you could become under the right circumstances. He didn't need to overpower Hercules physically. He just needed to create the perfect storm of love, fear, and circumstance that would transform the greatest hero in history into something unrecognizable. And here's what makes it even more chilling. Every step of Hercules' transformation felt reasonable at the time. Protecting his wife from a monster? Of course. Seeking justice for her death? Understandable. Eliminating threats before they could harm others? Logical. Each decision built naturally on the last, creating a path that seemed noble even as it led straight into the abyss. That's the real genius of what Nessus accomplished. He didn't just destroy one man, he created a template, a blueprint for how any hero could be corrupted. Take their greatest virtue, put it under enough pressure, and watch as it transforms into their greatest weakness. Love becomes possessiveness. Justice becomes vengeance. Protection becomes control. And before you know it, the person who started out trying to save the world is the one burning it down. Think about that the next time you're absolutely certain you're doing the right thing. The next time you're willing to cross a line because the cause is just. The next time you find yourself thinking that the ends justify the means, no matter how dark those means might be, because that's exactly what Hercules was thinking when he bound Hera in chains of crystallized time. That's exactly what he was feeling when he summoned cosmic entities that fed on reality itself. He was saving the world. He was protecting the innocent. He was doing what needed to be done. Sound familiar? The scariest part about studying ancient mythology isn't the monsters or the gods or the impossible labors. It's recognizing yourself in the stories. It's seeing how easily the heroes become villains, how quickly salvation becomes damnation, how thin the line really is between protecting people and controlling them. Nessus knew this. He counted on it. His revenge wasn't just about hurting one specific person. It was about proving that heroism itself was a lie. That given enough pressure, anyone could be broken, anyone could be turned, anyone could become the very thing they once fought against. And the most terrifying part? He was right. The encounter at the river Evenus teaches us something that no amount of modern psychology or philosophy can fully prepare us for. It shows us that our greatest strengths really can become our greatest weaknesses, that love really can be weaponized against us, and that sometimes the people trying to save us are the ones we should fear most. But it also teaches us something else, something that even Nessus, in all his cunning, couldn't have anticipated. The story survived, the warning was preserved, and every generation that hears it has the chance to make different choices. We can't guarantee that we'll never face our own river crossing, our own moment of temptation, our own encounter with the forces that want to corrupt what we hold most dear. But we can remember what happened to the greatest hero who ever lived when he forgot that heroism isn't about power. It's about restraint. It's about knowing when to stop. It's about accepting that sometimes the price of saving everything is becoming something that the world needs to be saved from. The real tragedy of Hercules isn't that he fell, it's that he fell while still believing he was rising. The real horror of Nessus isn't that he was evil, it's that he was patient enough to let his victims destroy themselves while thinking they were doing good. And the real lesson of their encounter isn't about monsters or heroes or ancient Greece. It's about us, about the choices we make when we think no one is watching, about the lines we cross when we're convinced it's for the greater good, about the moment when we stop asking whether we should do something and start focusing only on whether we can. That's when the centaur wins. That's when the poison takes hold. That's when the hero becomes the monster, one justified decision at a time. So the next time you're faced with an impossible choice, the next time you're tempted to take the easy path because it serves a noble cause, remember the man who could have been the greatest hero in history. Remember what he became instead, and ask yourself, what would Nessus want you to do? Then do the opposite, because in the end, that might be the only way to win a game that was rigged from the very beginning. Not by being stronger or smarter or more powerful than your enemies, but by refusing to play by rules that were designed to corrupt you. The river still flows, the choice is still yours. Choose wisely. Thanks for joining me on this journey through one of mythology's darkest corners. If this kind of deep dive into the psychological horror hiding behind ancient legends resonates with you, make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell. We've got so many more stories to explore, and trust me, they only get stranger from here. What other mythological encounters would you like to see dissected? Drop your suggestions in the comments below, and remember, in a world full of heroes and monsters, sometimes the scariest question isn't which one you're facing, it's which one you're becoming. And here's what makes the Hercules Nessus encounter even more chilling when you really think about it. This wasn't some cosmic accident or divine intervention gone wrong. This was a masterclass in psychological warfare executed by a creature who understood something that most of us never want to acknowledge. Evil doesn't usually announce itself with horns and pitchforks. It comes disguised as solutions to our problems. It offers to carry our burdens. It promises to make everything better if we just trust it, just this once. Nessus didn't attack Hercules with claws and fangs. He attacked him with kindness, with reasonable solutions to real problems, with the promise that he could make Hercules' life easier, safer, happier. And when that didn't work, he pivoted to attacking through the one person Hercules trusted most, because that's how predators work. They don't break down your defenses, they find ways to make you lower them voluntarily. Think about every horror movie you've ever watched. The really scary ones aren't about monsters jumping out of closets. They're about the friendly neighbor who's been planning your demise for months, the helpful stranger who knows exactly what you need to hear, the trusted friend who's been working against you all along. Nessus was all of these things rolled into one perfectly designed psychological weapon. He was the ultimate insider threat, the enemy who gets close enough to study your weaknesses, learn your patterns, and strike at the perfect moment when you're most vulnerable. But here's the part that should keep you awake at night. He didn't need supernatural powers to do it. He didn't need divine magic or cosmic authority. All he needed was patience, observation, and a deep understanding of human nature. Every technique he used, every manipulation he employed, every psychological trap he set, all of it could be replicated by anyone smart enough and patient enough to study their target. The vial of poison was just a prop. The real weapon was time and the willingness to wait for the perfect moment to strike. That's what makes this story so timeless and so terrifying, because while most of us will never encounter a literal centaur at a river crossing, we'll all face our own version of Nessus. The person who offers help when we're struggling, the voice that whispers what we want to hear when we're afraid, the solution that seems too good to be true but addresses our deepest fears. And just like Hercules, we'll have to decide whether to trust them, whether to accept their help, whether to believe their promises that everything will be better if we just let them carry us across whatever river we're trying to cross. The tragedy isn't that Hercules made the wrong choice. It's that from his perspective at the time, it was the only choice that made sense. He was trying to protect someone he loved. He was being responsible, careful, strategic. He was doing everything right according to the information he had. But information can be manipulated. Context can be shaped. And the person offering solutions to your problems might be the same person who created those problems in the first place. Nessus spent years, maybe decades, positioning himself at that river crossing. He studied the routes that heroes traveled. He learned their patterns, their weaknesses, their pressure points. He turned himself into the perfect trap, disguised as the perfect solution. And when Hercules finally arrived with his new wife, tired from traveling, worried about her safety, desperate to start their new life together, Nessus was ready, not with brute force, but with exactly what Hercules needed to hear, at exactly the moment when he was most likely to believe it. That's the level of planning and patience that real evil employs. It doesn't rely on luck or chance. It creates opportunities. It shapes circumstances. It turns your own virtues into the weapons that will destroy you. And the most insidious part? It makes you grateful for the privilege of being destroyed. Deianira thanked Nessus as he was dying. She believed she was receiving a gift, a magical insurance policy against future heartbreak. She had no idea that she was accepting the instrument of her own destruction and her husband's damnation. How many times in our own lives do we thank the people who are slowly poisoning us? How often do we express gratitude to those who are systematically undermining our happiness, our relationships, our sense of self? The answer is more often than we'd like to admit, because psychological manipulation, when done skillfully, feels like help. It feels like care. It feels like someone finally understanding what we need and being willing to provide it. Nessus understood that the best way to control someone isn't to overpower them, it's to make them believe that your goals and their goals are the same, that what's good for you is good for them, that they need you more than you need them. He turned Hercules' love for Deianira into a weakness. He turned Deianira's love for Hercules into a weapon, and he did it all while maintaining the fiction that he was trying to help them both. That's the real horror of this story, not the physical violence or the supernatural elements, but the quiet, patient corruption of everything good and pure and meaningful in two people's lives. The systematic transformation of love into fear, trust into suspicion, hope into despair. And it worked so perfectly that even centuries later, we're still talking about it. Still trying to understand how someone so clever and strong and fundamentally good could be brought so low by something that started with such a simple, reasonable request. Can you carry my wife across this dangerous river? 7 words that changed the course of history. 7 words that set in motion a chain of events that would transform the greatest hero who ever lived into something that would make the gods themselves tremble with fear. 7 words that prove, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that the most dangerous questions are often the ones that sound perfectly innocent when you first hear them. So the next time someone offers to help you across your river, whatever that river might be, remember Hercules, remember Deianira. Remember that sometimes the person offering to carry you to safety is actually carrying you towards your doom. And remember that the best way to honor their memory isn't to become paranoid or suspicious of everyone around you. It's to stay awake, stay aware, and never ever forget that the most beautiful traps are the ones that look exactly like the solutions to all your problems. Because somewhere out there, in whatever form they take in our modern world, the descendants of Nessus are still waiting by their rivers, still offering to help weary travelers reach the other side, still smiling as they plan your destruction, still patient enough to wait for the perfect moment to strike. The question isn't whether you'll encounter them. The question is whether you'll recognize them before it's too late. Sweet dreams, everyone. And the next time you're crossing a river, literal or metaphorical, maybe think twice about who you trust to carry you across. The water might look dangerous, but sometimes the real threat is the one offering to keep you dry. That's all for tonight's journey into the darkness. I'll see you in the next one, where we'll explore another corner of mythology that might just change how you look at the world forever. Stay curious, stay skeptical, and most importantly, stay human, because in a universe full of monsters disguised as heroes and heroes transformed into monsters, our humanity might be the only compass we have left. Until next time. Now picture this. You're Hercules, the strongest mortal who ever lived, and you've just been handed the most impossible task imaginable, not slaying a lion or cleaning some stables. No, you've been ordered to descend into the underworld itself and drag back Cerberus, the 3-headed guardian of the dead, alive. But here's what Disney didn't tell you. The underworld wasn't some cartoon villain's lair with convenient plot devices and comic relief. It was a realm of absolute horror designed specifically to break the human spirit before you even reached its gates. The ancient Greeks didn't create this place as entertainment. They created it as a warning, a glimpse into humanity's deepest fears about death and what lies beyond. So why did the underworld reek of despair, literally and figuratively? Why was this journey so terrifying that it became one of the most challenging labors ever conceived? And how did we go from this nightmare realm to Disney's jazz club version of hell? The answers are darker than you might imagine, and they reveal something profound about how we've sanitized our most primal fears. Because when you strip away the Hollywood magic and dive into the original myth, Hercules' descent becomes something far more disturbing, a journey that would test not just physical strength, but sanity itself. Let me paint you a picture of what this realm actually looked like, felt like, and yes, smelled like, because the stench was just the beginning. The journey to Hades didn't start with a convenient elevator or magical portal. It began with finding one of the entrances to the underworld, hidden in caves so deep that sunlight had never touched their walls. These weren't tourist attractions, they were cracks in reality itself, places where the boundary between the living world and the realm of the dead grew thin enough to cross. Hercules would have descended through winding passages that grew colder with every step. The air itself changed, becoming thick and oppressive, carrying with it the first hints of what lay ahead. Not just the smell of decay, though that was certainly there, but something worse, the scent of despair made manifest, of hope slowly rotting away in the darkness. Ancient texts describe the approach to Hades as a gradual stripping away of everything that made life worth living. Color drained from the world, sounds became muffled and distant, even the hero's own breathing seemed to echo strangely in the increasingly alien atmosphere. This wasn't just a change of scenery, it was a fundamental shift in the nature of existence itself. But the real horror began when Hercules reached the river Styx. Disney showed us a pleasant boat ride with a chatty ferryman. The reality was infinitely more disturbing. The Styx wasn't just water, it was the accumulated tears, sweat, and final breaths of every soul who had ever died. A river of liquid sorrow that moved with unnatural currents, carrying the echoes of final moments and last words. Charon, the ferryman, wasn't a comedic character with a Brooklyn accent. He was ancient beyond measure, his eyes hollow pits that had witnessed the passage of countless millions of souls. His boat wasn't sturdy wood, but something that defied description. Some texts suggest it was made from the bones of the first beings to die, held together by the regrets of the living. The crossing itself was an ordeal. The river stretched impossibly wide in all directions, its surface reflecting not the sky above, but glimpses of the lives that had ended. Passengers reported seeing their own deaths reflected in those dark waters, experiencing their final moments over and over as Charon's oar cut through the supernatural liquid, and the smell, it wasn't just decay or rot, it was the olfactory manifestation of endings themselves. Every goodbye never spoken, every dream that died with its dreamer, every moment of joy that would never come again. The ancient Greeks believed smell was the most direct path to memory and emotion, and the Styx attacked both with ruthless efficiency. But crossing the river was just the appetizer. The real feast of horror awaited on the other shore. The shores of Hades stretched endlessly in all directions, a vast plain of ashen sand that crunched underfoot with a sound like breaking bones. This wasn't the fiery pit of Christian imagination or Disney's colorful underworld nightclub. This was a realm of absolute gray, where even shadows seemed washed out and lifeless. The landscape itself was wrong in ways that human minds struggled to process. Hills rose and fell in patterns that defied geometry, creating vistas that hurt to look at directly. Rivers flowed upward into skies that weren't quite sky, while forests of leafless trees stretched branches that seemed to reach toward nothing and everything simultaneously. But it was the inhabitants that truly drove home the horror of this place. The dead weren't sleeping peacefully or partying with Hades. They were trapped in a state between existence and non-existence, aware enough to suffer but powerless to change their fate. These weren't the theatrical ghosts of modern horror movies. They were the faded remnants of human consciousness, worn down by eternity until only the core of their identity remained. Picture encountering someone you once knew among these shades. They would recognize you, remember their life, remember love and laughter and all the things that once mattered. But they couldn't quite grasp why those things had mattered, couldn't quite recall what joy felt like or why they had once feared death. They existed in a state of perpetual, almost understanding, forever on the verge of remembering what it meant to be truly alive. The ghosts moved differently too. not floating or flying, but walking with a gait that suggested they were constantly pushing through invisible resistance. Every step seemed to require tremendous effort, as if the very air of Hades was thick as molasses and twice as suffocating. Their movements left no marks in the ash sand, no disturbance in the air. They were there and not there simultaneously, substantial enough to be seen, but too insubstantial to truly exist. And they never stopped talking, a constant, whispered chorus of voices sharing fragments of memories, asking questions that had no answers, pleading for things that could never be given. Not loud enough to understand clearly, but persistent enough to drive visitors to the edge of madness. Imagine trying to concentrate while thousands of people whispered incomplete sentences just at the edge of your hearing forever. The smell here was different from the river. Where the Styx reeked of endings, the plains of Hades carried the stench of things that should have ended but couldn't. Wounds that couldn't heal, tears that couldn't dry, love that couldn't fade but also couldn't be fulfilled. It was the smell of eternity itself, and it clung to everything like a second skin. Hercules, with his divine strength and heroic constitution, was better equipped than most mortals to handle this assault on the senses. But even he felt the weight of the place pressing down on him, trying to convince him that he too was dead and simply hadn't accepted it yet. The underworld didn't just challenge physical strength, it challenged the very concept of life itself. But the journey to Cerberus was far from over. Ahead lay the palace of Hades and the rivers that would make the Styx seem like a pleasant summer stream. As Hercules pressed deeper into the underworld, the landscape began to shift in ways that defied natural law. The path ahead wasn't just difficult to navigate, it was actively hostile to life itself. Each step forward required not just physical effort, but an act of will, a conscious decision to continue existing in a realm designed to make existence meaningless. The first of the true horrors he encountered was the river Acheron, the stream of woe. Unlike the Styx, which at least resembled water, the Acheron was something else entirely. It flowed thick and viscous, like liquid grief made manifest. The sound it made wasn't the babbling of a normal stream, but something closer to sobbing, a constant weeping that seemed to emerge from the river itself. The banks of the Acheron were lined with souls who had given up hope entirely. These weren't the restless dead of the outer plains. These were beings who had accepted their fate so completely that they had become part of the landscape itself. Some had been there so long that plants grew through them, their bodies serving as soil for the strange, colorless vegetation of Hades. Others had simply become stone, their final expressions of despair frozen forever in gray rock. But it was the river Cocytus that truly tested Hercules' resolve. The river of lamentation flowed with the tears of the damned, but these weren't just any tears, they were the final tears, the ones shed in the moment when hope dies completely. The river sang with the voices of those who had wept these tears, creating a symphony of despair so beautiful and terrible that many who heard it simply sat down on the banks and never moved again. Ancient texts describe the effect of Cocytus on living visitors. The sound penetrated not just the ears, but the soul itself, awakening every moment of sadness, every loss, every disappointment the listener had ever experienced. It amplified these feelings until they became unbearable, until the very act of remembering joy became torture because joy was no longer possible. Hercules, despite his heroic nature, felt tears streaming down his face as he passed the river. Not tears of sadness for himself, but tears for every mortal who had ever lived and died, for every dream that had been buried, for every love that had been lost to time. The river forced him to experience not just his own grief, but the collective grief of all humanity. And then there was Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, which might have been a mercy if it worked the way mortals hoped. But Lethe wasn't a gentle erasure of painful memories. It was a complete dissolution of self, a river that took everything that made someone who they were and left behind only the most basic spark of consciousness. The souls who drank from Lethe didn't find peace. They found a kind of living death worse than any torment. The smell near these rivers was indescribable. It wasn't just the physical stench of decay or even the metaphysical reek of despair. It was the olfactory representation of concepts that human language couldn't capture. The smell of time itself becoming meaningless, the aroma of identity dissolving, the stench of eternity pressing down like a weight that could never be lifted. But perhaps most disturbing of all was how these smells began to seem normal after prolonged exposure. Hercules found himself growing accustomed to the reek of hopelessness, and that adaptation was more terrifying than the initial revulsion. It suggested that even heroes could be worn down by the underworld, that given enough time, even the strongest will could be broken. The palace of Hades loomed ahead now, a structure that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its towers twisted impossibly upward, disappearing into a sky that wasn't quite black, but wasn't any color that existed in the living world. The very stones of the palace seemed to whisper secrets in languages that predated human speech, and somewhere within those walls waited Cerberus, the three-headed guardian whose breath alone was said to kill mortals instantly. But Hercules was no ordinary mortal, and his task was far from ordinary. The real question wasn't whether he could defeat the beast, it was whether he could maintain his sanity long enough to try. Because the underworld's greatest weapon wasn't its monsters or its rivers of torment. It was its ability to make visitors forget why they had come, to convince them that they had always been there, that the world of the living was just a pleasant dream they had once had. The stench of the place wasn't just unpleasant, it was a constant reminder that life itself was temporary, fragile, and ultimately meaningless. Disney's version showed us a hero who never wavered, who cracked jokes in the face of danger and emerged victorious through pluck and determination. But the real Hercules faced something far more insidious than simple monsters or obvious dangers. He faced a realm designed to break the human spirit through sheer, relentless despair. And he was only halfway to his destination. The palace of Hades rose before Hercules like a monument to despair itself. Its architecture defied every principle of construction known to the living world. Walls curved inward and outward simultaneously, creating optical illusions that made visitors question their own perception. Doorways opened onto corridors that led back to themselves. Windows looked out onto views that couldn't possibly exist from their positions in the structure. But it wasn't the impossible geometry that made the palace truly horrifying. It was how perfectly it embodied its purpose. Every surface, every angle, every decorative element had been designed to remind visitors that they were in a place where hope came to die. The very stones seemed to exhale resignation, breathing out the accumulated sighs of countless souls who had passed through these halls. The throne room itself was a masterpiece of psychological warfare. Vast beyond measure, it stretched away into shadows that seemed to move independently of any light source. The ceiling disappeared into darkness so complete it felt solid, pressing down with the weight of eternity itself. And there, on a throne carved from what appeared to be crystallized despair, sat Hades himself. The Lord of the Dead wasn't the flamboyant cartoon villain with blue flames for hair. He was something far more terrifying in his absolute stillness. Hades appeared as a figure of perfect composure, neither young nor old, neither cruel nor kind. He simply was, existing with the same inevitability as death itself. His eyes held the accumulated weight of every soul that had ever passed into his realm, and when he spoke, his voice carried the finality of the grave, but even Hades paled in comparison to what lurked in the deepest chambers of his palace. For it was here that Cerberus made his lair, and the approach to the three-headed guardian was an ordeal that tested every aspect of Hercules' being. The descent to Cerberus's domain led through chambers that grew progressively more disturbing. First came the Hall of Echoes, where every footstep produced not just one echo, but thousands, each one slightly different, creating a cacophony of phantom sounds that made it impossible to distinguish reality from reflection. The walls here were lined with mirrors that showed not your reflection, but your death, playing out in infinite variations until the viewer could no longer remember which version was real. Then came the Chamber of Whispers, where the voices of the dead gathered to share their final secrets. Not the gentle whispers of the outer planes, but urgent, desperate communications from souls trying to pass along vital information before it was too late. They spoke of hidden treasures, unfinished business, love confessions never made, and warnings about dangers that no longer mattered. The sheer volume of these voices created a wall of sound so dense it became physical, requiring tremendous effort to push through. But it was the corridor of regrets that nearly broke even Hercules' heroic resolve. Here, visitors were forced to experience not just their own regrets, but the regrets of everyone who had ever lived. Every missed opportunity, every cruel word, every moment of cowardice or selfishness played out with perfect clarity. The corridor stretched for what felt like miles, and each step forward revealed new layers of human failure and disappointment. The smell in these deeper chambers evolved beyond anything Hercules had encountered on his journey. It wasn't just the stench of death or despair anymore, it was the olfactory manifestation of wasted potential itself. The aroma of dreams deferred until they withered, the scent of love unexpressed until it turned bitter, the reek of courage that arrived too late to matter. And underlying it all was something worse, the smell of time itself, that invisible force that turned all human achievement to dust and rendered every victory meaningless. It was a smell that couldn't be washed off or forgotten, one that seemed to seep into the very bones and announce to every cell in the body that death was not just inevitable but already present. Finally, Hercules reached the innermost sanctum where Cerberus dwelt. The chamber opened up into a space so vast it seemed to contain its own weather patterns. Winds howled across landscapes of bone and ash, while strange storms raged in the distance, their lightning illuminating scenes of torment that existed only in peripheral vision. And there, chained to the very foundations of the underworld itself, was the Guardian. Cerberus wasn't just a large dog with multiple heads. The creature was an embodiment of everything that made the underworld terrifying. Each of its 3 heads represented a different aspect of death's horror. The first head, eternally snarling, showed death as violence and destruction. Its eyes burned with the rage of every life cut short, every dream destroyed by circumstance beyond control. The second head appeared almost peaceful, but its serenity was more disturbing than any snarl. This was death as inevitability, as the slow grinding down of hope and vitality until nothing remained. Its gaze held the patient certainty of entropy itself, the knowledge that all things must eventually end and return to dust. But it was the third head that truly embodied the horror of Hades. Neither angry nor peaceful, it simply watched with an intelligence that seemed almost human. This head understood what it meant to be alive, which made its role as guardian of the dead infinitely more cruel. It knew exactly what it was preventing souls from returning to, and it took a kind of philosophical satisfaction in its duty. The beast's body defied easy description. Larger than any building, it seemed to shift and change depending on the angle from which it was viewed. Sometimes it appeared to be made of shadow and smoke. Other times it looked solid as stone but moved like liquid. Its fur wasn't fur at all, but the accumulated darkness of every night that had ever fallen, woven together into a coat that absorbed light and hope with equal efficiency. But perhaps most disturbing of all was Cerberus's breath. Not the fiery exhalation you might expect from a monster, but something far worse. Each exhalation carried with it the final breath of every mortal who had ever died. The creature literally breathed death itself, exhaling the accumulated last moments of humanity in a fog so toxic that it killed not just the body, but the soul's will to continue existing. The drool that constantly fell from its massive jaws wasn't saliva, but liquid despair, pooling around the creature's feet to form small lakes of concentrated hopelessness. These pools reflected nothing, not even light, creating voids in reality that hurt to look at directly. Some ancient texts suggested that these pools were actually windows into alternate timelines, where different versions of death played out endlessly. Standing before this creature, Hercules understood why his task was considered impossible. This wasn't just about physical strength or heroic courage. Cerberus was designed to break visitors psychologically long before any physical confrontation could begin. The beast's very presence was an argument against existence itself, a living reminder that all struggle was ultimately futile. The smell here reached its absolute worst. It wasn't just the accumulation of all the previous odors, but something entirely new and infinitely more horrible. It was the smell of the moment when hope dies, concentrated and weaponized. The aroma of every parent who had outlived their children, every lover who had watched their beloved fade away, every dreamer who had finally accepted that their dreams would never come true. And yet, despite all of this, Hercules pressed forward. Because that's what heroes do in the real myths, not the sanitized versions we tell children. They don't crack jokes or find convenient plot devices. They endure, they suffer, they face the absolute worst that existence can offer and somehow find the strength to take one more step. But the real question wasn't whether Hercules could defeat Cerberus in combat. The real question was whether he could maintain his identity as a living being in a realm designed to convince him that life itself was an illusion. The underworld's greatest victory wasn't in killing intruders, it was in making them forget they had ever been alive. Disney showed us a hero who never wavered, who emerged from his trials unscathed and unchanged. But the real Hercules faced something far more profound and disturbing. He faced the possibility that everything he believed about life, death, and meaning might be wrong, that perhaps the dead were right to accept their fate, and the living were fools for clinging to their brief, meaningless existence. The stench of the underworld wasn't just unpleasant. It was a constant philosophical argument made manifest, challenging every assumption about what made life worth living. And as Hercules prepared to face the three-headed guardian, he carried with him not just the hopes of completing his labor, but the far more desperate hope that he would remember why completing it mattered. Because in the depths of Hades, surrounded by the reek of eternal despair and the whispers of the hopeless dead, even heroes could forget what they were fighting for. The confrontation with Cerberus wasn't the epic battle scene Disney would have you believe. No heroic sword fighting, no convenient weaknesses to exploit, no plucky sidekicks offering last-minute assistance. The reality was far more psychologically complex and infinitely more disturbing. Hercules approached the beast not with weapons drawn, but with the slow, deliberate movements of someone trying not to disturb a nightmare made flesh. Every step forward felt like walking through invisible quicksand, the very air around Cerberus thick with accumulated malevolence. The three heads tracked his movement with unsettling coordination, their eyes reflecting not light, but the absence of it, creating holes in reality that seemed to pull at his vision. The hero's strategy wasn't born of tactical brilliance, but of desperate necessity. He couldn't fight something that embodied death itself. Instead, he had to negotiate with it, to somehow convince this guardian of the dead that allowing him passage wouldn't violate the fundamental order of existence. But how do you reason with a creature whose entire purpose is to ensure that the living never return from the realm of the dead? The first head to speak wasn't the snarling one, as you might expect, but the serene middle head, the one that understood inevitability. Its voice came from everywhere and nowhere, reverberating through Hercules' bones rather than his ears. The words weren't in any language the hero recognized, yet their meaning was crystal clear. They spoke of the futility of struggle, the peace that came with acceptance, the relief of finally laying down burdens that were never meant to be carried. This wasn't temptation in the traditional sense. It was logic, cold and perfect, and absolutely terrifying in its reasonableness. Why continue fighting? Why maintain the exhausting pretense of hope? Why not simply join the countless souls who had found peace and surrender? The middle head didn't threaten or cajole. It simply presented the mathematical certainty of defeat with the patience of eternity itself. But it was the third head, the intelligent one, that posed the real challenge. This head knew Hercules personally, had watched his entire life unfold from the moment of his birth. It spoke of every mistake the hero had ever made, every moment of weakness, every person he had failed to save, not with cruelty, but with the gentle disappointment of a teacher correcting a slow student. The creature recounted Hercules' fits of rage, the innocents who had died because of his uncontrolled strength, the family he had destroyed in a moment of divine madness. It painted a picture of heroism as nothing more than elaborate self-deception, a desperate attempt to atone for sins that could never truly be forgiven. Why struggle to return to a world where such horrors were possible when the underworld offered freedom from all moral complexity? The psychological assault was more devastating than any physical attack could have been. Disney's version showed us a hero who knew his own worth, who faced challenges with unwavering confidence in his righteous cause. But the real Hercules stood before Cerberus drowning in doubt, forced to confront the possibility that everything he believed about heroism and redemption might be an elaborate lie he had told himself. The stench during this confrontation reached levels that transcended the merely horrible. It wasn't just the smell of death or despair anymore. It was the olfactory representation of moral ambiguity itself. The reek of good intentions gone wrong, the aroma of heroic ideals rotting under the weight of unintended consequences. The air itself seemed to argue against the very concept of heroism, suggesting that perhaps the dead were right to abandon such naive notions. And through it all, Cerberus continued to drool that liquid despair, each drop hitting the ground with the sound of another hope extinguished. The pools around the creature's feet had grown larger, reflecting scenes from Hercules' past that he had tried desperately to forget. Not his triumphs, but his failures. Not his moments of glory, but his instances of doubt and weakness and very human frailty. The beast's breath came in waves now, each exhalation carrying with it the final words of every hero who had ever lived and died. They spoke of disillusionment and betrayal, of causes that proved unworthy and victories that turned to ash. The accumulated wisdom of dead heroes formed a chorus of voices all saying the same thing. Heroism was a trap, a beautiful lie designed to make mortals willingly shoulder unbearable burdens. But perhaps most disturbing of all was how reasonable it all sounded. Standing there in the depths of Hades, surrounded by the evidence of humanity's failures and the inevitability of death, Hercules began to understand why so many souls chose to stay. Not because they were forced to, but because leaving required maintaining the exhausting belief that life had meaning in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. The underworld didn't capture souls through force, it captured them through revelation, showing them truths about existence that were too terrible to bear in the world of the living. It offered the ultimate mercy, freedom from the burden of hope itself. Why struggle against fate when fate always won in the end? Why pretend that individual actions mattered when the universe was vast and indifferent and ultimately empty? Disney's hero would have given an inspiring speech about never giving up, about the power of believing in yourself, about how love conquers all. But those platitudes crumbled in the face of Cerberus's relentless logic. The real Hercules had no speeches, no sudden bursts of confidence, no convenient epiphanies about his own worth. What he had instead was something both more mundane and more profound. Stubbornness, the simple, unreasonable refusal to accept defeat, even when defeat made perfect logical sense. Not because he was certain he was right, but because uncertainty itself wasn't sufficient reason to stop trying. The beast could list every failure, every doubt, every reason why heroism was meaningless, and Hercules could only respond with the basic animal refusal to lie down and die. This wasn't the triumphant heroism of children's stories. This was the gritty, unglamorous heroism of continuing to put one foot in front of the other, when every rational part of your mind screamed that the effort was pointless. It was heroism stripped of all its romantic elements, reduced to its most basic component, the decision to keep going because stopping meant accepting that nothing had ever mattered. The negotiation with Cerberus stretched on for what felt like hours, though time moved strangely in the depths of Hades. The creature probed every aspect of Hercules' psyche, searching for the breaking point that every mortal possessed. It offered increasingly sophisticated arguments for surrender, painting pictures of peace and rest and freedom from the exhausting burden of caring about anything. And gradually, horribly, Hercules began to understand why the underworld smelled the way it did. It wasn't just the physical decay of death or even the metaphysical stench of despair. It was the smell of truth itself, unfiltered by hope or delusion or the comforting lies that made life bearable. It was the aroma of existence without meaning, of struggle without purpose, of love without permanence. The living world maintained its illusions through careful editing, showing only enough suffering to make joy seem precious, while hiding the vast majority of pain and futility that defined most human experience. But the underworld was unedited reality, where every comfortable lie was stripped away and replaced with the harsh mathematics of entropy and meaninglessness. Yet somehow, impossibly, Hercules continued to stand. Not because he had found some clever argument against Cerberus's logic, not because he had discovered hidden reserves of strength or wisdom, but because surrender required a conscious decision, and he simply refused to make it. His heroism in that moment wasn't about being right or strong or pure. It was about being too stubborn to accept the obvious. The beast's intelligent head tilted slightly, studying this mortal who continued to exist despite having every reason not to. For the first time in millennia, Cerberus encountered something it couldn't understand. A hero who knew he was probably wrong but refused to let that knowledge paralyze him. Not optimism, but its opposite, the grim determination to act in the face of certain meaninglessness. And perhaps that was what finally convinced the Guardian to allow passage. Not Hercules' strength or righteousness or divine heritage, but his sheer, bloody-minded refusal to behave rationally. In a realm dedicated to the logical conclusion of all existence, unreasonableness itself became a kind of power. The chains that bound Cerberus to the foundations of the underworld weren't physical restraints, but metaphysical ones, forged from the accumulated acceptance of every soul that had ever passed through Hades. They grew stronger with each spirit that embraced the finality of death, each mind that accepted the meaninglessness of struggle. But they grew weaker in the presence of someone who refused to accept what everyone knew to be true. Disney showed us a hero who conquered through purity of heart and noble intentions. But the real Hercules succeeded through something far more complex and troubling. The recognition that heroism might be pointless, but that pointlessness itself wasn't sufficient reason to abandon it. He didn't defeat Cerberus. He confused it so thoroughly that it temporarily forgot what it was guarding against. The smell began to change then, though not in the way you might expect. It didn't become pleasant or even neutral. Instead, it became bearable, not because it had lessened, but because Hercules had found a way to carry it. The stench of meaninglessness was still there, would always be there, but it no longer had the power to paralyze. It had become simply another burden to bear, like the weight of his club or the ache in his muscles. This was the real victory in the underworld, not the dramatic triumph of good over evil, but the quiet achievement of continuing to function, despite having glimpsed the void at the heart of existence. Hercules didn't leave Hades unchanged and victorious. He left damaged but functional, carrying with him the terrible knowledge of what lay beneath all human pretensions, while somehow maintaining the will to pretend they mattered anyway. The journey back to the surface would be its own ordeal, every step a conscious choice to return to a world of beautiful illusions after experiencing unfiltered truth. But that's a different part of the story, one that Disney would never tell because it reveals too much about the price of real heroism. For now, standing in the presence of Cerberus with permission to proceed, Hercules embodied something far more complex than simple courage. He represented the human capacity to continue existing in the face of existential horror, to maintain function despite dysfunction, to keep fighting battles that couldn't be won for reasons that couldn't be explained. The three-headed guardian watched him pass with something approaching respect. Not for his strength or his righteousness, but for his magnificent, illogical refusal to behave sensibly in the face of overwhelming evidence that sense was meaningless. In a realm dedicated to the logical conclusion of all things, Hercules had achieved the impossible. He had remained gloriously, stubbornly, heroically illogical, and that, perhaps, was why the underworld truly stank. Not just because of death and despair and the accumulated weight of ending, but because it was the place where all beautiful illusions came to die, where hope was revealed as delusion, where meaning was shown to be projection, where the stories we told ourselves to make existence bearable were finally, mercilessly, honestly examined. The real horror wasn't the monsters or the rivers of torment, it was the clarity. And yet, despite this crushing revelation of truth, despite the psychological warfare that had reduced stronger heroes to gibbering madness, Hercules had to complete the most impossible part of his task. Actually removing Cerberus from the underworld, because permission to pass was one thing. Actually convincing a creature that existed as the physical embodiment of finality to leave its eternal post was something else entirely. The process wasn't the epic wrestling match you might imagine. There was no dramatic tug-of-war with massive chains, no spectacular display of superhuman strength. Instead, it was something far more disturbing and psychologically complex. Hercules had to essentially convince Cerberus to temporarily abandon its nature, to act against every instinct that had defined its existence since the dawn of death itself. The negotiation required a kind of philosophical wrestling that made physical combat seem simple by comparison. How do you ask death itself to take a vacation? How do you convince inevitability to become optional, even temporarily? The answer lay in something the ancient Greeks understood, but we've completely forgotten in our sanitized retellings. Cerberus wasn't just a guard dog with extra heads, it was the living manifestation of a fundamental cosmic principle. The idea that death was a one-way journey, that the boundary between life and death was absolute and inviolable. By asking it to leave its post, Hercules wasn't just requesting a favor, he was asking it to temporarily unmake part of the universe itself. The beast's response was to test whether Hercules truly understood what he was asking. Not through combat, but through experience. The three heads began to sing, if you could call it singing. Each voice represented a different aspect of the death experience, and their harmony created something that bypassed the ears entirely and attacked the soul directly. The first head sang the song of violent death. Every scream cut short, every life ended in agony, every moment of terror when prey realizes it's about to become food. The melody was jagged and harsh, full of sudden stops and discordant notes that mimicked the irregular rhythms of hearts stopping under stress. Listening to it, Hercules experienced every violent death that had ever occurred, feeling his own life force flickering with each note. The second head provided a counterpoint of peaceful death, the slow fade of old age, the gentle release of the terminally ill, the quiet acceptance of those who had simply grown tired of existing. This melody was somehow worse than the first because it was beautiful, seductive, offering the tempting promise of rest after struggle. It whispered that resistance was exhausting, that surrender was sweet, that perhaps the dead had found something better than life. But it was the third head's contribution that nearly shattered Hercules' sanity completely. This head sang the song of meaningless death, accidents, diseases, random violence that served no purpose and taught no lessons. Deaths that proved the universe was fundamentally indifferent to human hopes and dreams. This wasn't tragic or peaceful. It was simply empty, void of any significance that might make suffering bearable. The combined effect of this three-part harmony was to force Hercules to experience death not as a distant concept, but as an immediate reality. He felt his own mortality not as an abstract future event, but as a present condition, understanding viscerally that he was already dying, had always been dying, and that every moment of life was simply a delay in the inevitable process of decay. The smell during this ordeal transcended everything that had come before. It wasn't just the stench of death or despair anymore. It was the olfactory representation of time itself, of the slow, grinding process that turned all achievement to dust and all love to memory. Hercules could smell his own future decomposition, could sense the exact moment when his heroic deeds would be forgotten and his name would fade from human memory. Disney's version would have shown our hero finding inner strength at this moment, perhaps remembering the love of family or friends, discovering some hidden reserve of courage that carried him through the trial. But the real Hercules had no such comforting revelations. Instead, he simply endured. Not because he found meaning in the suffering, but because he was too stubborn to let meaninglessness win by default. This was the true test Cerberus posed to anyone seeking to remove it from Hades. Not whether they could defeat death, but whether they could function while fully understanding what death meant. Could they continue to act heroically while knowing that heroism was ultimately pointless? Could they maintain their identity as living beings while experiencing the full weight of mortality? The answer for most visitors to the underworld was no. The revelation of death's true nature was too much to bear while remaining functional. It was easier to join the ranks of the hopeless dead than to return to the world of the living carrying such terrible knowledge. The underworld's greatest victory wasn't in trapping souls against their will. It was in showing them truths that made returning to life seem like a cruel joke. But Hercules, through some combination of divine heritage and sheer bloody-minded stubbornness, managed to remain standing. Not unchanged, the experience had fundamentally altered his understanding of existence itself, but functional enough to continue with his impossible task. He had passed Cerberus's test not by overcoming death, but by accepting it completely while refusing to be paralyzed by that acceptance. The beast's song gradually faded, leaving behind a silence more profound than any sound. In that silence, something shifted in the cosmic order. Cerberus, having found a mortal capable of understanding death without being destroyed by that understanding, began the slow process of unchaining itself from the foundations of reality. The chains that bound the Guardian weren't physical restraints, but metaphysical ones, forged from the absolute certainty that death was final and inescapable. They existed because everyone knew, deep in their bones, that the dead stayed dead and the living eventually joined them. But Hercules' stubborn refusal to accept the logical conclusions of that knowledge had created a tiny crack in that certainty. As the chains began to dissolve, the very nature of the underworld started to shift. Not dramatically, this wasn't some Hollywood transformation scene with glowing lights and swelling music. Instead, it was a subtle change, like the difference between a photograph and the same image viewed through slightly different glass. The realm of the dead remained exactly as horrifying as before. but now it carried within it the microscopic possibility that its rules might not be absolute. The process of actually removing Cerberus from Hades required Hercules to essentially become a living bridge between the world of the dead and the world of the living. The beast couldn't simply walk up to the surface. Its very nature would have poisoned the upper world with the concentrated essence of death. Instead, it had to travel wrapped in the life force of someone strong enough to contain its lethal emanations. This meant that Hercules had to allow Cerberus to essentially possess him temporarily, to use his living body as a containment vessel while they made the journey to the surface. The experience was indescribable in any human language. Imagine trying to hold an ocean in a teacup or containing the concept of infinity within the boundaries of your skull. The three-headed guardian's essence pressed against every cell in Hercules' body, threatening to burst him apart from the inside. The smell became internal now, no longer something he experienced through his nose, but something that emanated from his very being. He reeked of death and endings and the accumulated despair of eternity, but the stench was coming from inside him. Every breath he exhaled carried with it the final sighs of the dead. Every word he might have spoken would have been poisoned with the absolute knowledge of meaninglessness. The journey back through the underworld was a nightmare of psychological endurance. Hercules had to maintain his identity as a living being while carrying within him the concentrated essence of death itself. The ghosts he passed no longer whispered their fragmentary memories. Instead, they fell silent in recognition, seeing in him something that was neither fully alive nor completely dead, but trapped in the liminal space between the two states. The rivers that had seemed so terrible on the way down now felt almost welcoming by comparison. At least they were external horrors, things that could be observed and endured from the outside. What Hercules carried within him was far worse, the direct experience of what lay beneath all the pretty lies that made life bearable. He knew now, with absolute certainty, that every joy was temporary, every love was doomed, every achievement was ultimately meaningless. Yet somehow he continued walking, one foot in front of the other, carrying his impossible burden toward the distant surface. Not because he believed in some higher purpose or cosmic justice, but because the alternative, stopping, surrendering, joining the ranks of the eternally hopeless, required making a conscious decision to give up. And that decision, for reasons he couldn't articulate even to himself, was one he refused to make. Disney's hero would have been motivated by love, by the desire to save someone important, by noble ideals about justice and righteousness. But the real Hercules was motivated by something far more basic and far more human: simple spite. Spite against the universe that had shown him its true face. Spite against the logical conclusion that nothing mattered. Spite against the very reasonable argument that he should just lie down and die. This wasn't heroism in any traditional sense. It was something rawer and more primitive. The basic animal refusal to accept defeat even when defeat was mathematically certain. It was heroism stripped of all its romantic elements and reduced to its most essential component, the decision to keep existing out of sheer contrary stubbornness. The approach to the surface world brought its own unique torments. As they climbed higher, leaving behind the concentrated despair of Hades' depths, the contrast became increasingly stark. Each step toward life made the knowledge of death more painful, not less. It was like emerging from a dark room into bright sunlight. The illumination was welcome, but the transition was agony. Hercules began to remember what hope felt like, which made carrying the essence of hopelessness infinitely more difficult. He recalled the sensation of joy, which turned the weight of eternal despair into an unbearable burden. The closer he got to the world of the living, the more impossible his task became, because life and death weren't meant to coexist in the same vessel. The final approach to the cave entrance that would lead back to the surface world required every ounce of strength Hercules possessed, and not the physical strength he was famous for. This was a different kind of strength entirely, the psychological fortitude required to carry ultimate truth while maintaining the functional delusions necessary for continued existence. Disney's version would have shown this as a triumphant moment, the hero emerging victorious from his ordeal with his prize in tow. But the reality was far more complex and disturbing. Hercules wasn't emerging victorious. He was emerging damaged, carrying within him knowledge that would fundamentally alter his relationship with existence itself. He had succeeded in his task, but the cost was his innocence about the nature of reality. The three-headed guardian he carried within him wasn't defeated or conquered. It was simply displaced, temporarily relocated from its natural environment to a realm where its true nature had to be hidden and contained. Like a deep-sea creature brought to the surface, it could survive for a short time in this alien environment, but it would never truly belong there. And perhaps most disturbing of all, Hercules was beginning to understand that he might never truly belong in the surface world again either. The knowledge he carried, the truths he had witnessed, the reality he had experienced, these things created a barrier between him and the comfortable illusions that made normal life possible. He was becoming something between the living and the dead, forever changed by his journey into the heart of meaninglessness. But still he climbed, carrying his impossible burden, motivated not by hope or love or noble purpose, but by the simple refusal to let the universe have the last word. It was a kind of heroism that Disney would never show children, because it revealed too much about what real courage actually looked like when stripped of all its pretty decorations. The stench that surrounded him now wasn't just the smell of death and despair. It was the aroma of truth itself, unfiltered by hope or delusion or the comforting stories people told themselves to make existence bearable. It was the scent of reality without editing, of existence without meaning, of love without permanence. And as he approached the surface, carrying within him the concentrated essence of everything the living world preferred to forget, Hercules embodied something far more complex than simple heroism. He represented the human capacity to function despite dysfunction, to maintain hope despite hopelessness, to continue telling stories even after discovering they were just stories. The light ahead wasn't the golden glow of Disney's version, it was harsh and revealing, promising not triumph but the difficult task of learning to live with unbearable knowledge. Because the real challenge of Hercules' labor wasn't capturing Cerberus, it was figuring out how to exist in the world of the living while carrying the essence of death itself. The moment Hercules finally broke through to the surface world, dragging the essence of Cerberus within him, was nothing like the triumphant emergence Disney would have you believe. There were no cheering crowds, no swelling orchestral music, no moment of pure, heroic vindication. Instead, there was something far more unsettling, the jarring collision between two incompatible realities. Imagine carrying the concentrated despair of eternity and suddenly being exposed to a world where people worried about mundane things like what to eat for dinner or whether it might rain tomorrow. The contrast wasn't refreshing, it was nauseating. Every laughing child, every couple holding hands, every merchant hawking his wares in the marketplace became a grotesque mockery when viewed through eyes that had seen the ultimate futility of all human endeavor. The sunlight didn't feel warm and welcoming, it felt like an interrogation lamp, harsh and accusatory, demanding explanations for why he had brought such darkness into its domain. The air didn't smell fresh and clean compared to the underworld's stench. Instead, it carried the cloying sweetness of willful ignorance, the perfume of people desperately pretending their lives had meaning. But here's what makes Disney's version so particularly insidious in its sanitization. They didn't just clean up the scary parts or tone down the violence. They fundamentally misunderstood what made the underworld terrifying in the first place. Disney's Hades was a villain's lair, complete with scheming plots and comedic minions. It was a place you could defeat with clever thinking and pure intentions. The real underworld wasn't evil. That would have been easier to handle, actually. Evil can be fought, defeated, overcome through heroic effort and noble sacrifice. But the underworld wasn't malicious, it was simply true. It showed visitors exactly what existence looked like when stripped of all comforting delusions. And that truth was more devastating than any monster or torture device. Disney turned Hades into a fast-talking dealmaker with a flair for dramatic gestures. The real Lord of the Dead was something far more terrifying, completely reasonable. His arguments made perfect sense. His perspective was logically unassailable. He didn't try to trick souls into staying, he simply showed them reality without the editing that made life bearable. And they chose to remain because going back to the world of beautiful lies seemed unbearably naive. The cartoon version gave us a Cerberus that looked scary but acted like an oversized puppy once you knew how to handle it. The real Guardian was infinitely more disturbing because it understood exactly what it was preventing. It knew the value of what it guarded against. which made its role as eternal barrier infinitely more cruel. It wasn't a mindless beast following simple instructions. It was a philosopher with 3 heads, each one capable of articulating perfectly why hope was delusion and struggle was meaningless. But perhaps most tellingly, Disney's underworld was temporary. It was a place the hero visited, completed his quest, and left behind without lasting consequences. The real underworld changed everyone who experienced it. You couldn't unsee what you had seen there. You couldn't unknow what you had learned about the nature of existence. Hercules didn't emerge unchanged and victorious. He emerged damaged but functional, forever altered by his encounter with unfiltered reality. Standing now in the world of the living, still carrying Cerberus's essence within him, Hercules faced a challenge that no ancient myth bothered to explore in detail because it was too psychologically complex for the storytelling conventions of the time. How do you live normally when you've experienced the absolute? How do you care about everyday concerns when you know they're ultimately meaningless? How do you love people when you've seen exactly how all love stories end? The answer, it turned out, wasn't some inspiring revelation about the power of hope or the importance of human connection. Those were the Disney answers, the sanitized responses that made audiences feel good about themselves. The real answer was much more disturbing and much more human. You learned to function despite dysfunction. You maintained the performance of caring even when caring seemed absurd. You told yourself stories while knowing they were stories, because the alternative was complete paralysis. This was the true horror that Disney's version completely missed. The underworld didn't break people through torture or monsters or obvious threats. It broke them by showing them truth and then asking them to go back to living as if that truth didn't exist. It was like asking someone to enjoy a magic show after explaining how all the tricks worked, or to find a joke funny after analyzing why humor exists as a psychological coping mechanism. The smell that clung to Hercules now wasn't just the lingering stench of death and despair. It was the aroma of someone who had seen behind the curtain of existence and could never again fully believe in the show. Other people could sense it, even if they couldn't identify what they were smelling. Children would cry when he approached. Animals would flee. Even plants seemed to wither slightly in his presence, as if his very existence reminded them of their own temporary nature. But the most disturbing aspect of his return wasn't how others reacted to him. It was how he found himself reacting to them. Every expression of joy seemed forced. Every declaration of love rang hollow. Every ambitious plan or hopeful dream appeared pathetically naive. He had become like someone who had seen the script of a play while everyone else was still caught up in the performance, and now he couldn't stop noticing the actor's makeup and the painted backdrops. Disney's Hercules completed his 12 labors and lived happily ever after, his heroic nature vindicated and his place among the gods secured. But the real Hercules faced something far more complex and troubling. He had to figure out how to continue being a hero while knowing that heroism was ultimately a performance, how to save people while understanding that salvation was temporary, how to fight monsters while carrying the greatest monster of all within himself, the knowledge that nothing he did would matter in the end. The ancient Greeks understood something that our modern sensibilities prefer to ignore. They knew that real heroism wasn't about winning. It wasn't about overcoming obstacles or defeating enemies or achieving happy endings. Real heroism was about continuing to function in the face of overwhelming evidence that function was pointless. It was about maintaining human dignity while fully understanding the cosmic joke of human existence. This is why the underworld stank so memorably in the original myth. It wasn't just a literary device to make the place seem scary or unpleasant. The stench was a metaphor for the smell of truth itself, overwhelming, impossible to ignore, and fundamentally incompatible with the sweet perfumes of hope and delusion that made life bearable. Hercules had succeeded in his labor, but success in the mythological sense was very different from success in the Disney sense. He had proven that it was possible to experience ultimate despair and continue existing afterward. He had demonstrated that human beings could function even while carrying the concentrated essence of meaninglessness within them. He had shown that heroism wasn't about being right or pure or destined for greatness. It was about being wrong, flawed, and doomed, but refusing to let those facts paralyze you. The real tragedy wasn't that Hercules had to descend into hell. The real tragedy was that he had to come back, because living in the underworld, horrible as it was, at least made sense. Everyone there had accepted the truth about existence and found a kind of peace in that acceptance. But living in the surface world while carrying underworld knowledge was a special kind of torture. The torture of maintaining functional delusions while knowing exactly what they were. Disney gave us a hero who conquered death and returned triumphant. But the ancient Greeks gave us something far more profound and disturbing. A hero who experienced truth and returned damaged, forever changed by the encounter, forced to spend the rest of his existence pretending that the performance of life was worth maintaining even after seeing the emptiness behind the stage. The stench of the underworld wasn't just about death and decay. It was about the smell of stripped illusions, of hope revealed as wishful thinking, of love exposed as temporary chemical reactions, of meaning shown to be projection. It was the aroma of reality without editing, and once you had smelled it, you could never again fully believe in the sanitized version of existence that everyone else took for granted. But perhaps that was the point. Perhaps the real purpose of myths like these wasn't to entertain or inspire, but to prepare people for the inevitable moment when they would catch their own whiff of that terrible stench. Because everyone, eventually, has their own encounter with the underworld. Everyone, at some point, glimpses the void beneath the pretty surface of existence. And when that moment comes, they need to know that it's possible to continue functioning afterward, even if the function feels hollow. Disney's version taught children that heroes always win and good always triumphs. But the real myth taught something far more valuable and far more frightening. That heroes continue fighting even when they know they're going to lose. That goodness persists even when it seems pointless, that people keep loving and hoping and dreaming, even after discovering these things are temporary and ultimately meaningless. The underworld stank because truth stinks, because reality, when stripped of all its comfortable decorations, is an assault on every sense we use to navigate existence. But the remarkable thing about Hercules wasn't that he survived the smell, it was that he carried it back with him and somehow managed to keep living anyway. One impossible day at a time, in a world that suddenly seemed both infinitely precious and utterly absurd. And that contradiction, the simultaneous meaninglessness and preciousness of existence, was the real treasure he brought back from his journey to hell. Not wisdom or power or divine favor, but the terrible and wonderful knowledge that life was worth living precisely because it didn't matter. That love was worth feeling precisely because it wouldn't last. That hope was worth maintaining precisely because it was probably false. The ancient Greeks had a word for this kind of heroism, though it's been lost in translation over the centuries. They called it the courage to continue existing in the face of existential horror, the strength to maintain human dignity while fully understanding the cosmic joke of human existence. It wasn't noble or inspiring in any traditional sense. It was simply necessary, the bare minimum required to remain functional after glimpsing the void. Disney couldn't sell tickets to that kind of heroism. It was too complex, too disturbing, too honest about the price of real courage. So they gave us catchy songs and happy endings instead, sanitizing one of humanity's most profound explorations of what it means to live with the knowledge of death. They turned a meditation on existential horror into a feel-good adventure story, complete with merchandise and theme park attractions. But the smell remained, buried deep in the original myth like a time capsule of human understanding about the true nature of existence. And for those willing to dig beneath the Disney veneer, willing to experience the story as the Greeks intended it, that stench still rises from the ancient words like a reminder that some truths are too important to sanitize, too valuable to lose, too necessary to forget, because in the end, that's what myths are really for. Not to make us feel good about ourselves or to provide easy answers to difficult questions, but to prepare us for the moments when the comfortable illusions fall away and we catch our own whiff of the underworld's terrible, honest stench. In those moments, we need to remember that it's possible to keep breathing, keep walking, keep living, even when the air itself seems poisoned with the knowledge of our own mortality. The underworld stank in Hercules' adventure because existence itself carries that stench, hidden beneath layers of hope and delusion and beautiful lies. But recognizing the smell doesn't mean surrendering to it. Sometimes it means something far more difficult and far more heroic, learning to live with it, one impossible breath at a time. And yet here's where the story takes its darkest turn, the part that no sanitized retelling wants to acknowledge. Because completing the labor wasn't the end of Hercules' torment. It was just the beginning of something far worse than any physical trial he had ever faced. The return journey to King Eurystheus wasn't a triumphant march with crowds cheering and bards composing songs of victory. It was a slow, agonizing procession through a world that suddenly felt like an elaborate stage set. Painted backdrops hiding the void he now knew existed behind everything. Every step away from the underworld entrance felt like walking deeper into a lie, and every breath of surface air tasted like willful ignorance seasoned with false hope. The people he encountered along the way reacted to him with instinctive unease, not fear of his legendary strength or awe at his heroic reputation, but something deeper and more primitive. Dogs would whimper and slink away when he approached. Horses would shy and refuse to be calmed. Even the hardiest farmers would find excuses to head indoors when they saw him coming down the road. They couldn't articulate what they sensed, but their animal instincts recognized the stench of ultimate truth that now clung to him like a second skin. Children were the worst. Their uncorrupted senses hadn't yet been dulled by years of necessary self-deception, and they could smell the underworld on him from impossible distances. They would begin crying before he even came into view, wailing with a primal terror that had nothing to do with his intimidating appearance and everything to do with the existential dread he now carried within him. Their parents would scoop them up and hurry away, muttering prayers and making protective signs, never understanding that the real danger wasn't violence but revelation. Disney's version would have shown this journey as a victory lap, perhaps with grateful citizens celebrating their hero's return and wise mentors explaining the deeper meaning of his achievement. But the reality was isolation so complete it bordered on madness. Hercules found himself avoiding human contact not out of arrogance or antisocial tendencies, but because he could no longer bear to watch people perform the elaborate pantomime of caring about things he now knew were temporary distractions from the void. The most mundane conversations became exercises in torture. A merchant complaining about slow business, a mother worrying about her child's fever, a young couple planning their wedding. All of it rang hollow when heard by ears that had listened to Cerberus's three-part harmony about the meaninglessness of all human endeavor. He wanted to shake them, to scream that their concerns were elaborate self-deceptions designed to avoid confronting the only truth that mattered. But he also understood, with crushing clarity, that destroying their illusions would be an act of unspeakable cruelty. So instead, he learned to nod and smile and make appropriate responses, while feeling like an actor who had forgotten his lines in a play he no longer understood the point of performing. Every "how are you" required a conscious decision to lie. Every "take care of yourself" felt like mockery when he knew exactly how everyone's story would end. Every expression of hope or joy or love struck him as either naive or deliberately false, and he couldn't decide which interpretation was more depressing. The nightmares, when they came, weren't about monsters or battles or physical dangers. They were about normalcy. He would dream of simple conversations with friends, of sharing meals with family, of finding pleasure in a sunset or satisfaction in completing a task. Then he would wake up remembering why those things felt hollow now, and the contrast between dream innocence and waking knowledge would leave him gasping like a drowning man who had briefly surfaced only to be pulled back under. Disney's Hercules slept peacefully on beds of clouds, surrounded by the love of gods and mortals alike. But the real Hercules lay awake night after night, staring at ceilings and trying to remember what it felt like to care about anything, without the crushing awareness that caring was ultimately an elaborate form of self-harm. Sleep, when it finally came, offered no refuge because dreams were just another performance, another layer of beautiful lies stacked on top of the terrible truth he could no longer unknow. The physical manifestations were almost as disturbing as the psychological ones. Food lost its taste not because his sense of smell was damaged by the underworld stench, but because pleasure itself had been revealed as a temporary chemical reaction designed to distract from mortality. Colors seemed muted, as if someone had drained the saturation from the world. Even pain felt different, not sharper or duller, but somehow less real, like a sensation experienced through thick gloves. But perhaps most disturbing of all was what happened to his legendary strength. Not that it diminished, his muscles remained as powerful as ever, his reflexes as quick, his endurance as limitless. But the strength began to feel like a cruel joke, a cosmic punchline to a joke only he understood. What was the point of being able to move mountains when you knew mountains were temporary? Why celebrate the ability to defeat any foe when you carried the ultimate foe within yourself? Every display of heroic power became a grotesque parody of its former meaning. Saving villages from bandits felt like rearranging deck chairs on a sinking ship. Rescuing maidens from monsters was just postponing the inevitable. Even his most spectacular feats of strength, lifting impossible weights, defeating legendary beasts, performing miracles that left crowds gasping in awe, struck him as elaborate magic tricks designed to distract audiences from the fact that the theater was on fire. Disney's version taught that heroism was about using your gifts to help others and make the world a better place. But Hercules now understood that the world couldn't be made better in any meaningful sense, only temporarily distracted from its fundamental nature. He was like a doctor treating symptoms while knowing the patient was terminal, like a teacher educating students for a world that would eventually end, like a parent raising children who would someday die. The isolation wasn't just social, but temporal. He found himself unable to live in the present, because the present was revealed as an illusion, a thin slice between a past that no longer mattered and a future that was predetermined. He couldn't find comfort in memories because they were just chemical traces of experiences that had been meaningful only because he hadn't understood their temporary nature. He couldn't make plans because all plans were ultimately plans for delay, elaborate strategies for avoiding the only appointment that really mattered. Even his relationship with the gods became complicated in ways that ancient mythology struggled to articulate. The Olympian deities, for all their power and immortality, suddenly seemed like children playing dress-up in a cosmic kindergarten. Their petty squabbles and grand pronouncements struck him as desperate attempts to impose meaning on a universe that was fundamentally indifferent to their existence. They were immortal, yes, but immortality just meant they would have eternity to contemplate the meaninglessness of their actions. Prayer became impossible, not because he had lost faith in divine power, but because he couldn't understand what anyone would pray for once they truly comprehended the nature of existence. Requests for health, wealth, love, success, all of it seemed like asking for different flavors of the same temporary distraction. Even prayers for wisdom were revealed as counterproductive, since wisdom apparently consisted of understanding things that made life unbearable. The truly maddening part was that none of this felt like depression in any clinical sense. Depression, he realized, was actually a luxury of people who still believed their feelings mattered enough to be worth addressing. What he experienced was something far more fundamental. Not the absence of joy, but the understanding that joy was a neurological trick designed by evolution to encourage behaviors that increased survival rates in organisms that were going to die anyway. Disney's hero would have found his way through this darkness with the help of loyal friends, wise mentors, or the pure love of a good woman. But the real Hercules discovered that relationships were perhaps the cruelest joke of all. Love, which had once seemed like the most meaningful force in existence, was revealed as a temporary chemical reaction designed to facilitate reproduction in a species that would eventually go extinct. Friendship was mutual delusion, two people agreeing to pretend their bond transcended the mortality they both shared. Yet somehow, impossibly, inexplicably, he continued to function. Not because he found new sources of meaning or discovered hidden reserves of hope, but because dysfunction required making a conscious choice to stop. And that choice felt like giving the void a victory it didn't deserve. It was spite, pure and simple. Spite against the universe that had shown him its true face. Spite against the logical conclusion that nothing mattered. Spite against the very reasonable argument that he should simply lie down and wait for death. This wasn't heroism in any recognizable form. It was something more basic and more human. The animal refusal to accept defeat even when defeat was mathematically certain. Like a boxer continuing to throw punches after realizing the fight was fixed. Like a musician playing to an empty concert hall. Like a writer finishing a book in a language no one else spoke. The action itself became the only meaning available, stripped of all external validation or ultimate purpose. The return to King Eurystheus's court was the final insult, the ultimate demonstration of how completely the surface world misunderstood what had actually happened in the depths of Hades. The king and his advisors expected a typical heroic report. Dramatic tales of monsters defeated and obstacles overcome, perhaps some colorful details about the exotic landscape of the underworld to entertain the court during long winter evenings. Instead, they got a hero who stood before them carrying the concentrated essence of existential dread, speaking in the flat monotone of someone who had seen behind the curtain of reality and could no longer muster enthusiasm for the performance everyone else was putting on. When asked to describe his journey, Hercules found himself struggling to translate experiences that had no equivalent in the language of the living. How do you explain the sound of hope dying to people who had never heard it? How do you describe the smell of meaninglessness to those who live surrounded by the perfume of beautiful lies? How do you convey the weight of ultimate truth to minds that had been carefully trained to avoid such burdens? The court listened with polite attention and growing discomfort, sensing that something fundamental had changed in their hero, but unable to articulate what they were witnessing. Disney would have given us a triumphant scene of recognition and reward, perhaps with the king acknowledging Hercules' achievement and the hero graciously accepting praise before moving on to his next adventure. But the reality was awkward silence, confused glances, and the growing realization that success in the mythological sense looked nothing like success in the conventional sense. King Eurystheus, expecting to hear tales of heroic triumph over infernal monsters, instead found himself face to face with a man who had been fundamentally altered by his encounter with ultimate reality. The king's questions: was it difficult? Did you face many dangers? How did you overcome the guardian? Seemed to belong to a different universe entirely, one where challenges existed to be overcome rather than to reveal the futility of overcoming anything. Hercules answered as best he could, but his responses carried undertones that made everyone in the court deeply uncomfortable without quite understanding why. Yes, he had completed the labor. Yes, he had brought back proof of his encounter with Cerberus. Yes, he was technically victorious. But victory, when stripped of all its comfortable associations with good triumphing over evil or justice prevailing over wickedness, was revealed as simply another word for temporarily avoiding the inevitable. The proof itself, not a physical trophy, but the unmistakable alteration in Hercules' fundamental nature, was more disturbing than any monster's head or magical artifact could have been. The court could see that something profound had happened, but they couldn't celebrate it because celebration required the kind of naive optimism that Hercules no longer possessed. His very presence was a reminder that their own comfortable assumptions about heroism, meaning, and the nature of existence might be elaborate self-deceptions. But here's where the ancient myth reveals its most profound insight, the understanding that Disney's sanitized version completely missed. The real achievement wasn't that Hercules had descended into hell and returned. Thousands of heroes in various mythologies had made similar journeys. The real achievement was that he continued to function afterward, continued to perform the role of hero despite understanding its ultimate meaninglessness, continued to save people while knowing that salvation was temporary. This was the true labor that no one had assigned him, the task that would define the rest of his existence. Not the dramatic challenge of facing monsters or overcoming obstacles, but the quiet, daily work of maintaining human dignity while carrying the knowledge that dignity was a performance with no audience that ultimately mattered. It was heroism stripped of all its romantic elements and reduced to its most essential component: the decision to keep going because stopping meant letting meaninglessness win by default. The stench of the underworld that now clung to him wasn't just the lingering odor of death and despair. It was the smell of someone who had seen the script while everyone else was still caught up in the play, who knew the magician's tricks while others marveled at the magic, who understood the punchline while others were still waiting for the setup. It was the aroma of truth in a world built on necessary lies, and it would never wash off. Disney gave children a hero who conquered death and lived happily ever after. But the ancient Greeks gave us something far more complex and ultimately more valuable. A hero who experienced the death of illusion and learned to live meaningfully afterward. Not because he found new sources of meaning, but because he discovered that meaning didn't have to be eternal or absolute to be worth pursuing. The performance of heroism could continue even after the audience had gone home and the theater had closed, because the performance itself was all there was. And that, perhaps, was why the underworld truly stank in the original myth. not because it was evil or corrupt or designed to torture the innocent, but because it was honest. It showed visitors exactly what existence looked like when stripped of all its beautiful lies and comfortable delusions. The stench was the smell of reality without perfume, truth without decoration, existence without the editing that made it bearable. But the remarkable thing about heroes like Hercules wasn't that they could survive such revelation. It was that they could return to the world of beautiful lies and somehow find ways to honor both truths: the terrible honesty of the underworld and the necessary fiction of the surface world. They became living bridges between ultimate reality and functional delusion, carrying the weight of both so that others could choose their own balance between truth and comfort. The ancient Greeks understood that this was the real definition of heroism, not the ability to defeat monsters or overcome obstacles, but the capacity to function in the face of existential horror, to maintain human dignity while fully understanding the cosmic joke of human existence. It wasn't noble or inspiring in any conventional sense. It was simply necessary, the bare minimum required to remain human after glimpsing the void. And so Hercules walked away from King Eurystheus' court carrying his impossible burden, forever changed by his journey to the realm of the dead, forever marked by the stench of ultimate truth. Not triumphant, not defeated, but something more complex and more human, functional despite dysfunction, heroic despite hopelessness, alive despite having experienced the death of meaning itself. The underworld had done exactly what it was designed to do. It had shown him the truth, and now he would spend the rest of his existence learning to live with that truth, while somehow maintaining the beautiful lies that made existence bearable for everyone else. Because that, in the end, was what real heroes did. They carried the darkness so others could live in the light, even when they knew the light was just another kind of darkness that happened to be easier on the eyes. But perhaps what made the aftermath even more unbearable was how the world around him refused to acknowledge what had really happened. The official record spoke of a successful labor completed, another monster subdued, another impossible task checked off the divine to-do list that would eventually earn him immortality among the gods. Scribes dutifully recorded that Hercules had descended to Hades, captured Cerberus, and returned victorious, as if he had simply gone on a particularly challenging hunting expedition. The bards began crafting songs about his adventure almost immediately, and with each retelling, the story grew more palatable, more digestible for audiences who needed their heroes uncomplicated and their victories clean. In their versions, the underworld became a spooky but ultimately conquerable realm. Cerberus transformed into a fierce but ultimately tameable beast, and Hades himself morphed into nothing more than a stern but reasonable authority figure who could be negotiated with through proper heroic etiquette. Disney's eventual interpretation wasn't an aberration. It was the inevitable endpoint of this sanitization process that had been going on for millennia. Each generation of storytellers filed away the sharp edges that might cut too deep, painted over the existential horror with brighter colors, added comic relief to scenes that had originally been designed to strip away every comfortable assumption about existence. They turned a meditation on the nature of death itself into an adventure story with clear rules and satisfying conclusions. But Hercules remembered what it really felt like to stand in that vast chamber where Cerberus dwelt, breathing air so thick with despair it felt like drowning in liquid hopelessness. He remembered the way the creature's three heads had turned toward him with that terrible intelligence, each one representing a different aspect of the death that awaited every living thing. He remembered how the beast's drool had pooled around its massive paws, each drop containing the concentrated essence of a life that had ended badly, violently, meaninglessly. The real Cerberus hadn't been a monster to be defeated through strength or cleverness. It had been a mirror, reflecting back the ultimate fate that awaited everyone, hero and coward alike. Its three heads sang not because they were cruel, but because they understood something that the living refused to accept, that all stories, no matter how heroic or romantic or meaningful they seemed, ended the same way. In silence, in darkness, in the slow dissolution of everything that had once seemed important. Disney's version would eventually give us a Cerberus that looked fearsome but acted like an overgrown puppy once you knew how to scratch behind its ears. They would make the underworld into a jazz club where dead souls danced to catchy tunes and the Lord of the Dead himself was just a misunderstood businessman with relationship issues. They would turn the most profound encounter with mortality in all of mythology into a romantic subplot with merchandising opportunities. But the real underworld hadn't offered any such comfort. It had been a realm where beauty went to die, where hope revealed itself as delusion, where love was exposed as a temporary chemical reaction designed to trick organisms into reproducing before they inevitably rotted away. The stench hadn't been mere sulfur or decay, it had been the smell of truth itself, unfiltered by the kindly lies that made existence bearable for those who had never glimpsed behind the curtain of reality. Every step Hercules had taken through those gray plains had been a lesson in the mathematics of meaninglessness. The ghosts that wandered there weren't evil or tortured, they were simply honest. They had stopped pretending that their brief flicker of consciousness in an indifferent universe had been anything more than a cosmic accident, a random arrangement of atoms that had briefly imagined itself to be significant before returning to the void from whence it came. The rivers that flowed through Hades carried more than water. They carried the accumulated tears of everyone who had ever realized in their final moments that all their struggles had been elaborate forms of procrastination. The river Styx wasn't just a boundary between life and death. It was the flowing embodiment of the moment when pretense finally collapsed and beings accepted what they had always known but never admitted. That consciousness was just a brief interruption in the eternal silence. Disney would eventually give us a Styx that looked impressive but could be crossed with a simple boat ride and some witty banter. They made it seem like a minor inconvenience, a special effect designed to look dramatic without actually challenging anyone's fundamental assumptions about existence. But Hercules remembered the real crossing, remembered how each stroke of Charon's oar had pulled him deeper into a realm where every comforting lie he had ever told himself began to dissolve like sugar in acid. The ferryman hadn't been a chatty character with a Brooklyn accent and a heart of gold waiting to be discovered. Charon had been something far more disturbing, completely professional. He had transported countless millions of souls across those dark waters with the same detached efficiency of a civil servant processing paperwork. There had been no malice in his ancient eyes, no sadistic pleasure in others' suffering, just the weary competence of someone who had seen the same story play out so many times that it had long since ceased to surprise or affect him. That professionalism had been more terrifying than any amount of cackling villainy could have been. Evil could be fought, opposed, overcome through heroic effort and moral clarity. But indifference was undefeatable. How do you argue with someone who has seen every possible human drama and knows exactly how they all end? How do you maintain hope in the presence of someone for whom hope is just another predictable stage in the denial process? The boat ride across the Styx had been a journey through every stage of grief simultaneously. Denial as the familiar world disappeared behind them, and Hercules told himself this was just another challenge to overcome. Anger as the reality of his situation began to sink in, and he raged against the unfairness of being asked to complete such an impossible task. Bargaining as he tried to negotiate with Charon, with the fates, with any cosmic force that might be listening and willing to make a deal. Depression had come as they reached the far shore, and Hercules realized that all his legendary strength meant nothing here, that his divine heritage was irrelevant, that his heroic reputation was just noise in a realm where such things had no currency. And finally, acceptance, not the peaceful kind that self-help books promised, but the hollow kind that came when you realized fighting was pointless and surrender was the only rational response. But Disney couldn't sell tickets to that kind of psychological journey. It was too complex, too disturbing, too honest about what actually happened when human beings encountered the reality of their own mortality. So they gave audiences a theme park version instead, complete with colorful characters and memorable songs and the comforting assurance that heroes always won in the end, through pluck and determination and the power of believing in yourself. The real underworld had offered no such assurances. It had been a realm dedicated to stripping away every comfortable assumption about existence, revealing the universe as it actually was, rather than how people needed it to be in order to function. The landscape itself had been wrong in ways that human minds struggled to process, creating vistas that hurt to look at directly because they revealed the arbitrary nature of everything people took for granted. Hercules remembered walking across plains that stretched impossibly far in all directions, covered in ash that might once have been dreams or hopes or the accumulated prayers of the desperate. The sky above hadn't been sky at all, but something else entirely, a color that didn't exist in the living world because it was the color of endings, of things coming to their final and irreversible conclusion. The mountains in the distance had risen and fallen according to geometries that defied natural law, creating optical illusions that suggested space itself was unreliable here, that the fundamental constants which made life possible were just local conventions that didn't apply in the realm of the dead. Rivers flowed upward into that impossible sky, while forests of leafless trees stretched branches toward nothing and everything simultaneously. But it was the inhabitants of this realm that had truly driven home the horror of the place. The dead weren't sleeping peacefully or suffering eternal torments or partying with charismatic villains. They were trapped in a state between existence and non-existence, aware enough to remember what they had lost but powerless to reclaim it or even properly mourn its passing. They moved through the gray landscape like sleepwalkers, going through the motions of activity without any of the purpose that had once driven them. Disney would eventually populate their underworld with comedic skeleton warriors and wisecracking gargoyles, turning the residents of Death's realm into vaudeville performers whose primary function was to provide comic relief between plot points. But the real inhabitants of Hades had been far more disturbing in their fundamental humanity. They looked like people Hercules might have known in life, farmers, merchants, soldiers, mothers, children, but drained of everything that had made them who they were. They remembered their names, but couldn't quite recall why those names had mattered. They knew they had once felt joy, but couldn't access the emotional memory of what joy had actually felt like. They understood that they had loved people, but couldn't remember why love had seemed important when it was always temporary and always ended in separation. They were living libraries of human experience with all the meaning carefully extracted, leaving behind only empty facts about lives that had once seemed significant. Conversations with these shades were exercises in existential horror. They would recognize Hercules, remember his reputation, even recall specific stories about his adventures. But they spoke about his heroic deeds with the same flat affect they used to discuss the weather or the texture of the ash beneath their feet. They had retained their intellectual capacity, but lost their ability to care about anything, including their own condition. Oh yes, one might say, you're the one who killed the Nemean lion. That was impressive. I remember being impressed when I could still feel impressions. Now it just seems like one thing that happened, no different from any other thing. The lion is dead, you are alive, someday you will be dead too. It's all the same story with different details. The casual way they discussed their own spiritual annihilation was more chilling than any amount of screaming or wailing could have been. They had reached a state beyond despair, beyond hope, beyond the emotional reactions that defined human existence. They had achieved perfect objectivity about their condition, and that objectivity was more terrifying than any subjective suffering could have been. Disney's eventual interpretation would give us dead characters who were still essentially themselves, just relocated to a different venue. They retained their personalities, their desires, their capacity for growth and change. Death in the Disney version was just another form of life, perhaps with different rules, but fundamentally similar to the experience of being alive. It was death as relocation rather than death as transformation. Death as inconvenience rather than death as revelation. But Hercules had seen the real thing. He had witnessed what actually happened to consciousness when it was separated from the biological processes that sustained it. The dead weren't themselves minus their bodies. They were whatever remained when everything that made them who they were had been slowly stripped away by eternity itself. They were the footprints left behind by personalities that had long since evaporated, empty shapes in the ash that suggested human forms without containing human substance. The most disturbing part was how reasonable it all seemed once you accepted the basic premise. If consciousness was just a temporary arrangement of matter, then of course it would eventually return to its component parts. If love was just a chemical reaction designed to facilitate reproduction, then of course it would cease to function once the biological imperative no longer applied. If hope was just a psychological coping mechanism, then of course it would become unnecessary once there was nothing left to cope with. The underworld wasn't cruel, it was simply honest about the implications of mortality that the living world preferred not to examine too closely. It was the place where all the comfortable lies about human significance and cosmic purpose came to die, leaving behind only the basic facts about existence stripped of all their emotional padding. And those facts, when experienced directly rather than filtered through the merciful delusions that made life bearable, were enough to break most minds that encountered them. But somehow, impossibly, Hercules had endured. Not because he was stronger or braver or more virtuous than the countless heroes who had attempted similar journeys and never returned. He had survived because of something more basic and more stubborn than any noble quality, the simple refusal to accept the logical conclusion of what he was experiencing, even when every rational part of his mind screamed that resistance was pointless, even when the evidence for meaninglessness became overwhelming, even when surrender would have been the sensible response to unbearable revelation. He had continued to exist out of pure, contrary stubbornness. This wasn't the heroism that Disney would eventually celebrate, the kind that involved dramatic speeches about never giving up and the power of believing in yourself. This was something rawer and more primitive, the basic animal refusal to lie down and die even when death would have been a mercy. It was heroism stripped of all its romantic elements and reduced to its most essential component: the decision to continue functioning because the alternative was admitting that the void was right about everything. Now, walking through a world that seemed determined to pretend none of this had ever happened, Hercules carried that terrible knowledge like a weight that could never be set down. Every cheerful greeting from passing strangers felt like mockery. Every expression of hope or joy or love struck him as either naive or deliberately false. Every plan for the future seemed like an elaborate form of denial, a refusal to acknowledge that all futures led to the same destination he had just visited. The stench of the underworld clung to him not as a lingering odor, but as a permanent alteration in his relationship with existence itself. He had smelled truth, breathed it in until it saturated every cell in his body, and now he could never again fully believe in the beautiful lies that made normal life possible. He was like someone who had seen the script of reality while everyone else was still caught up in the performance, and the knowledge was slowly driving him mad. Disney would eventually give their audiences a hero who emerged from his trials unchanged and victorious, ready for his next adventure with his fundamental optimism intact. But the real Hercules faced something far more complex and disturbing: the challenge of continuing to live heroically while knowing that heroism was ultimately a performance with no cosmic audience, no ultimate purpose, no meaning beyond the temporary distraction it provided from the void that waited to claim everything eventually. The labor was complete, but the real work was just beginning. Because now he had to figure out how to be human while carrying the knowledge that humanity was just another temporary arrangement of matter. How to love while knowing that love was doomed. How to hope while understanding that hope was probably false. He had to learn to maintain the performance of life while knowing it was just a performance, because the alternative was the kind of honesty that would destroy everyone around him. And that, perhaps, was the real reason the underworld stank so memorably in the original myth. It wasn't just the smell of death and decay and accumulated despair. It was the aroma of truth itself, unfiltered by mercy or hope or the kindly lies that made existence bearable. It was the scent of reality without perfume, existence without editing, consciousness without the comfortable delusions that made consciousness tolerable. Disney sanitized that stench into something manageable, something that could be overcome with the right attitude and sufficient determination. But the ancient Greeks knew better. They understood that some truths were too dangerous to encounter directly, too devastating to survive unchanged. The underworld stank because truth stinks, because reality is an assault on every sense we use to navigate existence, because honest acknowledgement of our condition would paralyze us with despair. Yet somehow, miraculous and impossibly, heroes like Hercules managed to carry that stench back into the world of the living and find ways to function despite it. Not because they discovered hidden meaning or found new sources of hope, but because they learned to perform meaning and hope even while knowing these things were performances. They became living bridges between truth and necessary fiction, carrying the weight of both so that others could choose their own balance between honesty and delusion. That was the real achievement the myth celebrated, though it took centuries of retelling before anyone understood what they were actually commemorating. Not the triumph of good over evil or the victory of hope over despair, but something far more complex and ultimately more valuable: the human capacity to remain functional in the face of existential horror, to maintain dignity while understanding its arbitrary nature, to keep telling stories even after discovering they were just stories. The underworld had stunk because it was the place where all stories went to die, where every narrative about meaning and purpose and cosmic justice was revealed as elaborate self-deception. But heroes like Hercules proved that stories could survive their own death, that performances could continue even after the audience had gone home, that meaning could be maintained even after its meaninglessness had been exposed. Disney gave us a sanitized version because that's what we needed to function, what our children needed to grow up believing in order to become functional adults themselves. But the original myth preserved something far more valuable and far more dangerous: the knowledge that it was possible to survive the death of illusion and continue living meaningfully afterward, not because meaning was real, but because the performance of meaning was all we had. And perhaps that was enough. Perhaps it had to be enough, because the alternative was the kind of honesty that would have destroyed civilization itself. The underworld stank, but heroes learned to carry that stench and somehow keep breathing anyway, one impossible day at a time, in a world that was simultaneously meaningless and precious, doomed and beautiful, temporary and eternal. The ancient Greeks gave us a hero who had seen behind the curtain of existence and somehow found the strength to continue performing on stage anyway. Disney gave us a hero who never needed to see behind the curtain at all. Both versions served their purpose, but only one prepared us for the inevitable moment when we would catch our own whiff of that terrible, honest stench and have to decide whether to keep breathing or simply lie down and wait for the void to claim us. The real tragedy isn't that Hercules had to face the underworld. The real tragedy is that we've forgotten why it mattered, because somewhere between ancient Greek campfires and modern movie theaters, we lost the thread of what this story was actually trying to tell us. We sanitized the stench right out of it, traded existential horror for happy endings, and turned a profound meditation on mortality into a feel-good adventure with merchandising opportunities. But here's what makes this transformation so deeply unsettling. The ancient Greeks didn't tell this story to entertain children or sell tickets. They told it as a warning, a preparation, a glimpse into the kind of truth that every human being would eventually have to face. They understood that life was going to hit everyone with the reality of death, loss, and meaninglessness at some point, and they wanted to provide a roadmap for how to survive that encounter with your humanity intact. Disney's version teaches us that heroes always win and good always triumphs. But the original myth taught something far more valuable and far more frightening: that heroes continue fighting even when they know they're going to lose, that goodness persists even when it seems pointless, that people keep loving and hoping and dreaming, even after discovering these things are temporary and ultimately finite. The underworld stank because truth stinks, because reality, when stripped of all its comfortable decorations, is an assault on every assumption we use to navigate existence. But the remarkable thing about heroes like Hercules wasn't that they survived the smell, it was that they carried it back with them and somehow managed to keep living anyway, one impossible day at a time, in a world that suddenly seemed both infinitely precious and utterly absurd. That contradiction, the simultaneous meaninglessness and preciousness of existence, was the real treasure he brought back from his journey. Not wisdom or power or divine favor, but the terrible and wonderful knowledge that life was worth living, precisely because it was brief, that love was worth feeling precisely because it wouldn't last forever, that hope was worth maintaining even when it was probably built on shaky foundations. The ancient Greeks had a profound understanding of what real heroism looked like when stripped of all its romantic elements. It wasn't about being right or pure or destined for greatness. It was about being wrong, flawed, and mortal, but refusing to let those facts paralyze you. It was the courage to continue existing in the face of existential horror, the strength to maintain human dignity, while fully understanding that dignity itself might be nothing more than an elaborate performance. But we couldn't market that kind of heroism to children. It was too complex, too disturbing, too honest about the price of real courage. So we gave them catchy songs and happy endings instead, turning one of humanity's most profound explorations of what it means to live with the knowledge of death into entertainment that avoided the very questions it was designed to address. The stench remains, though, buried deep in the original myth like a time capsule of human understanding about the true nature of existence. For those willing to dig beneath the sanitized surface, willing to experience the story as it was originally intended, that smell still rises from the ancient words like a reminder that some truths are too important to lose, too necessary to forget, too valuable to trade for comfort, because in the end, we all have our own journey to the underworld waiting for us. Some crisis, some loss, some moment when the comfortable illusions fall away and we catch our own whiff of that terrible, honest stench. When that happens, we need to remember that it's possible to keep breathing, keep walking, keep living, even when the air itself seems poisoned with the knowledge of our own mortality. The underworld stank in Hercules' adventure because existence itself carries that stench, hidden beneath layers of hope and delusion and beautiful lies we tell ourselves to make each day bearable. But recognizing the smell doesn't mean surrendering to it. Sometimes it means something far more difficult and far more heroic, learning to live with it one impossible breath at a time, until somehow, impossibly, we find ways to make even meaninglessness meaningful. And that perhaps is why this myth refuses to die no matter how many times we try to sanitize it. Because somewhere deep down, we know we're going to need that lesson. We know the stench is coming for all of us eventually. And when it does, we'll need heroes who've walked that path before, who've breathed that poisoned air and somehow found the strength to keep exhaling hope into a world that desperately needs it, even when hope itself seems like just another beautiful lie we tell ourselves to make it through another day. The real underworld is still out there, waiting in hospital rooms and funeral homes and those quiet moments at 3 a.m. when the defenses are down and reality seeps in. Disney gave us a cartoon version we could laugh at and forget, but the Greeks gave us something far more precious, a hero who showed us it was possible to survive the encounter with ultimate truth and come back still capable of love, still willing to fight, still stubbornly, magnificently, impossibly human. That's why the underworld stank so memorably in the original tale. Not to scare us, but to prepare us. Not to defeat us, but to show us what victory over the void actually looked like when stripped of all its pretty decorations and reduced to its essential core. The simple, extraordinary, utterly unreasonable decision to keep breathing one breath at a time in a universe that offers no guarantee that breathing matters at all.